HTML, CSS, and JavaScript play pivotal roles in the front-end development, collectively shaping the user experience on websites and applications. HTML or hypertext markup language serves as a foundation, defining the structure and layout of the web content. It structures text, images, links, and other elements, creating the skeleton of the web page. If I talk about CSS or cascading style sheets, it is like the stylist of the trio. It's responsible for enhancing the visual presentation of HTML elements. It allows developers to control the colors, fonts, spacing, and overall layout, ensuring a polished and consistent appearance across different devices. Now here comes the JavaScript. It is like a dynamic force that breathes life into the static web pages. JavaScript enables interactive and responsive features. It can manipulate the HTML and CSS in real time, facilitating actions like form validations, image sliders, and interactive forms. JavaScript connects with users, responding to their actions without the need for page reloads. In essence, HTML structures the content, CSS styles it, and JavaScript adds the interactivity. Together they form a cohesive front-end development stack, turning a mere collection of code into a visually appealing, user-friendly, and dynamic digital experience. Now before we move on and learn more about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, I request you guys that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon.
Let's go through the agenda for today's video first. First, we'll go through a quick introduction to basic website architecture to understand how a website actually works. Then we'll understand what HTML is, and moving ahead, we'll go through the use cases of HTML. Finally, we'll go through the installation part and the editors we can use to start with HTML. Let's move on to the first topic for today's video tutorial, website architecture. Website architecture basically defines the design and structure of a website. A website contains two important parts, the front end and the back end. The front end of any website is something the user came across. We can also state it as the client side of any website. Whatever the user of the website sees while going through any particular website is considered as front end. HTML, CSS, and JavaScript are the three most popular and mainly used technologies which are responsible for the development of the graphical user interface. The combination of these three technologies is responsible for giving a smooth and appealing user experience. On the other hand, anything the user doesn't witness while going through the website but actually exists somewhere in the website and the server is known as the back end of a website. Whenever we visit a page and send a request for the content, the server goes through the database and then creates a response that is sent back to the browser. The browser then interprets the response and displays the content on the screen. Several technologies are used for back-end development. Few of them are JavaScript frameworks like Node.js and Next.js, Python frameworks like Django, Ruby frameworks like Ruby on Rails, C++ frameworks like Apache, and many more other technologies. Let's move ahead and we'll now go through what HTML is. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Introduced in the year 1993 by Tim Berners-Lee, the same person who invented the World Wide Web in the year 1989. The first version of HTML was written in 1991 but released later in 1993 as HTML 1.0. HTML got many updates with time, and the current ongoing version of HTML is HTML 5.0. HTML is also known as the most basic building block of the web, which is used to create the structure of any website with the help of numerous predefined tags. It helps the browser to understand the structure and style of a document or file for viewing over the internet. It allows our web pages to host videos, images, and other applications. It also facilitates navigation within web pages or between websites through hypertext. Hypertext refers to the links present in any website to connect different web pages and create a whole website. HTML has a lot of use cases. Web development. HTML code is used to design how a browser displays web page elements such as text, hyperlinks, and media files. Internet navigation. Users can easily navigate and insert links between related pages and websites, as HTML is heavily used to embed hyperlinks. Web documentations. HTML makes it possible to organize and format documents similarly to Microsoft Word. Moving on to the installation part. HTML does not require any special software to work. If you have Notepad installed in your system, that's enough to start using HTML. The best part about HTML is its ease of use. Let's move on to the editors part now, and we'll then download a particular editor for a complete HTML playlist. An editor or IDE, which stands for Integrated Development Environment, is a software application that comprehends facilities to a programmer for software development. Just like Photoshop makes it easier to edit photos, in the same way, IDE makes it easier for a programmer to write code. The number of IDEs present in the market today is huge. Some of these editors are Notepad++, Atom, and VS Code. These editors are free to use. On the other hand, editors like Sublime are free but with some limitations. To access all the features of Sublime, we have to go for the premium version for the license, and then we can use it for software development. My personal choice for an editor is the Visual Studio Code. There is a reason behind using VS Code as an editor. Let me tell you a few advantages of VS Code over other editors. First of all, it is free to use as it is open source software, so we can get it at no cost. It supports multiple programming languages. There's nothing like we need any web support or work on different editors for different programming languages. We can use VS Code for different languages as well. Extensions are also one of the main reasons behind using VS Code. Suppose we want to use a programming language, it does not support. All we have to do is to add an extension and we are good to go. It also does not affect the editor's speed as it runs as a different process. Besides all these properties, one main key factor behind using VS Code is its availability in different platforms, like it is available for Mac, Linux, and Windows. So I think there are enough features we have discussed till now. There are many more features that we'll discuss while installing and working with VS Code. Let's start with the installation part now. The installation process for VS Code is pretty simple. Just go to Google and write here VS Code. Press enter and the next page which will open will show us the results. Click on the first link over here and we are here at the website of VS Code. Right. Now you can see the download button in front of your screen. You can click on it and you can download the stable version for your operating system from here only, or you can go to the other download button present at the top right corner of your screen. Click on the button over here. So you can see here we have all the extensions as well. These are the top extensions. We have to download them inside VS Code once the downloading part overs. So here you can see the download starts. Now sit back and relax until the download finishes. Once the download completes, open the setup file from your downloads and it will take us to the license agreement page. Now agree over here, click on next and it will take us to the browser part. So here what we have to do is we have to choose a location for the VS Code file to locate. So you can choose any location. So for now I'm clicking on next over here. Now you can see we have a different folder, so we can click on browse and then select it and then click on next. So here we can see we have some additional features. So what we'll do is we'll create a desktop icon. Now you can see other options as well, so click on them as well, click on next and now click on install. The installation will start. Once we are done with the installation part, click on finish and the VS Code will start automatically. Fine. So here you can see we have the welcome page over here. What we can do is we can open a folder from here. So if you have any folder, so what we can do is we can open it from here. Now what we'll do is we'll create a new file. So here you can see we are in a file. What we have to do is we have to save this file now. So click on file, click on save, and now we can save this file at any place or any location we can see. So what we are going to do is we are going to go on desktop. we are going to create a new folder over here. We are going to name it as HTML. Now inside HTML, what we are going to do is we are going to write here the name of our file. So we'll write here first, then we'll write here the extension. So what we have to do is we have to write here first.html, and here you can see we have an HTML file over here, right? So you can see we have 4 options over here. The first one is for opening a folder or any particular location. So click on open folder. Now what we are going to do is we are going to open HTML over here, and you can see we have the HTML folder open. Now we have the file over here as first.html, which we created recently. Then we have the search button over here to search anything or to replace anything. The next button we have over here is for the source control. Then after this we have the debug button as well, and then we have the extensions. So these are the features VS Code provides us, and below here we have the accounts option and the settings option. What we can do from here is we can change the font size and different settings, right? Now, the next button we are going to discuss is the extensions button. Here we can find many extensions given by the VS Code Studio community. They are free to use. So for now, we'll use these 2 or 3 extensions. So what we can do is we'll click on HTML CSS support. So you can see I have already installed these extensions over here. So then we have JavaScript and TypeScript nightly and the live server extension. So this extension is pretty important, the live server one and the HTML CSS support. You can leave the JavaScript and TypeScript nightly for now. So we have to install these 2 extensions for now. So I have already installed it. You can install them in your computer. Now, the next thing we have to do is, so we can start writing our code here on. I've already told you that while saving any file, make sure that we are saving that file with a .html extension. So what we have to do here is we have to put an exclamation mark over here and press enter, and you can see we have the basic HTML code which we'll need in almost every program from now on. So we don't have to write this code every time. Just press the enter key after putting an exclamation mark. So this code will come in our screen. Now here we have different tags, right? So we'll discuss these tags later on while working on the HTML file. So I hope for now you got the installation part and what is HTML basically. Using HTML is so easy that we can simply start with it if we have basic computer knowledge. We got you covered if you are a newbie to HTML. Please stay connected with us and you guys will understand HTML in a very fun and exciting way. Before we go through the different tags present in HTML, let's discuss what a tag is. A tag refers to a special word wrapped in angular brackets which are used to define a particular type of content on a web page. After using a tag in an HTML file, the browser decides how to render or display the content on the screen. The list of tags present in HTML is pretty huge. We'll go through some basic tags in today's video and we'll go through the remaining tags while working with them. So let's start with the most basic tag we have in HTML. You can see here we have a basic program written over here. All the tags mentioned over here are mandatory for all HTML programs. The first thing we have here is the doc type as HTML. You can see it over here. We have written doc type HTML. So this is not an HTML tag but an instruction for the system about the type of document. Basically, we are telling the system that this is going to be an HTML document so that all the browsers can know that this particular document is an HTML document and work accordingly. The next tag we have here is the HTML tag. You can see the HTML tag starts from here and goes till end, right? We have ended this HTML tag at the end of our HTML document. Now this tag is necessary for all HTML documents. If we are working on an HTML document, then this tag is what we are going to need. The HTML tag represents the root and the end of the whole document. This is a container tag that contains all the other tags within it. So this tag is pretty mandatory in all HTML documents. Now the next tag we have here is the head tag. You can see the head tag over here and the ending of this head tag is present over here. We have certain tags present inside this particular tag. Now you can see that this head tag contains meta tags and the title tag, right? You can see the meta tag over here. We have 3 meta tags and then we have a title tag as well. Now the meta tags doesn't appear on the page itself, but only in the page's source code. Meta tags are essentially little content descriptors that help search engines what a web page is all about. Now the next tag we have here is the title tag. The title tag is used to define the title of our web page. Basically, we write the name of our web page inside this tag. For example, if we see here, the title of our web page is document for now. If we change the title of this HTML document and write here something like first document. Fine. Now save the program, open it with live server. Now you can see it over here that the window name is changed to first document. There is no change in the web page itself. So what we are going to do is we are going to reduce the size of our VS Code and the browser. We are going to keep them side by side here, so that any changes we made in this HTML document are reflected in the web browser. Other tags we can use inside the head tag are the style tag, the script tag, and the link tag. Now the link tag is used to link any external CSS file to a HTML page. We have to provide the source of that file, and then any styling changes we make in that particular file will get reflected in the web page. For that, so let's create a CSS file first. What we are going to do is we are going to create another file over here. Let's name it as style.css. Now this particular file has .css as extension. This will tell the browser that this particular file is a CSS file and we are going to use it for styling purposes. Fine. So we have this style.css over here. Now we are going to link this with our HTML document. For that, what we have to do is we have to write here link. So this is the tag. Now we have to write here rel and we have to write here style sheet. Fine. Now the next thing we have to do is to provide the source code of this particular file. So for that we are going to use href. Href is going to be style.css. Now close this link tag. Now this rel tag over here specifies the relationship between the current document and the link document. Now you can see it over here, we have this rel as a style sheet. This means that this particular file is a style sheet and we are going to use this for styling purposes. Another important tag we have inside the head section is the script tag. This tag is used to declare or use any script within the HTML document. Basically used for JavaScript. So it's not necessary to use this tag within the head section only. We can use it anywhere, but for now we are going to use it inside the head tag. The syntax is also easy. We have to write it like script src. Now src is going to be the file name. So let's add another file over here. We'll write first.js. So this will tell the browser that this particular file is a JavaScript file. So we are going to write here inside this now. We are going to write first.js. Now we have to define the type as well. So type is going to be text and the file is a JavaScript file. So we'll write here JavaScript. Fine. Now close this tag and the script tag will closes automatically. You can see it over here. Fine. The script tag is closed. Keep one thing in mind that we have to close the script tag every time, but the link tag is not necessary to close. The next tag we are going to discuss is the body tag. The body tag defines the document's body. Now you can see it over here. If we go back to our HTML page, you can see the body tag over here. Now the body element contains all the content of an HTML document such as headings, paragraphs, images, hyperlinks, tables, lists, etc. There can only be one body element in an HTML document. Any tag we are going to use within the body tag is going to define the structure of a web page. Now the next tag we are going to use is the heading tag. There are 6 different types of heading tags starting from H1 and goes till H6. H1 refers to the most important heading and H6 refers to the least important one. The font size of H1 is the largest and the font size of H6 is the smallest among all. So let's use them all here. What we'll do is we'll write here H1. Now inside this H1 we'll write this is heading 1. Save the program and you can see it over here. We have a heading in our web page which says this is heading 1. Similarly, we have the H2 tag as well. So if we write here H2 and inside this if we write this is heading 2. Save the program. You can see the change in the font size. You can see the difference over here. The font for H1 is greater and the font for H2 is a bit smaller than H1. Similarly, we have h3, and for h3 we are going to write here this is heading 3. Fine. Then we have h4 as well, so we are going to write here h4, and inside this we are going to write this is heading 4. Fine. Similarly, we have h5 and h6 as well, so we are going to mention them first here. So we'll write here this is heading 5, and finally we have h6, which is used for heading 6, so we are going to write here this is heading 6. Fine. Save the program and you can see the difference in all the headings over here. The size for h1 is the largest and the size for heading 6 is the smallest. We can use any of these headings according to our needs. Similarly, we have the paragraph tag as well in HTML. It is used to write a paragraph or any content within the web page. The syntax is simple. We have to use the p tag for that. So if we write here p, and now inside this paragraph tag, whatever thing we'll write. So let's say we are writing here, this is a first HTML document. Fine. Now save this program and you can see it over here. We have some text present in the web browser, right? So these are the most basic HTML tags we discussed in today's video. As we said, the list of tags is large and we'll discuss them while working with them. So please go through these tags on your own and let us know if you face any issues. We have already discussed about tags in the last video. We came across several important tags in the previous video, like the HTML, head, and the body tags. A simple definition of tags states that a tag refers to a special word wrapped in angular brackets, which are used to define a particular type of content on a web page. After using a tag in an HTML file, the browser decides how to render or display the content on the screen, right? Now, keeping this definition in mind, the definition of an element in HTML states that an HTML element is the collection of a start tag, its attributes, an end tag, and everything in between the tags, right? So an HTML element is basically a collection. Let's understand this with the help of an example. What we'll do is we'll write over here inside the body of this HTML document, we'll write P. Fine. Now this paragraph tag over here is an example of a tag. It has opening tag and a closing tag. So this whole thing is a tag. This paragraph is a tag over here. Now if we add an attribute to this tag like an ID or a class, so what we'll do for that, we'll write here, let's say ID is equals to para1. Fine. This tag now has an attribute within it. ID makes this whole tag unique. We can access the content of this tag with the help of ID attribute. We'll discuss attributes in detail in the upcoming video. For now, let's add some content inside this tag. So what we'll do is we'll write inside this tag. We'll write over here, let's say this is a paragraph. Fine. So we'll write here paragraph. So this is the content of a paragraph tag. Now we have 4 different parts present over here. We have the starting tag over here. So this is the starting tag. This whole thing over here is the starting tag. Then we have attribute. So ID here is the attribute. Then we have the content of this tag. So this is the content present inside whole tag. And then we have the end part of a paragraph tag. So this represents the end part, right? So the combination of these 4 things is known as the HTML element. Now let's talk about the case sensitivity of HTML tags. So HTML tags are not case sensitive. So you can see we have paragraph tag over here with small p present inside angular brackets. What we can do is we can write here capital P as well. So these 2 things are pretty same. So let's write something inside this as well. So let's say we are writing here, this is paragraph 2. Fine. So this is the content present inside this paragraph tag with capital P inside angular brackets. Now save the program And you can see we have two paragraphs over here. The first one says this is a paragraph and the second one says this is a paragraph 2. So what we have to do is we have to remove a from here, save it now, and now it says this is paragraph 2. Fine. So I hope you guys got that HTML tags are not case sensitive. Fine. Now let's move ahead and we'll now discuss empty elements in HTML. Most HTML elements have a start tag and an end tag that indicate where the element begins and where it ends. For example, we have this paragraph tag over here. This is the start of this paragraph tag and this is the end part, right? So this indicates that this paragraph tag ends over here. Now there is a group of elements that are exceptions to this rule. So these elements are called empty or void and only have a start tag since they have no content present inside the tag. So they must not have an end tag in HTML. Example of empty elements are like the break tag we have image, link and many more such tags. The list is quite long. So what we'll do is we'll add an image using the image tag. So image tag is basically an empty element. So we'll use that particular element and you guys will understand what empty elements are. So as mentioned earlier that empty elements do not require any closing tag. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside angular brackets, img is the tag name. Then we'll write here src. So src over here is attribute. We'll discuss attributes in upcoming videos. So inside this we'll provide the path of our image. So let's say we have this image present inside images folder, which is a folder present in a system, so where we are saving all our HTML programs. So the next thing we'll write here is alt stand for alternate. So if the image is not shown over the browser, then the alternate text will be shown. So let's say we are writing here image1. Now we'll close this image tag. So that's all. We don't have to close this particular image tag. We don't have to write here like this. So you can see we don't have to write here like this anything. So if we not write it over here, that's fine because image element is an empty element. So let's save the program and you can see we have an image over here in the browser. So the image size is quite large. What we'll do is we'll reduce the size. So we'll write here this for now. We'll discuss all these things in the upcoming videos, so don't worry about it. For now you can see that we have an image over here. So this is our image. This particular image is what we have added using the image tag. So this is done. Now the last thing we'll discuss in this video is the nesting of elements. Nesting means we can use a tag or element within another element. For example, you can see we have a paragraph over here. So this is a paragraph which says this is paragraph 2. Let's add some more things over here. So let's say we are writing over here HTML stands for hypertext markup language. Fine. And save the program. So this is the paragraph over here. You can see. Let me increase the size of our browser a bit. So now I think you guys can see it much better. Now what we'll do is we'll use a particular element or tag within this paragraph tag. So let's say we want this HTML to be cursive and bold in nature. So what we'll do over here is we'll use the B tag over here. So B stands for bold. So what we'll do next is we'll cut HTML from here and we'll paste it inside this B tag. Now save the program and you can see HTML is bold in nature now, right? Similarly, what we can do is we can nest one more tag inside this bold tag. So what we can do is we'll write here I. Now we have to put this HTML inside both these tags, save this program, and you can see the HTML is cursive in nature now. So you can see we have three different tags, or we can say we have two different tags inside a particular tag. This is known as nesting of elements. So we can do it with HTML as well. I hope you guys must have got an idea about what HTML elements are and how elements are different from tags in HTML. In the last part, we came across HTML elements. We saw the difference between HTML tags and elements. Now that we already have an idea about elements, let's discuss what attributes are. Let me write the basic syntax of an HTML element over here first. So what we'll do is we'll write over here let's use the paragraph tag. So we are writing over here, this is a basic example of elements in HTML. Fine. I hope you guys must have got an idea about what this is. This is actually a basic HTML element. We have nothing else over here, just a simple example of HTML element. An element consists of a start tag, an ending tag, and the content within the tag. Right, so this particular thing is an element. Now, attributes in HTML refer to the additional properties or characteristics of an element. For example, if we write here, let's suppose we are writing over here. Let's say we are writing over here ID as para1. Fine. Now save this program and you can see over here that we have a paragraph which says this is a basic example of elements in HTML. Now we have this whole element with ID as para1, or we can give any ID of our choice. Now this ID is unique for this particular element. For now, you don't have to worry much about this ID or any other attribute. Just focus on what attributes are. We are going through the working of attributes basically. So we can use the ID of this attribute to style this particular element. So basically this ID attribute defines what this HTML element is. We have to use the style tag element, or we can say we have to use the style element for styling this particular paragraph. You will understand it once we go through the tag. So let's do it over here. What we'll do is we'll use the style tag over here. So we'll write here style. You can see this is a style element basically. It has start tag, it has ending tag. Now we'll write some content inside this particular tag. So let's say we are writing over here hash para1. Now inside this, what we'll do is we'll define some styling properties. So let's say we are writing over here background color as red, and we'll write here color. So this color here refers to the font color basically. So we'll write here blue. Now save this program and you can see the paragraph in our browser is changed. So what we did here is inside this style element, we access this particular ID. So ID is unique for each element. We'll discuss it later on. So basically this particular paragraph tag has an ID named para1. So we are using that particular ID. Then we have some CSS properties. So these properties are used to style a particular element. So we have used it over here. You can see it over here. If I zoom out a bit in the browser, you can see the background color of this whole paragraph is red and the font color is blue. Fine. What we want to say here is this ID over here is basically an attribute. It is used to identify or change a particular element. We have many attributes present in HTML. So we'll go through some of them. Let's say we are adding an image over here. So let's add an image and you guys will understand about HTML attributes here as well. So we'll write here img. So this is basically an empty element. We have discussed it in the previous part wherein we went through HTML elements. Now what we'll do is we'll write here src. Now src is also an attribute. This attribute is used to provide the system with the source of a image. So if we go back to this particular HTML folder, so here we have a HTML folder. You can see we have a folder here named as images, and we have an image present inside this particular folder, right? So what we have to do is we have to provide this path inside a HTML file. So what we are going to do here is we are going to get back to VS Code, and inside here we'll write images. So this is our folder name, and we have a file name html.png present inside that particular folder. So src is the attribute, and this particular thing is the value of our attribute, right? Now the next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write here alt. Now inside this alt, let's say we are writing HTML over here. Now this alt attribute is used when we add an image on. So basically what happens is when we add an image to a web browser, sometimes what happens is the image is not shown over the browser. So in that case, the alternate text will be shown. So if this particular image is not shown in the browser, then this particular text will be shown. So let's save this program. We'll open a web browser here side by side as well. You can see that this particular image is present over here in a web browser. The size of this image is quite large. We can change the size in two different ways. We can either use the ID attribute here as well and then use that particular attribute in the styling tag or CSS file to change the size of this image, or we can simply use the height and width attribute in the image tag over here. So that's the simple one. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here height. Height is an attribute. We have to define the height in pixels. So we have written over here 300 pixels. Save the program and you can see the height of this image is 300 pixels now. Same thing goes for width as well. If we write here width and if we define the width as 300 pixels as well, save the program and you can see now the height and width of this particular image is 300 pixels, right? So guys, this is all about the basics of attributes in HTML. I hope you guys understood this. We'll go through each attribute while working on those attributes in the upcoming videos. So don't worry about it if we haven't covered all the attributes over here. We'll go through them in the upcoming videos. Before we move on and discuss the different formatting tags in HTML, let's understand what formatting is. Formatting refers to the process of making the text present on a web page more appealing to the user. For example, let's say we want to add a heading in our HTML document, and for that we want a specific font size. Let's say we want to add a heading with a bigger font size. For this purpose, we have the heading tag present in HTML, which provides us with 6 different font sizes, with H1 being the tag with the greatest font size and H6 with the smallest one. We have already discussed in the previous videos as well. Now we need to make sure which font size we want and we can use the heading tag accordingly. Let's understand this with the help of an example. Let's suppose we are working on a web page wherein we want a heading. So let's say the heading is what is HTML. We want the font size to be bigger. So simply we'll write here H1. We have already mentioned it that H1 has the biggest font size of all the 6 heading tags, right? So inside this we'll write what is HTML. So let's suppose this is the heading. Now on saving the program, you can see here on the browser that we have a heading with larger font size. So what we can do for now is we'll remove this heading from here. Now save it and you can see we have only one heading as of now. We have the heading as what is HTML. We can also write a paragraph after this heading tag that will explain what HTML is using the paragraph tag. So let's do it over here as well and you guys will understand it much better. So here we are going to use the break element. So this is basically an empty element used in HTML for line break. So what we are going to do is we are going to put it over here. So this is the tag, BR tag or break tag we can say. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write here inside the paragraph tag, HTML stands for, let's write it in capitals. We'll write here hypertext markup language. Fine. So here we have a paragraph that says HTML stands for hypertext markup language. Now what we want to do is we want to add another heading to this web page, which will define the uses of HTML. So basically what we are doing is we are going through the sizes of heading tags. So we want another heading, let's say over here. Now the main heading of our web page was what is HTML and we want it to stand out among all the headings present in our web page. That's why we use the H1 tag for that heading. Now for the next heading or for the new heading, we'll have a little bit smaller size than the main heading. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the H2 tag or the H3 tag for that. So let's use the H3 tag for now. We'll write over here H3. So basically we are going to write it after a BR tag. So we are going to use the BR tag over here or the break tag we can say. Now we are going to write here uses of HTML. Fine. Now save the program and you guys can clearly see the difference in font size of both the headings. Let me zoom in a bit here in the browser. So now you guys can see it much better. There's a difference in the size of heading 1 and heading 3, right? So this difference is what we are talking about till now. There are 6 different sizes for a heading tag in HTML. We can use any of these heading tags according to our need. Figure out which one of these 6 tags is best suitable for your web page and use them. Simple and easy. Let's move ahead and we'll now discuss some more formatting tags present in HTML. The next tag we are going to discuss is the bold tag. This tag is used to make the text bold or strong. So there are 2 different tags for the same task for making the text bold. We can either use the bold tag or simple B tag we can say. The other tag we can use is the strong tag. The functionality of both tags is similar. So we'll use them side by side so that you guys can see the difference, or they are basically same. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here after this BR tag, we are going to write here B. So B stands for bold tag. Now we are going to write something in here. So let's say we are writing over here HTML. Now again after BR tag we are going to use the strong tag. Fine. We'll write same thing here. The content will remain the same. So we are going to write HTML over here. Now here we used both tags with similar content present inside them. Save the program. And you can see we have two similar outputs here on our web page. The outputs are exactly similar. The working of both the tags is the same, right? Now let's recall the nesting of elements in HTML from the previous video. We have said earlier that we can use an element within another element in HTML. We are going to nest this bold tag inside our first paragraph tag. It means that we are going to nest this bold tag over here. So what we are going to do is we are going to use bold tag inside the full form, or we are going to put the full form of HTML inside the bold tag. Fine. So save it. And you can see we have hypertext markup language written over here in the browser in bold, right? It looks better than the previous one. Just like the bold tag, we have two more tags present in HTML to make the text on screen look more appealing to the user. The italic tag and the underline tag. Now you guys must be thinking that these three formatting techniques are also present in Microsoft Word. You are right. These three tags are present in both MS Word and HTML. The working is also same. So let's use these tags here once. What we are going to do is we are going to use these tags over here only. So we are going to put this hypertext markup language inside three different tags. So we are going to put them inside italic, we are going to put them inside bold, and we are going to put them inside underline as well. So we are going to do this over here. Now you can see the nesting of elements over here. If I zoom in a bit on Visual Studio Code, you can see we have a paragraph tag, then we have three tags present inside it. So we have bold tag, we have italic and underline. So this is called nesting of elements. Now save this program and you can see the text over here. We have hypertext markup language in italics, it is underlined and it is bold in nature, right? The next tag we are going to use is the delete tag. We have two different tags present for this task as well. Let's say we want to put a line through the center of any text, crossing it out basically. Let's say that this text is not relevant. Fine, so let's go through an example first. What we are going to do is we are going to use the break tag over here, and now after this break tag, we are going to use a paragraph tag. We are going to write a paragraph. So let's say we'll write here, I would like to have a cup of coffee. Fine, save it, and you can see we have this paragraph or sentence over here on the browser. Now what we want is we want to delete this particular word, or we can say we want to put a line through it. Fine, so what we are going to do is we are going to write here strike. Fine, we are going to put coffee inside this strike tag because we want this particular word to cut, and then let's say we are writing over here tea. Fine, so save it now and you can see it over here. It says I would like to have a cup of coffee, has a line over it, and then we have written tea. So you guys can understand the meaning of this sentence by yourself, I guess. We can use this tag anywhere according to our needs. We can achieve this same thing with the help of the delete tag as well. What we have to do is we have to write here in place of strike. What we are going to do is we are going to copy this piece of code from here. We are going to paste it here. Now instead of strike, we are going to write here delete. So del, this is the tag, and we are going to close this tag as well. Now we are going to write coffee inside it and save the program, and you can see we have the exact same output with this tag as well. Fine. Another tag we have in HTML for formatting is the mark tag. Now the mark tag in HTML is used to mark any particular text. The text will be highlighted with yellow color. For example, let's say we are writing something over here. or we can just paste this again, and we are going to remove this part. Now we want to mark the word coffee, let's say. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here mark. This is the tag, and inside this tag we are going to write coffee, let's say. Fine. Save the program, and you can see it over here. We have this sentence which says I would like to have a cup of coffee, and coffee is highlighted over here, right? So this is the mark tag, and we can use this tag for formatting. Now the last tag we are going to discuss in today's video is the font tag. The font is an inline element used to change font sizes, font colors, and font styles of the text in a web page. This element has its own attributes. So the three attributes we can use are size, color, and face. Fine. Size is used to change the font size of the text. We can write values between 1 and 7, with 1 being the smallest and 7 being the largest font. Exactly opposite to the heading tag. So you can learn it that way. Color refers to the font color. We can simply write the name of the color, or we can use the hexadecimal values for colors. The hexadecimal numbers are specified according to the RGB value for each color. The last thing we have is face. Face refers to the font style. The default HTML font is Times New Roman. We can use any font style of our choice using this attribute. So let's use this tag over here, and you guys will understand it much better, I guess. So what we'll do is we'll write here. Let's say we are using a paragraph tag. So we'll write something over here. Let's say I prefer. Now we are going to use the font tag over here. So this is a tag. You can see it in red color. Now we have three different attributes, right? So the first attribute we have is size. So we'll write here inside size, let's say the size of this font is 4. Then we have color. So color defines the font color. So let's say the font color we want is red. And then we have the face. So let's say we want the font style to be Verdana, and we'll write something over here. Let's say we are writing this over red. Fine. Now save the program, and you can see it over here. It says I prefer red. Fine. So let's complete this sentence. What we are going to do is we are going to write something after this font tag as well. So let's say we are writing over here red over blue. Save the program, and you can see it over here that we have this particular sentence which says I prefer red over blue. So let me increase the size of VS Code so that you guys can see it clearly. So here you can see we have this paragraph tag. Then we have written inside it I prefer, and we have kept this red word inside a particular element, font element basically. This font element has three different attributes: size, color, and face. Now let's change the size of this to 6 for now, and we'll check the output, save the program, and you can see red over here is quite large in size, right? It looks different. So I hope you guys got this. Formatting an HTML document is mostly done using CSS, but now HTML also allows us to format our documents using different tags. Basic formatting, we can say. So formatting is making the web page more appealing using these particular tags. So the list of formatting tags present in HTML is quite long. We can't discuss all of them here, but if we use any of those tags in the upcoming videos, then surely we'll discuss them over there only. Now the task for you guys is to use these formatting tags and let us know if you find any difficulty in using them. In HTML, a phrase tag is used to give structural meaning to a block of text. What does that mean? Let's try to understand this with the help of an example. We'll first take a paragraph for this example, a small one maybe. So let's do it here. What we'll do is we'll write here P. So we are going to use the paragraph tag. Let's write something over here. So let's say we are writing over here, hello everyone. Then I'll write this is Kaushal, and let's suppose we are writing over here, please subscribe to a YouTube channel. Fine. Save this, and you can see here that we have the same paragraph here on the browser. Now what we said earlier about the phrase tags is they are used to give structural meaning to a block of text, right? So here we have a paragraph and we want to provide meaning to a block of text. Let's say we want to put some emphasis on the word YouTube over here. Fine. We want this word to stand out differently from the rest of the paragraph. For this task, we have the emphasize tag in HTML. The syntax for this tag goes like this. So what we'll do is we'll cut this sentence into two different parts so that it will be easy for you guys to understand. Now, we have the emphasize tag in HTML. The syntax is pretty simple. What we have to do is we'll write over here. So we are going to make changes inside this particular paragraph tag only. So we are going to use the emphasis tag over here. So what we have to do is we have to cut the word YouTube from here and we have to paste it here. Now the syntax is so simple. We have a two-word tag. So it says EM. It stands for emphasis. Now save the program. And you can see here in the browser, you can see the difference basically. The word YouTube stands out from the rest of the words present in the paragraph. To lay some more emphasis on the word YouTube, we can use the title attribute. Now title attribute will be used inside the emphasis tag. So let's do it here once. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the title attribute over here. So let's say the title says check a YouTube channel. Fine. So let's break it a little more. So here you can see we have these three lines. So inside this paragraph tag, what we are doing is we are using the emphasis tag, and inside that emphasis tag, we are using the title attribute. Fine. On saving the program, you can see nothing changes over here on the browser. To witness the change here, we have to take our mouse cursor over YouTube. And you can see we have a small pop-up here that contains the value of a title attribute. Let me zoom in a bit here. So here you can see on taking the mouse cursor, we have this small pop-up with the value of a title attribute, right? Another thing we can do for this task is we can add a link over here on the word YouTube. We'll discuss it in the upcoming videos when we'll go through text links in HTML. So you guys will understand it much better then. Now, you guys may have a question in your mind that we can do this exact same thing with formatting tags as well, right? Yes, of course we can do that, but formatting refers to the process of molding the text for a better look and feel of the text, while phrase tags are used to provide meaning to a block of text. It's not necessary that if a tag falls under the category of formatting tags, then it can't be a phrase tag. The difference lies in the purpose of using that particular tag. I hope you guys are getting it. The next tag we are going to discuss is the mark tag. We have already discussed this tag in the formatting tags as well. So let's discuss it one more time. The mark tag in HTML is used to mark any particular text. The text will be highlighted with yellow color. So we have discussed it previously. Now what we are going to do is we are going to copy this piece of code. So we are going to copy the whole paragraph from here and then we'll paste it here. Now instead of using the emphasis tag, we are going to use the mark tag over here. Fine. So we are going to change the tag name from emphasis to mark for the opening and closing tag. Save it now. And you can see we have another paragraph over here which is almost the same or which is exactly the same. It says, hello everyone, this is Kaushal. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Now the thing to notice here is the word YouTube. It is highlighted in yellow color, right? So the title attribute will work same over here as well. If we put our mouse cursor over the word YouTube, you can see we have this pop-up with the same title value, right? So one thing to notice here is the title attribute is basically the differentiator between the formatting tags and the phrase tags. It means that the tag remains the same, but the way of using it defines the purpose. So let's move ahead and we'll now discuss the abbreviation tag in HTML. The word abbreviation in general terms refers to the short form of a word. That's it. We have the answer here. If you are using any abbreviation for any word, we want the user to know that this particular word has a special meaning. Then we can use the abbreviation tag. So the syntax goes like this. What we'll do is we'll again use this same paragraph and we'll paste it over here again. So what we are going to do is we are going to remove this empty space from here so that you guys will be able to see the whole code or as much code as possible. So what we are going to do now is we are going to use the abbreviation tag. Fine. So we'll remove this piece of code from here. We have to put this over the word YouTube. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here abbreviation, and inside there we are going to write YT. So this is the short form of YouTube basically. Now save the program and you can see that we have another paragraph, but there's no difference over here as of now. The word is simple. It's not standing out basically, right? So this is because while using the abbreviation tag, we must necessarily use the title attribute along with this tag. So let's do it here. We have to write here title and we have to write here YouTube because YT stands for YouTube. So we are going to write here YouTube. Now save the program and you can see here that the abbreviation YT is now underlined with a dotted line. Fine. This indicates that the word YT is used as an abbreviation here and the user will know that something is different over here. On taking the mouse cursor over it, you can see we have the value of our title attribute. You can see it says YouTube. So this is basically the short form of YouTube, YT over here. Now the next tag we are going to discuss is the address tag. This tag is used to display the address in the web browser. The content is written within the opening and closing address tag is considered as an address in HTML. So this is the address we generally use. Fine, not an IP address or nothing else. The general address we use for our location or for our address. So let's use this tag over here. We'll write here address and this is the tag. Now inside this tag we are going to write YouTube office, let's say. Then we have 123 street. So this is going to be the street name for our address. Then we have, let's say, sector. So let's say the sector is 456. And then we have the place name as Noida and the country name as India. Fine. So this is an address and let's save the program. You can see here the difference in the browser. The address tag over here has a different font. This tag is used to indicate that this particular block of text is an address. So you can see it over here. This is our address. Now if you want to see it clearly, let me remove these three paragraphs from here. Save the program now and you can see we have address over here. So if you want to write it in different lines, so what we can do is we can use the break tag over here, then over here again, save the program and you can see we have the address over here. The font is different. That's the only difference between address tag and other tags. Till now we have covered different types of tags present in HTML. We came across the formatting tags and the phrase tags present in HTML. In the last part, we also covered the differences between these tags. Apart from all the differences these tags have, they are still similar in one aspect. That is, these tags are used to change the appearance of a web page. Whenever we use these tags, we change the look and the feel of a web page. Now, the meta tag is a bit different from these tags. This tag does not impact the appearance of a web page. It is used in the head section of the HTML document and does not require any closing tag to work. What this tag does is, it gives information about the data we have on our web page. Meta refers to metadata. Metadata means data about data. For example, if we have a website that provides the user with some data, it can be any kind of data, and the user can go through it to gain some information. But the information about the data present on a website is given by metadata only. What does it mean to provide data about data? For example, if we go to Google and search for a keyword. Now, how Google works is it goes through the keywords present in any particular website and then shows the user that particular website. Those keywords here refer to metadata, and we have to put them inside meta tags in HTML. The description we get while searching for a website is also present inside the meta tag of any HTML document. Basically, what we are trying to say is this tag is used to give essential information about any particular web page. Meta elements can be used to include name value pairs describing properties of HTML documents. For example, If we want to put any keyword for our web page, the name attribute inside the meta tag will contain the keyword and the value attribute will contain the actual keyword name. There's no closing tag needed in meta elements because these elements contain information within attributes only. We can use multiple meta tags for different information. So let's start with the programming part now, and you guys will get a better idea about meta tag in HTML. Here we have a simple HTML document wherein we already have some meta tags present over here. So these tags are present in any new HTML document we create in VS Code. Let me show it to you again. Let me zoom in a bit in VS Code. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a new HTML file over here. So let's create one. So let's say we are writing here, the name is meta.html. Fine. Now press the exclamation key. So we have to write it this. Now press enter and you can see we have all the necessary tags present in our HTML document, right? You can see here we have 3 meta tags present over here with some attributes. Let's discuss these tags first. The first meta tag over here you can see has the keyword or has the attribute as charset, right? It says charset and the value is UTF-8. Now UTF refers to Unicode transformation format 8-bit. It is the most common character encoding present in the whole World Wide Web. That is the whole internet. So the next meta tag here has the attribute HTTP equiv, or we can say HTTP equivalent. The value is X UA compatible here. And then we have the content attribute with value as IE equals to edge. Now this tag tells the Internet Explorer to display the content in the highest mode available. We generally don't need this tag in an HTML document unless we are working with Bootstrap. Now the next meta tag here is used for the viewport width of the web page. You can see it over here. It says name is equals to viewport and content, it contains width, device width, and initial scale is set to 1.0. Fine. Now this gives the browser instruction on how to control the dimension and scaling of a web page. The width is equals to device width part sets the width of the page to follow the screen width of the device, which may vary depending on the device size. So the next thing we have the initial scale is equal to 1.0, right? It is used to set the initial zoom level when the browser first loads the web page. So 1.0 is the default value. So these are some predefined meta tags we get while creating any HTML document in VS Code. Now let's discuss some more thing we can do with a meta tag in HTML. We discussed previously about keywords present on a web page, right? So what we'll do is we'll first write over here. We are going to create a meta tag. Then we'll write inside here name is equals to, let's say, keyword. And then we have the content attribute. So it will contain keywords inside it. What we are going to do is we are going to write some keywords. Let's say we are writing over here HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and let's write something else. Let's write here meta. So these are the keywords over here. Now what we did here is we defined some keywords for our web page. Now when any user searches for any of these keywords and we want Google to show our web page at the top, then we have to include all the possible keywords that the user can use to search in Google. Fine. Similarly, if we want to give any description about a web page, what we have to do is we have to write meta over here. So we are going to use another meta tag over here. So next up we have the name attribute. Inside name we'll write description, and inside content we'll give the description, the actual description. Fine. So we'll write this is a page for meta tags in HTML and we'll close this meta tag. That's it. This is the description of our web page. One thing to say here is none of these meta tags we are using will affect the physical appearance of the web page. So these meta tags are basically related to search engine optimization only. So that's why we are not using them side by side along with Google Chrome, because we can't see them or we can't witness them. Now the next property we'll be discussing here is the revised property. This property is used to mention the last revision done on the web page. The syntax goes like this. we have to use a new meta tag for it, and then inside name, what we have to do is we have to write here revised, and then we have to write here content, and then we have to provide the name. So we'll write here simply quote, then we'll write the date over here. Fine, so we'll write here 14/03/2022. This is the date. You guys might have noticed while going through Google after searching for any website that last updated is mentioned there in some cases. So this is the syntax for doing so. In case we want to put the name of the person who made the change, then what we can do is we can write here meta again. So we have to use the meta tag again and again for each property. Fine, so we have to write here name. Now we have to mention author, and inside content we have to write the name of author. So let's say Kaushal is the name of author. Now this meta tag over here states that Kaushal is the author of this web page who made the changes and worked on it. Fine. Now if we want a web page to refresh automatically after a particular time interval, we can use meta tag for this task as well. What we can do is we can write here, after this we can write here meta. Now we are not going to use name over here, we are going to use HTTP equiv, and then we have to write here refresh. Then inside content we have to pass here value. So 3 here in this statement refers to the time in seconds. If we include this statement in a HTML file, then the page will get refreshed after every 3 seconds. We can witness this right now. Save the program, and what we have to do is we have to open it with live server. We'll click on open it with live server, and you can see here after every 3 seconds the page gets refreshed, right? So this is how the refresh property in meta tag actually works. Till now we came across certain types of tags in HTML. We have a good idea of how and when to use any particular tag while working with HTML. Now let's imagine a situation where we are working on the front end of any web page which contains more than 1,000 lines of code. We are almost finished with the front end, but suddenly we realize that we made an error somewhere previously, or we want to change a particular piece of code, let's say. In that case, we can't go back checking each line to find that particular piece of code, right? That's where comments can help us and save our time. A comment is common for almost all programming languages. The syntax may differ in different languages, but the usage remains the same. It is a line in programming that does not affect the output of the program. It stays there in the code but does not affect the output by any means. In HTML, the way of writing a comment is quite simple. We have been working with tags for some time now. The syntax for comments also remains similar to them. All we have to do is we have to write here, like we want to add a comment here, let's say. So what we have to do is we have to put an exclamation mark, and then we have to put this. Now this is the syntax for comments in HTML. Now whatever thing we'll write inside it will be treated as a comment. Fine. So one thing to notice here is that there is an exclamation mark at the start of every comment we use, but not at the end. Fine. Just keep this thing in mind, and we are good to go with comments in HTML. Let's save our program, and you can see there is no change in the browser. So for your convenience, what we are going to do is we are going to add a paragraph over here. So let's say we are writing over here, we are going through comments in HTML. Let's save the program, and you can see that particular paragraph in the browser. So the comment won't affect the outcome of any program by any means. Fine. Another use of comments is they can be used to hide content. Now hiding content means we can temporarily hide any tag from the HTML document according to our needs. So let's say we have an image over here and we want to see if the web page will look good with the image or without it. So let's add an image first. What we'll do is we'll write after this paragraph tag img. Let's say the source is inside images. We have html.png. This is the image. Then we'll write here alternate. Alternate will be, let's say, HTML. Now save the program, and you can see the image over here, but it's quite large. So let's fix this first. We are going to write here height and width. So we are using attributes basically. So we'll write here width width is going to be 250 pixels. Again, save the program, and here you can see we have an image. Fine. Now, to remove this image temporarily, what we have to do is we have to put this whole image tag inside the comment. What we'll do is we'll write over here the syntax for comment. Now this is the comment. What we'll do is we'll copy this image tag, we'll cut it from here and we'll paste it inside this comment. Fine. Now save the program, and the image is temporarily removed from the browser. Right? Simple and easy. Now a comment can be a single line comment or a multi-line comment. No change in the syntax for that. Anything we put inside these tags will be taken as a comment by the browser. So what we are trying to say here is comments are very useful in programming. It's just a note for the programmer to remember what they did at that particular part of the program. Or we can simply say with comments, we can place notifications and reminders in a HTML code. We have been through the image tag previously. If you guys remember when we came across empty elements in HTML, there we saw the syntax for image tag in HTML. Actually, the image tag falls under the category of empty elements in HTML. That's why we saw it there as well. It means that this particular tag in HTML does not require any closing tag to work. It has attributes. We'll go through them in a moment. Before that, let me clear this one thing to you guys. Any image we see on a web page is not inserted into that page. Instead, it is linked to a web page. What the image tag does, it holds a space for the referenced image. You will understand it much better in a while. So let's go through the syntax of adding an image or attaching an image, we can say, to a web page. Using the image tag is not at all a task for the user. It's the easiest thing to do in HTML, we can say that. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside the body tag. What we are going to do is we are going to write here img. So this is the tag, and we already know that this is an empty element, so it does not require any closing tag. Now inside the image tag we have to add attributes. So we'll write here src. So let's discuss some important things before we move ahead. You can see over here that we have used the src attribute inside the image tag. This is a necessary attribute while using the image tag in HTML. Why so? This attribute specifies the path to the image. Any image we want to attach to a web page needs to be stored somewhere, either in the system or it can be anywhere on the internet as well. So let's move back to the main folder. So what we are going to do is we are going to move back to our main HTML folder. So here we are inside the HTML folder. Now what we are going to do is we are going to make large icons over here. So here we are in the HTML folder. You can see we have all the HTML files over here, right? Here we have an image named Python. So if we double click on it, you can see this is an image and the name of this image is Python, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to click on it, right click basically, go to properties, and here you can see we have the name of a file and then we have the type. Type here is PNG. PNG means Portable Network Graphics. It is basically an extension for images and pictures. So HTML do support other extensions like JPEG, GIF, SVG and many more other extensions. So we can use any of those files with those extensions. Now to attach this image to a web page, we need to provide the path to the system through which the system can understand that this particular image is stored in this part of the system or the drive. Fine. So the path you can check here is at the top of this window. Click on it and you can see the path over here. So this is the path. So this Python file is present inside the C drive users. Then we have a name, this folder name as Kaushal Bisht. Then we have desktop and HTML. Fine. So this is the path of our image. Let's move back to VS Code, and we don't need the whole path as of now because the current HTML file we are in right now is present inside the HTML folder. So we don't need to specify the whole path as of now. All we have to do is we have to write the file name here inside the src attribute. What we'll do is we'll write here the file name. So our file name is python.png. Fine. So this is a file name. Save the program, and you can see we have an image over here on the browser. The size is quite large as of now. We'll see how to manage this thing after some time. For now, let's reduce the size of the whole web page. What we are going to do is we are going to reduce the size, and you can see the whole image over here. Fine. Another possibility is we can store all the images inside a single folder. So here, if we go back to our HTML folder, here you can see we have a folder named images, right? Double click on it and you can see we have different images present over here. We have 3 different images basically, HTML, CSS and JavaScript. We can use any of these images. So let's get back to VS Code again. And the next thing we are going to do is we are going to access any image from that particular folder. Fine. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here after this img, then src. Now inside src, we have to write the folder name first. Fine. So we'll write here images, then we'll use slash, and then we'll write the file name. So we have 3 different files over here. This is the benefit of using VS Code. We have all the 3 files we can use over here. So let's use css.png as of now. Close the image tag, save the program, and you can see the image over here. So let's do one thing. We are going to use the br tag, use it now, save the program, and let's use it once again so that it will be easy for us to understand. So here we have 2 different images, the Python one and the CSS one. So basically what we have to do is we have to give the correct path of that particular image. Fine. So the next attribute we'll discuss is the alt attribute, or we can say the alternate attribute. Let's write it over here first. What we are going to do is we are going to write here alt, press enter and write something over here. Let's say we are writing over here CSS. So this alt attribute we have here provides an alternate text for an image. If the user for some reason cannot view it, so basically it can happen because of slow connection, an error in the source code or in the source, we can say, or if the user is using a screen reader. So it can be any of these reasons, but if the user is not able to see that picture, then an alternate text will come at place. Fine. So the value of the alt attribute should always describe the image. So that's why we have written over here CSS, so that the user can understand that this particular image over here is a CSS image, or it can be basically anything that describes the image. Fine. So let's do one thing here. What we'll do is we'll make an error over here in the src attribute. Let's change the file name over here. Let's say this is the file name. That's a simple error, right? Nothing major over here. Let's save the program and you can see the image is not here anymore. Fine. So I believe you guys might not be able to see it because I have to increase the size for that. So you can see here now there's no image present at this particular part of a web page because the source is wrong. So the file name is wrong basically. Instead of that, we have text present over here which says CSS. Fine. So this is how the alt attribute works in the image tag. Further, and talking about the actual size of these images over here, we can change the size of these images in 2 different ways. So let's start with the easier one first. What we'll do is we'll use the height and the width attribute, just like the source and alternate attributes we have. These attributes are also used within the image tag. All we have to do is we have to write here height is, let's say, 250 pixels, and then we have width as well. So width again is, let's say, 250 pixels. Save the program and you can see the image height and width is now 250 pixels. We can do the same thing for this file as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here width as, let's say, 100 pixels and height as again 100 pixels. Save the program and you can see the size of this image is 100 pixels in width and height now. Fine. Another way of using these attributes is to use them within the style tag. We can use this tag anywhere in the program. Although this tag is related to CSS and we can also define these things in CSS files. But as of now, we are not talking about that concept. So we'll stick to HTML only. So what we'll do is we'll write here to use the style tag. What we have to do is we have to write here style. Now what we want to do is we want to access the image tag. So we have to write here img curly braces. Now we have to define the properties inside here. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll define the width over here as 500 pixels and the height as well. Fine. Height is again going to be 500 pixels. Now one thing to notice here is this image tag or these properties will be applied on both the tags because we are using tag over here. Fine. So we are changing the properties of a tag. So both the image tag will be affected. Save the program and you can see the image size are now changed. Both are 500 pixels. So let's do one thing. Let's remove it from here and this as well. Now change the size to, let's say, 200 pixels and 200 pixels. Save the program and you can see we have both the images over here. Both are 200 pixels in width and height. So this tag is also working fine. What we summarize from this is we can use these attributes within the image tag itself, or we can use the style tag to change the style of the image. So these are some of the basic attributes we can use within the image tag in HTML. I hope you guys got it. Try it by yourself and let us know if you face any problem. A table is a set of data elements that allows us to store or represent data into rows and columns. Just like we create tables in normal life for representing the data, the same table we create in HTML as well. A table consists of rows and columns. We can arrange any kind of data like text, images, links, other table, etc. into rows and columns of cells. Fine. The table tag in HTML is used to create a table. So let's do it here side by side and you guys will get a better idea of what we are talking about here. So let's create a simple table first. We'll discuss each step here. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside the body tag. We'll create a new tag. So this table tag. This is a table tag. Whatever data we want to put in the table will go inside this table tag only. Now save the program and you can see we are not able to see any table here. So we'll see it in a while. Now let's add some data here first. We know that a table consists of rows and columns, right? The table row tag defines any row in HTML or in a table we can say. The syntax for it goes like this. What we'll do is we'll write over here inside the table tag only. We'll write tr. Now this tr represents table row. Fine. One thing to notice here is we are nesting one tag inside another tag. The table tag is responsible for creating a space for the table. The table row tag is used to add a row to that particular table. Now the next step is to add columns inside the table. Each row can contain one or more than one column. The table data tag is used to add data in columns. So it might sound a bit confusing at the moment, but let's do it over here and you guys will know how easy it is to add data in columns. What we have to do is we have to write here simply TD. TD stands for table data and we have to put the data inside this TD tag. TD means table data tag and this tag represents a column in a table. Fine. So let's write it over here. R1, comma C1. Fine. Let's give some space over here as well. Then again we are going to use the TD tag. So we'll write here R1, comma. Fine. Now here we are. We have added two columns inside the first row. So let's check the output now. Save it. And you can see we have the data over here. This is basically the table data. R1 means row 1, C1 means column 1, and similarly R1 means row 1, C2 means column 2. So this is a single row with two different columns. Fine. Now we are not able to see the structure of the table, right? In order to get the structure of the table, we have to include an attribute inside the table tag. What we have to do is we have to write here inside the table tag. We have to write here border, and inside border we have to mention the border width, so which is basically 1 pixel. Right now save the program and you can see this border attribute will show the border all around the table and the cells. Fine. We can change the width of this border by changing the value of border over here. So for example, if we write here 10 pixels and now if we save the program, you can see the border changing. So this looks nice, right? So for now, we'll write here 1 pixel only. So this is the table border. Moving ahead, let's add another row over here first. What we'll do is we'll use the table row tag again, and the rest HTML will take care of. We can add a row in a table anywhere in the HTML. Keep this thing in mind. Until the table row tag is nested inside the table tag, HTML will manage to add the row in the table. Fine. What we'll do is we'll write here after this table row tag, we are going to add another row. So we are going to write here tr. Now inside this, we have to write some data, or we can say we have to include some columns. So this is going to be the row 2. So we are going to write here R2, C1 for column 1, and then we'll write here TD again. We'll write here R2, then we have C. Fine. Now save the program, and you can see we have another row over here which says R2 and C2 and R1 and C1 obviously. So adding rows and columns seems an easy task now, right? I hope you guys got it. Moving further, we'll now discuss the table heading tag. So every time we arrange some data in the table, we need some reference to that data, right? Let's say we are creating a bill for a restaurant. What we need in that bill are the name of the product and the price. Fine. So we need to mention it at the top of each column. To do so, we need to use the table heading tag. The syntax for this tag is pretty easy. What we have to do is we have to write here after the first table row tag. The syntax for this tag is pretty easy. What we have to do is we have to write here before the first table row tag. So we have to write here only, because this is going to be the heading. So it has to be present at the top of the table before any row and column. We have to add another row over here. Now inside this row we have to mention headings. Fine. So we have to use the table heading tag. So the syntax is this. Now we have to write here the first heading. So let's say the first heading is item, and then we have the second heading as price. Fine. Save the program, and you can see we have two headings over here. Now let's change the table's data first, and we'll create a bill for some restaurant, let's say. So what we are going to do is we are going to add another column over here in each row. So we are going to add a column, let's say it's SR number. So it's going to be the serial number. Then we have to change the data here only. Fine. So we'll remove the data from here, from each row basically. So we'll remove this as well, and we'll remove this as well. Fine. Now this is going to be the first row after. Let's save the program once, and you can see over here we have empty cells present over here. We have three headings: serial number, item, and price. Let's work on the first row now. We need another table data tag. So the serial number is going to be 1 for first row. Let's say the item name is T. Then we have the price. So let's say the price is going to be rupees 20. Save the program, and we have our first row over here. Now for the second row we have to put the serial number as 2. Then we have coffee, or let's say black coffee. Then we have to use another table data tag. Now we have to mention the price. The price is, let's say, 30 for black coffee. And we are good to go with this as well. We are going to copy this whole row from here. We are going to paste it here. The serial number is going to be 3. The item name is, let's say, cappuccino. So we'll write here cappuccino, and the price is going to be a little higher than black coffee. Let's say 60 for cappuccino. And then we are going to add another item over here. Fine. So the serial number is going to be 4. Instead of cappuccino, let's write here espresso. Then let's change the price to 90. Save the program, and you can see the table over here. It looks nice, right? Now we have 3 columns. The procedure is the same, and you just saw it, right? Just like we added the table heading here in this table, similarly, we can give a caption to the table as well. Like here we can write the restaurant's names, or we can write the bill, or anything we want. So that particular caption will be present at the top of the table. So what we have to do is we have to write here at the top before this table row tag, before the first row, we have to write here caption. Caption is another tag. Now we have to write here, let's say the restaurant name is XYZ restaurant. Save the program and you can see the caption over here as XYZ restaurant. Fine. Now the next thing we are going to discuss in this video is the row span and the col span attributes. Suppose we want to merge two cells and create a single one. Merging two cells means, let's say we want to merge these two cells. Fine, this one and this one. So for that we can use the column span attribute or the row span attribute. Fine. So for example, let's suppose we want to print the grand total of all the items. For that, we don't need the serial number. So what we can do is we can merge the first two columns of this row with the help of col span. So we are going to create another row over here and we are going to merge these two columns. Fine, in the new row. So what we have to do here is we have to write here, after this row we are going to add another row. So for that we have to write here table row tag. Now inside this table row tag we have to mention the table data tag, and then we'll write here col span. Col span is going to be 2 because we want to merge two cells. Fine. Now what we'll do is we'll write here grand total and we are going to add another cell. So we are going to write here TD again. So let's add it and the total price is, I guess, 200. So we'll write here 200. Save the program and you can see we have two columns merged over here. Fine. Similarly, we can also use the row span attribute whenever we want to merge two rows. One thing to keep in mind is we can use these attributes within the table data tag only, not in any other tag. For example, if we want to merge two rows, fine. So what we can do is we can write here row span and we are going to write here 2, save the program and you can see these two rows are now merged. Fine. So let's remove it for now and save the program again. So this table looks nice now. The next attribute we have in tables is the background color attribute. We can use this attribute to change the background color of the whole table or of any particular row or column. Fine. We just have to use the BG color attribute as per our requirement. For example, if we want to change the background color of the first row, which contains all the headings, what we have to do is we have to write here inside this first table row tag, we have to write here BG color and this is an attribute. Now let's say we want to color it as red. Fine, save the program and you can see the output. The whole row is red in color now. Fine. Similarly, we can change the border color of the whole table with the help of border color attribute. We have to write here inside the table tag. So this is the main tag and we have to write here border color is equals to, let's say, yellow. Fine, save the program and you can see the border is now yellow in color. One thing I want to tell here is we can change the background color of any particular cell. Fine, so let's say we want to change the background color of espresso. Fine, let's do it. Let's change this background color to brown. Fine, so here we have espresso inside this table data tag. What we have to do is we have to write here BG color and we have to mention here brown. Save the program and you can see it's brown in color. Fine. So guys, this is basically how we can create and add data in a table in HTML. I hope you guys got what we went through in today's video. Try doing it by yourself and let us know if you have any confusion. Lists are used to group related pieces of information so that they are evidently associated with each other and easy to read. Of course, it makes a web page easier to read for the user, right? There are three different types of lists present in HTML: the ordered list, unordered list, and the definition list. We'll discuss each of these lists in detail. So now that we have a basic idea of what lists are, let's move on to the programming part directly. The ordered list is the first list we have in HTML. It uses different schemes of numbers to list our items. The OL tag is used to create an ordered list in HTML. So an ordered list uses numbers or some sort of notation that indicates a series of items. An ordered list can start with numbers like 1 and continue through 2, 3, 4 and so on. It can also start with alphabets like A, B and continues through C, D and so on. Roman numerals can also be used in ordered lists. So let's create one list over here first, and you guys will get a better understanding of the ordered list in HTML. The syntax goes like this. We'll write here inside the body tag, we'll write OL. OL stands for ordered list. To add items to a list, we have to use the LI tag. LI stands for list items. So this is the LI tag. Anything we'll write inside this particular LI tag will be added as a list item to that particular list. Fine. We have to put each list item inside this particular tag in order to add it to the list. So let's add something to this list first. What we'll do is we'll write inside here, let's say apple. Fine. Then we'll add another item over here. So let's say we have mango. Let's add some more items, and we have banana, and lastly let's say we have orange. Fine. So we have 4 fruits here. We are including them in a list. Now save the program, and you can see here we have a list present over here in the browser. This list over here has numbers, right? It has 1, 2, 3 and 4. We can change them to alphabets or Roman numerals. For that, we have to use the type attribute within the OL tag. So what we have to do is we have to go here and we have to write here type, press enter, and if you are using VS Code, you can see the types of ordered list. We can write here 1. We can write here capital A. Capital A is used for uppercase letters. We can write here small a for lowercase letters. We can write here capital I for uppercase numerals. Then we can write here small I for lowercase numerals. So let's write here small I first, and you can see the list is changed. There are lowercase numerals now, which starts from 1, 2, 3 and 4. We can use here capital I as well for uppercase numerals. Similarly, we can use capital A for uppercase alphabets and small a for lowercase alphabets. You guys can see it here, right? We can also specify the starting point in an ordered list, and for that we have to use the start attribute. We don't have to do much. We have to write here start, and we have to write here any number. Let's say we are using lowercase alphabets, right? So if we write here 5, now the 5th alphabet is E. The list will start with E now. Save the program, and you can see the list starts with E, F, G and H, right? One thing to keep in mind while using the start attribute is this attribute works with numeric values only. So I hope you guys must have got an idea about the ordered list in HTML. Moving ahead, let's discuss the unordered list now. An unordered list typically is a bulleted list of items. It is basically a collection of related items with no special order or sequence. Fine. So let's create one unordered list here as well. The UL tag creates an unordered list in HTML. We'll write here UL. UL stands for unordered list. And now we have to include list items. Fine. The LI tag will be used for that. We have to write here LI. Let's add some items over here. So let's write the name of some vegetables now. So let's say we are writing over here potato. Then we have, let's say, carrot. And then we have, let's say, cabbage. These all are vegetable names. So let's say we are adding one more here. Let's say it is radish. Fine. That's it. Save the program. And you can see we have another list over here. This type of list in HTML is known as unordered list. You can see these bullets over here in front of each list item, right? We can change the type here as well with the help of type attribute. For an unordered list, the type attribute can have three different types: square, circle, or disk. The default one we have here in this particular list is the disk. So if we write here inside the UL tag type, and if we specify here the type as, let's say, circle, save the program, and you can see it over here. We have circles over here now, right? Similarly, we can use squares as well. So if we write here square, save the program, and you can see it changed to square. So the last type of list we are left with is the definition list in HTML. A description list or a definition list is a list of terms with a description of each term. In a definition list, entries are listed like a dictionary or encyclopedia. If it sounds a bit confusing, then let's create one here and you guys will understand. So the DL tag is used to define a definition list in HTML. The list item tag is not used within the definition list. Instead, we use two different tags here. The DT tag is used for the term and the DD tag is used for the definition. Fine. For example, if we create one list over here, so firstly what we have to do is we have to define the list. So for that we have the DL tag for definition list. Now inside here we have to mention the term. So let's say the first term we have is HTML, and for the definition of HTML we have to use the DD tag. Fine. So let's say HTML stands for hypertext markup language. Fine. Okay, let's add another item over here. So let's say the second term we have is CSS. Okay, CSS we'll write over here. Then we'll write inside the definition, let's say CSS stands for cascading style sheet. Fine. Save the program, and you can see here we have another list present in the browser which defines the terms HTML and CSS. We can add as many items as we want in these type of lists. We can add more than one, or we can just add one item. It totally depends on us. So I hope you guys must have understood what lists are in HTML by now. Try it by yourself and let us know what you learned. Before discussing text links in HTML, let's understand what a link is. Any website we go through in today's world must contain a link. A link in HTML is an object that allows us to a new location when we click on it. It provides a simple way of navigation between different pages present on the web. These links in HTML are known as hyperlinks, and hyperlinks allows us to navigate between websites by clicking on words, emails, and images. Thus, we can create hyperlinks using text or images available on a web page. So let's go through an example of what links are and how they make it easier for the user to navigate within web pages. Here we have a sample web page. We created it when we went through jQuery. On this website, you can see we have words present over here like home, about, categories, top rated, and contact. Fine. If we click on any of these words, it takes us to that particular section of the web page. What actually happens is when we mention these words on the HTML file, we provided them with specific links so that it will be easier for the viewer to get to any particular part of the website without much hassle. I hope you guys now have got an idea of what links are. Let's see how these links are added to a web page now. In this particular video, we'll go through text links in HTML. We'll cover image links and email links in the upcoming videos, so don't worry about them. Now, in HTML, the anchor tag is used to specify a link. Anything present between the opening and closing anchor tag becomes the part of a link. And we can click that part to reach to the linked web page or document. So the syntax for the anchor tag goes like this. Inside the body tag, we have to write here E. So this is our anchor tag, and anything goes in between there will be considered as a part of the link. Fine. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll add the link to a website here. To specify a link in HTML, the href attribute is used. This attribute specifies the URL of the web page or website or document the link goes to. So href is basically a attribute. Fine. So what we have to do is we have to write here inside the anchor tag, we have to mention the href attribute, and now we have to write the URL of website over here. Fine. So let's say the URL of a website is www.google.com. Fine. And the text will be, let's say, Google. Fine. Now save the program, and you can see here we have Google written over here on the web page in blue color. It is purple for now. You will get to know about it later on in this video only. So the URL we mentioned over here inside the anchor tag will take us to the home page of Google search engine. Click on it and you can see here we are on Google's home page. Right. So moving ahead, let's discuss the two different types of URLs we have in HTML. The two types of URLs are absolute URL and relative URL. The URL we used here in this example, which navigates the user to Google's homepage, is an example of an absolute URL. Basically, when a full web address is mentioned in the href attribute, it refers to an absolute URL. On the other hand, the relative URL refers to a local link, a link to a page within the same website, or without the HTTPS and www part. Fine. The syntax for this is also a bit different. So let's go through it. What we'll do is we'll first create another web page for this. So let's create one here. We have to name it. So let's say we are writing over here about.html. So let's write some code over here. Let's say we are writing over here, this is the about section of our website. So we'll write here h2 and about us, and let's write a paragraph here as well. We'll write here welcome to a YouTube channel. Fine. So we are done with it. Let's save this and let's open it with live server 1, and you can see it's working totally fine. This is, let's say, the about us section of a website. Now what we'll do is we'll move back to our original file. So we have this original file over here and we'll create a link over here. Fine. Basically what we are doing is we are linking these two HTML files. Fine. Now in here what we'll do is we'll create another link which will redirect us to that about us page. So for that we have to write here a href and we have to close the anchor tag. Fine. So in here we have to write the file name. So we'll write here about.html and we'll write here about us. Fine. Save the program now and you can see we have the word about us present over here. Click on it and it will take us to the about us section of our website or to the about us page of our website. You can see it over here. Now the reference to adding a local page is the same as attaching an image to a web page. We can provide the path of that particular page inside the href attribute. Moving ahead, let's discuss the target attribute in anchor tag. Whenever we click on a link, it opens a web page in the same window by replacing the current web page. This happens by default in HTML. Fine. We can change this to either within the same window or in a new window. The target attribute can have 4 different values. The 4 values can be self, blank, parent, and top. So self is used to open the related document within the same window. For example, if we use this particular attribute over here inside this anchor tag, we'll write here target, then we'll write here underscore self. Fine, save this program and we'll refresh this page once again. One thing to keep in mind is we have to write the value like this only with the underscore present before the value. Fine. Now save the program and now if we click on the link over here, the about us link, the new document will be opened in the same window only. This is the default value as well in any web page. So if we want to change the document to open in a new window, we have to write here instead of self. So let's do it for this link. Now what we'll do is we'll write target over here. Target will be set to blank with an underscore. Save the program. Move back to the web page and click on Google over here. You can see this link is opening in a new window now. Fine. Similarly, we have the top and parent values as well. The parent value opens the document in the parent frame and the top will open it in full body of the window. We'll discuss them later when we go through HTML frames in the upcoming videos. One more thing we can do with links is to change the color of a link. For that, we have three different attributes: a link, v link, and link. A link refers to an active link, v link on the other hand refers to a visited link, and link refers to the color of the normal link. We can mention these three attributes inside the body tag only if we want to make similar changes to all the links present on the website. If we want to do it for one single link, what we have to do is we have to mention these three attributes inside the anchor tag of that particular link only. Fine. The syntax goes like this. For now, we'll mention them inside the body tag. So we'll write here link. Link is going to be yellow in color. Then we have a link. So a link is going to be, let's say, brown, and then we have v link. Fine. So v link is going to be, let's say, green. Fine. Save the program, and you can see Google and About Us are now green in color because they are already visited links. So what we'll do is we'll add another link over here. We'll write a href. So let's use any HTML file from here. So let's use the meta.html one. So we'll write here meta.html. Target will set to, let's say, blank. Fine. We are going to open it in a new window. So let's say we are writing over here meta. Save the program, and you can see meta over here, which is also in green color because all these three links are visited. Click on it and you can see the color changing to brown. Fine, because it states that these links are active as well. Fine. Now let's talk about the default color of an HTML link as well. So an unvisited link in HTML is underlined and blue in color. A visited link is underlined and purple in color. That's why this particular link at the start was in purple color. An active link is underlined and red in color. So this is the task for you guys. You have to use these attributes to change the color of a link present on a web page. So I hope you guys must have got an idea by now about the anchor tag in HTML. Now that we know enough about links in HTML and we saw previously how to use it with a specific word or phrases in HTML, we'll do the same thing, but this time we are going to do it with images only. Now a link in HTML is an object that allows us to a new location when we click on it. It provides a simple way of navigation between different pages present on the web. Just a quick revision of what links are in HTML. So we already know how to attach an image to a web page in HTML. The image tag is used for it. Now to add a link within an image, we have to nest one tag inside the other. It's not as hard as it sounds. So let's do it here and you will understand it much better. We'll use the image tag within the anchor tag. First of all, we'll write here inside the body tag of a HTML document. We'll write a, then this is the anchor tag. We have to write here href. Href is an attribute. We came across this in the previous video. So now what we'll do is we'll write inside here the reference to a web page. So let's say write here HTTPS. Then we have to write here this. Let's say we are writing here www.google.com. Fine. Now the anchor tag is ready. Let's recall what we did with text in the last part. We simply wrote the text between the anchor tag and the browser treated that text as a link. Fine. Now what we have to do is to add an image in place of that text. So we'll simply nest the image tag here. What we'll do is we'll write here inside the anchor tag, inside the body of anchor tag basically. So we'll write here image. So this is our tag. Now we have to add an image over here. Fine. So let's say we are writing over here src. Now we have this image present inside the images folder. So let's use one image from this. And we have to write here alt. Alt is going to be HTML for this. That's it. We have used the image over here. Save the program. And you can see we have an image over here on the browser. The size is quite large, right? So let's fix it first. So what we'll do is we'll use the height and the width attribute within the image tag. So we'll write here height is going to be 200 pixel. Then we have the width as well. Width is again going to be 200 pixel. Save the program. And here you can see the image size is fine now. If we click anywhere on the image, then the home page of Chrome will open because the image is attached to that link only. We have written over here www.google.com. Fine, so it will take us to the home page of Google's search engine. Click on the image and you can see it takes us to the home page of Google. So attaching a link to an image is surely one of the easiest tasks to perform in HTML. We have used an absolute URL over here in this particular image. We can also use a relative reference. The syntax will remain the same. So let's do that as well. What we'll do is we'll write over here inside the body tag again. We'll use another image. So let's use the break tag over here. Then we'll write here a href. Href is going to be a relative reference. So let's say we have this about.html file in a system. So let's use it for now. So we'll write here about.html. Then we'll nest the image tag inside here. So we'll write here img. Now we have to close this tag. We'll write here src. Src is going to be inside the images folder again. We are going to use css.png. We'll write here alt. Alt is going to be css. Then we have height. Height is going to be 200 pixel and width. Width is again going to be 200 pixel. The same thing we did with this image as well. Save the program and you can see we have another image over here which says CSS3 and we have used a relative reference or we can say a relative URL over here for this image. So this image will take us to about.html. We can do many such tasks using images in HTML. So let's click on the image first. You can see the image over here, click on it and you can see we are in the About Us page, right? It says welcome to our YouTube channel. So this is how we can use images within anchor tag in HTML. The attributes for both the tags remains the same. We can still use the target attribute within the anchor tag for the new web page to open either in the same window or in a new one. So I hope you guys must have understood by now. Adding an image and attaching a link to it is quite easy. I want you guys to give it a try and learn something new out of it. So that's all for this video guys. The easiest part to do on a web page is adding an email link. You already have seen this feature on so many websites. They provide the user with an option to write an email to them in case of any query, request or complaint. But in some cases, it can cause unnecessary spamming problems for our email accounts. So we'll quickly go through the syntax as there is not too much to explore in this particular topic. The anchor tag and the href attribute remain the same here as well. So the syntax goes like this. We'll write here inside the body tag, we'll use the anchor tag. So we'll write here a, then inside href, we have to write something. But before that, let's close the anchor tag and we'll write some text over here. So let's say we are writing over here like write. Okay, so let's say we are writing over here contact us. Fine. So this is going to be the text. Now we have to provide the mail ID or the receiver's mail ID inside the href attribute. But for that, we have to write here mail to. Mail to is a special keyword used in this particular attribute. So inside here, we have to write the email ID. So let's say we are writing over here email to, or we can say email demo @gmail.com. So this is the receiver's email ID, let's say. So we have specified the email ID here inside the href attribute. Now save this program and you can see we have the link over here on the browser. You can see it over here. We have contact us. Click on it and it will open the mail app in our system. We can choose any app from here of our choice. So guys, this is how we can link an email to our web page. Another thing we can do here is we can open this email in any particular app as well. For example, if we want to open it in Gmail, we have to follow certain steps. We are not doing it here because of some privacy, but let me tell you guys how to achieve it. So first of all, you have to go to Gmail, then click on Compose. write the receiver ID in the to part. Now copy the full link for the whole web page. I'm talking about this particular link. So we have to copy that link and we have to paste it inside the href attribute of a HTML file. We can use the target attribute as well to open it in a new tab, and that's it. So guys, I hope you must have got an idea about how email links actually work in HTML. Try doing it by yourself and let us know if you face any problem. In general terms, a frame refers to a support structure. We go through this word in our daily life. A frame can be a piece of furniture, it can be the frame of a building or a car, or it can be anything that gives it its shape basically. Before iframes were introduced, there was a concept of frames in HTML. Let's discuss it a bit. HTML frames were used to divide a browser's window into multiple sections, where each section is capable of loading a separate HTML document. A collection of frames present on a web page refers to a frame set. There were certain disadvantages of using frames in HTML, like smaller devices cannot cope up with frames often because their screen is not big enough to be divided up. A page may be displayed differently on different computers due to different screen resolutions. The concept of frames was pretty similar to tables in HTML, where we can divide a window into rows and columns, and each frame will be able to load separate HTML documents. With the introduction of HTML5, the concept of frames was removed from HTML. So if we try to use frames in 2022, we can't do that. The replacement of frames was also introduced with the name iframes. Iframe stands for an inline frame. It is used to embed another document within the current HTML document. The basic use of this tag is to embed media files like videos on a web page. We can display a secondary web page on a main page by using this tag. So let's go through the syntax of iframes now, and you guys will get a better idea. The most basic attribute used in iframe is the src attribute. This attribute is used to provide the file name or the website name we want to embed in a HTML document. The syntax goes like this. The tag we have is iframe, so we will write here iframe. Now this is an element, and inside there we have to write the src attribute. Now inside the src attribute, we can either provide the website name or the HTML file. For now, we'll use the file name. So we have a file named embed.html. Fine. So let me quickly show you the embed.html over here. So this is a file. This is just a basic HTML file with an image, with address tag, then we have a paragraph, and then we have the code tag. Fine. So let's open it with live server once, and you can see we have this HTML file. We have a basic image with some text present over here. Now we want to embed this HTML document with our main HTML document. So let's move back to our main document first. So this is our main document. Now we have already added this file name, this embed.html inside the src attribute. Now save the program, and you can see here we have a small window on the browser where the embedded document is open. We can scroll down to check everything we have on the embed HTML file. We have it over here, right? So this is how the iframe tag actually works. The size of this box or window, we can say, is quite small, right? We can change it according to our needs with the help of the height and width attributes. So we have to write here inside the iframe tag, we have to write here height, and let's say the height is going to be 300 pixels. Fine. Then we'll write here width. Width is again going to be 300 pixels. Save the program, and you can see here the size is changed. It's larger and the image is more visible now. We can also add a video file here and we can make it play. This is why the iframes in HTMLs are mainly used. So other attributes we have in this particular tag are the title attribute. This attribute is used to specify the title of the iframe so that screen readers use this to read out what the content of the iframe is. What we have to do is we have to include it over here. We have to write here title, and we can give any title. So let's say for now we have frame. Save it, and you can see this is a document, and whenever the screen reader will go through it, it will let the user know about the content present inside the frame. Now as you can see here on the browser, you will notice that this particular iframe has a border, right? a shadow like thing on the top and left side of the box. So let me zoom it, and here you can see we have border on the top and left hand side of this box or window, we can say, or frame we can also say, but there's no border on the right and on the bottom, right? So what we can do is we can remove it with the help of style attribute. So what we'll do is we'll use the style attribute over here inside the iframe tag. So we'll write here style. Now inside style, what we have to mention is we have to mention the border property. So border is going to be none. Save the program, and you can see that the border is not present anymore. You can see it over here. There's no border as of now. We can also change the border. So we can either remove it or we can change it. So for changing the border, what we have to do is we have to write here instead of none, we have to mention here the border value. So let's say the border value is going to be 3 pixels, solid and black. Fine. Now the border will be of 3 pixels, solid in nature and black in color. Save the program, and here we have the result on our browser. You can see the border over here. So there were many attributes present within the iframe element in HTML, but with HTML5, most of them were deprecated. One thing I want to mention here is that we can also open a website inside this iframe. Just provide the website name as we did for links and it will work. But many websites don't allow this feature like Google, Facebook and Instagram. So the task for you guys is to check this feature with the website and let us know which website you used and if it worked. Elements in HTML can be categorized into two different categories: inline elements and block level elements. Let's go through the inline elements first and you guys will get an idea about them. Inline elements in HTML take as much space as they need, and we can add content within them without a line break. The bold, italic, and underline elements are some of the elements that fall under the category of inline elements. For example, if we have a paragraph written over in the browser and we want to use any of these elements within the paragraph, then we don't need a line break in that case. All we have to do is to use these elements, and without a doubt, that thing will work. Let's use it over here. So what we'll do is we'll just write over here inside the body tag. Let's use a paragraph over here. So we'll write here, this is a, and now we'll use the bold element. So let's say we are writing over here, this is a paragraph. So this is a basic paragraph. Save the program and you can see it here on the browser. We have a paragraph and this particular word over here is bolder. You can see that paragraph over here is bolder in nature. We don't need any line breaks here, right? The element we used here is bold and it is an inline element. This was a basic example of inline elements in HTML. Block level elements, on the other hand, appears on the screen as if they have a line break before and after them. There is no need to specify the line break. They automatically take the full line or width of the web page and create a line break. The paragraph element, header element, and the list elements fall under the category of block level elements. Anything that follows these type of elements appears on its own new line. The most important block level element is the div element. It is used to create the actual layout of the web page by grouping similar types of elements together. We can also provide similar CSS properties to a group of elements present within the div tag. So let's just use this tag over here and you guys will understand it much better. For using a div tag, we have to write here inside the body tag. We have to write here div. Div stands for division. Fine. This tag over here will create a container type of thing in the browser, and anything we write inside it will follow a specific pattern in the browser. For example, if we write here inside the div tag, so let's say we have a heading tag present over here. So we'll write here, this is first group. Fine. So let's say we are creating a group over here. Now we'll write here, this is first group. Now H4 stands for heading tag, is also an example of block level elements. So we don't need any line break over here. Now over here, we'll use the paragraph tag, which is also a block level element. Now let's say we are writing over here list of cars. Fine. Now after that, let's say we are using an unordered list over here. So we'll write here UL, and inside this we'll add some elements. So let's say we are writing over here the name of some cars. So let's say we have Honda over here. Then we have, let's say, Hyundai, and let's add some more elements. So let's say we have BMW as well, and finally we have Audi. Fine. So these are the 4 different list items we have. Now we have enough content inside the div tag. Save the program, and you can see here on the browser that we have a list present over here. Now we can apply similar CSS properties to each of the elements present inside the div tag. What we have to do is we have to use the div tag over here. So what we can do is we can use this div tag inside the CSS file as well. But for now, we are going to style it on the HTML part only. So what we'll do is we'll use the style attribute, and inside style attribute, we'll write over here color. So let's say the color is going to be blue. So this is the font color. So we have to write here blue, and after this we are going to use another property, let's say. So let's say we are writing over here border. Border is going to be 2 pixel, solid in nature, and let's say black in color. Fine. Now save the program, and you guys are able to see the area acquired by the whole div tag. We can align these items present inside the div tag later with the help of CSS properties. We'll discuss it in another video when we go through CSS. For now, let's create another division over here. So what we are going to do is we are going to create another division. So let's write over here div again. So this is another division we have. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy it from here, and we are going to paste it inside this div tag. So we are going to name it as the second group we have. So we'll write here second, and instead of cars we are going to write here the name of bike manufacturers. So we'll write here, let's say, Benelli. Then we have Ducati, and BMW will remain the same because it is a car and a bike manufacturer. Then we'll write here, let's say at the end, Suzuki. Fine. Now save the program, and you guys can see we have another list over here. What we'll do is we'll use some CSS properties here as well. So we are going to write here inside this div tag, we are going to use the style attribute. Now inside this we are going to use the color. Color is going to be, let's say, red, and we'll write here border as well. So border is going to be 2 pixels, solid in nature, and let's say green in color. Fine. Save the program, and you guys can see here we have another division present over here. So you can see it is in a new line, but it's not clearly visible. So let's do one thing. We are going to use the break tag over here. Save the program now, and you guys can see both the containers now are clearly visible. Fine. These borders are not visible by default. We can make them visible with the help of CSS properties like we did here. Now you guys might be wondering what the use of this div tag is. So whenever we create the layout of any website, this is the tag we use the most to provide better structure to a web page. This tag, along with CSS, is of more use than any other HTML tag present today. You will get a better idea about it when we go through CSS in the upcoming videos. Any web page we create using HTML always has a white background, which sometimes may look a bit boring to the user. So is there any way through which we can make it look a bit attractive to the user? Yes, in HTML we have the background color or the background attribute. This attribute is used to change the background of either the whole web page or of any particular tag. We can use an image in the background, or we can just change the background color. We'll do both in today's video. So let's start by changing the background color of the whole body first. To change the background color of the whole body, we can use the BG color attribute. BG stands for background color, and we can use the name of any color, its hex value or the RGB value of any color. Now the fun part is this attribute is deprecated in HTML 5.0. A lot of such things happen in HTML5. So let's see if we can still use this attribute to change the background color of the whole body. What we'll do is we'll write here inside the body tag. we'll simply write here BG color and we'll pass the color name. So let's say we are writing red over here. You can see the attribute is written in red color over here. The BG color we are talking about, this attribute. So it's red in color. It means that this is not working anymore. So let's save the program. And you can see here on the browser that this thing is still working. Now, to change the background color of any particular area, like we can say a division, we have to use the background color attribute. We'll change the background color of a whole division. For that, what we'll do is, we'll write some code first. So we have used the same code from the previous part wherein we discussed the div tag in HTML. We have a list present inside this container. Save the program and you can see here on the browser. Right, the background color of this division is red for now because the background color of the whole body is red. So it's invisible basically. So what we'll do is we'll remove this BG color from here, save it now, and you can see we have this division over here. Now what we have to do is we have to change the background color of this particular division. So for that we'll move to a division and here you can see we have the style attribute. So we have to provide the value or the property inside the style attribute only. So we have color and border over here already. Now what we'll do is we'll write over here background color and the background color is going to be, let's say, aqua. So if you are using VS Code, you can see we have this colors over here. And what we can do is we can change the color from here and it will set the RGB values accordingly. Fine. So VS Code provides us with this option. Now save the program and you can see the background color of this particular division is changed now. So this is how we can change the background color of any division. If we try to use the BG color attribute or the BG attribute, whichever we used in the body tag previously, it will not work over here because that thing is depreciated from HTML5. And to change the background color in HTML5 or above versions, we have to use the background color property only inside the style attribute. We can also use the same style attribute to change the background color of the whole body. What we have to do is we have to write here inside the body tag. So here's our body tag and we have to write here style. Style is the attribute and here we have to write background color. So the background color is going to be, let's say, a little different for now. What we'll do is we'll use the brown color over here, save it now, and you can see we have brown background for the whole body tag. Right, for the whole body we have the brown background. Another thing we can do with background is we can change the background of any division or the whole body with an image as well. The property name inside the style attribute will change and we have to provide the URL for that image. That's it. So let's do it here. We'll try doing it with the division first. So what we'll do is we'll write here inside the div tag. So we have this division over here. We'll remove this background color property from here. And instead of background color, we have to write here background image. So this is the property name. Now inside here, we have to provide the URL. So URL is the path of our image. So we have an images folder present in a system. So this is the folder. Now we have these images present over here. What we'll do is we'll use background1.png, save it now, and you can see the change in the background. So this is basically a transparent background. So let's make some changes over here. What we'll do is we'll remove this style attribute from the body tag and save it now. You can see this is the background. We can also change the color of this particular div tag, so the font color basically. So let's make it black for now and we have to move the marker from here to black and it's good to go. Save it now and you can see we have black font color over here. So you can see the image in the background of this particular division for now. We can do the same thing with the whole body as well. Right here inside the body tag, so we have to write here again, we have to mention the style attribute. Inside the style attribute, we have to mention background image. The URL, the process will remain the same. We have to provide the image path. So we have images and then we'll provide background2.jpg. Save it now and you can see the background. It's a little bit tricky to see it over here because the image is not clearly visible. So for that, we have another property present in HTML. So what we have to do is we have to write here with background image. We have to pass the property as background size and the value is going to be cover. save it now, and you can see now the image is clearly visible. So the font is not visible because the image color and the font color is quite similar. So we can change it from here. So what we have to do is we have to change the color again. So let's do it once again, and now we'll try to use white. Save it now, and you can see this over here. So this is not clearly visible, but this is how we can change the background of any particular division or the body tag in HTML. So guys, these are the few ways to change the background of any web page using HTML. I hope you guys got it. The task for you guys is to use a GIF file here and see if that thing works or not. Not much of a task. Just change the file name here, and we have to pass the file name with .gif as extension. Just change the file name and it will work. As it's quite obvious that while working on any web page, we need to make sure that it looks attractive to the user to gain more of their attention. What colors can do to a web page is quite understandable, and we need to make sure that colors present on a web page should be at point. The question that arises here is how we can achieve that. Is it possible to do it with the help of HTML only? Yes, it's possible to do so. Before we move on and see how, let me tell you guys that we can achieve the same thing with the help of CSS as well. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet. In fact, CSS is always a better option because it helps us make the whole document not only cleaner, but also provides some extra features in it. Now, what if we don't have any CSS knowledge? How HTML can be used to make change in the color scheme of any web page? The first thing to keep in mind while using HTML for making color changes is the style attribute. We have been through this attribute already, and we know that this particular attribute is used to make style changes to any particular HTML element or the whole document. Let's take an example here where we'll use a division and we'll change the background color and the font color of that particular division. We'll also change the border color. For that, we'll write here. So let's create the division first. So we'll create the division using the div tag. So we'll write here div. Now inside div, we'll add a heading. So first add a heading, let's say. So let's say the heading is this is an example. Fine. Now let's add some paragraph over here. So we'll use the p tag for that, or the paragraph tag we can say. So let's say we are writing over here, there are 3 different methods to change the color in a web page. Fine. So we'll write it in a web page. Fine. We are done with the paragraph. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to add an unordered list over here. So for that we'll use the UL tag, which stands for unordered list. Now we have to add the list elements inside here. So let's say we have color names as the first option. Then we have, let's say, the hex codes. So we'll write here hex codes. And finally, let's say we have RGB values. Fine, so we'll write here RGB values. So here we are done with the basic container. The next thing we'll do is we'll make the border visible. So first of all, save the program, and here you can see we have all the data over here. We have a heading, we have a paragraph, and 3 different list items. Fine. Now we'll use the style attribute inside the div tag to make the border visible first. So what we'll do is we'll go to the div tag over here. We'll use the style attribute. We'll write here style, and here we have the style attribute. Now inside this we'll write border. Now the border will take 3 different values. First of all, we'll write here the border size. So let's say the border is going to be 2 pixels thick, and the border is going to be solid in nature. So basically we have written solid over here. Save the program, and here you can see on the browser that we have a border present around the whole division. This is basically the whole area acquired by this div element. Now you can see here that we didn't specify any color of our own choice here, right? The default color of this border is black. However, we can change this color from the border property present inside the style attribute. So it takes 3 parameters by default. We have given 2 here. We have given the border size and the border nature. The third one will be the color of this border. So what we'll do is we'll basically write here, let's say red. Fine. Red here is the color name. Save the program. And you can see here the border color is red now. It's easy, right? In the same way, we can change the background color of this whole division as well. The property name will change. What we have to do is, we have to write here after border. So we have border over here. Now after border, we have to put a semicolon over here. And after this, we have to write here background color. Fine. So we have the background color property over here. Now, what we have to do is, we have to write the name of our background color. Fine. So let's say the background color of this property is going to be aqua for now. Right here aqua. Save the program, and you can see here the background color has changed. Now this background color property has the capability to change the background color of any particular element or the whole body. You can witness the change here on the browser. You have already witnessed it. It can be used to change the background color of the whole body as well. For that, what we have to do is, we have to go to the body tag over here, and we have to use the style attribute over here as well. So we'll write here style. Now inside the style attribute, we have to mention background color, and let's say the background color is going to be blue. Fine. So blue here is the color name. Save the program, and we have the whole background in blue color now. You can see it over here, right? The next thing we'll discuss is how to change the font color of any particular element. You can see the font color here is black for now. Now we'll see how we can change it. For that, we have to use the color property inside the style attribute. So you can see it over here. We have the style attribute present inside the div element. What we have to do is, we have to mention another property over here. So after semicolon, what we are going to do is, we are going to write here color, and we are going to specify the color over here. So we have a list of colors over here in VS Code. So let's say we are using blue violet. Save the program, and you can see the font color is changed. Fine. So this is how we can change the background color and the font color of any web page or of any element. The last thing we are going to discuss in today's video is the color coding methods present in HTML. There are three different ways to specify any particular color in HTML. We can either use the color name to do so, which we did till now. So here you can see we are using the color names. So here you can see we have blue violet, we have aqua. So these all are color names. We have red and blue as well. Now, apart from that, we can also use the RGB values or the hex values of colors. The RGB values stand for red, green and blue colors. These three colors are the most basic, and these can be used to make any color. Fine. This color value is specified using the RGB property. So what we have to do is, instead of writing the name of color, we'll remove it from here, and now we'll use the RGB value. So we have to use the RGB property first. So we'll write here RGB, and here you can see we have three different values present inside RGB. We have red, green and blue. Fine. The value can be an integer between 0 and 255 or a percentage. So what we have to do is, we have to write here, let's say 255, and for green we are also going to use 255, and for blue let's say we are using 255. Fine. So these are the RGB values for white color. Fine. So for black we have to mention 0 for all three colors. It's easy to use these values if you have a good idea about colors and you know how to make different colors out of these three basic colors. Save the program, and you can see the background color is changed to white now. Fine. Now, not all the browsers out there support this method of color coding, so it's recommended not to use it. The last method we have is the hex method. In this method as well, the three basic colors are used. A hexadecimal is a 6-digit representation of a color. The first 2 digits represent the red value, the next 2 are a green value, and the last one is the blue value. Each hexadecimal code will be provided by a pound or a hash sign for using the hex values of any color. So we have to write here. Now what we are going to do is, we are going to change the background color using hex values. So we have blue for now here. Now what we are going to do is, we are going to use a hex value of any color. Fine. So let's say we are using yellow. Fine. So we have to write here hash. Now we have to provide the hex value. So we have to write here FF FF and 00. So this is basically equals to the RGB value. So we will write the equivalent RGB value for yellow color as well. So the equivalent RGB value for yellow color is 255, 255, 0. So these two colors are same. These two things means actually the same. This is the hexadecimal value and this is the RGB value for yellow color. So we'll remove this for now, save the program, and you can see the background is yellow in color. Fine. I hope you guys got this. If you're using VS Code as an editor, then we have an advantage as it allows you to choose the colors from its own color scheme. Just click here on any color and you can see we have this color scheme over here. We can choose any color of our own choice. We have to set this cursor inside here and it will give us the hex value of that particular color. So you can see it over here. So let's do it for now. Save the program and you can see the background color is changed. I want you guys to give it a try and let us know what you learned. Just like colors in HTML are used to make a web page look more appealing to the user, fonts also play an integral role in designing a web page. Fonts are used to increase the readability of content present on any web page. We have been using fonts since the very beginning of this course. Now that we have enough knowledge about adding paragraphs or text to any web page, so we'll see how we can manipulate that text present on a web page with the help of HTML only. Before HTML 5.0 was introduced, there used to be a specific tag present in HTML for changing the font. The HTML font tag was used to do so, but now this tag is deprecated from HTML. Instead of that, the style attribute in HTML again comes into play while changing the font on any web page. We can change the size, color, and type of font used on any web page with the help of style attribute in HTML. So without wasting any time, let's move on to the programming part directly. First of all, let's add some basic text to the web page. What we'll do is, we'll write here inside the body tag, we'll use the paragraph tag and we'll write here this is an example of, let's say, fonts in HTML. Fine. So save the program and you can see here that we have this text present on the web browser. The text over here is simple. One thing to keep in mind while using fonts is the user will only be able to see our font if they have that font installed on their computer. Otherwise, the font will automatically change to default according to the user's system. To change the font in HTML, what we have to do is, we have to write here inside the P tag or paragraph tag we can say. We have to use style attribute first and then inside the style attribute, we have to pass the font family. Fine, so this is a property and we have different fonts present in HTML. So if that particular font is installed on your PC, then it will work totally fine. So let's say we have Comic Sans MS as a font. Fine, so this is a font. Save the program and you can see the font is changed for this particular paragraph. Now let me show you the default font for HTML as well. So what we'll do is we'll write here this is an example of, save the program and here you can see the difference in these two paragraphs. The second one has Comic Sans MS as the font family. Fine. The list of fonts is quite long and you can use any of your own choice. So another font we can use is Verdana. So what we'll do is we'll copy this paragraph from here and we'll paste it here. Fine. So what we have to do next is we have to paste it here. Okay, so it's not copied. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here. Now what we'll do is we'll change the font family. So we have to use the style attribute again. Now inside style attribute, we have to write here font family, and in font family we have to write, it here. So we have to write here Verdana. Fine. So save the program and here you can see this font is also different from these two paragraphs. So this paragraph seems a bit different. So this is the font family Verdana.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Similarly, we can use any font in HTML. Make sure that whichever font you are using is installed on your computer. Another thing we can do with fonts is we can change the size of the font. So for changing the size of font, we have to take another paragraph. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here, and we'll write something here like change size. Fine. Now save the program, and you can see over here we have another paragraph. So this paragraph says this is an example of fonts in HTML, and we have written change size inside brackets. So now to change the size of this paragraph, we have to use the style tag, and inside this style attribute we have to write here font size. Fine. So the font size is large, larger, medium, small, smaller, extra large, extra small, extra extra large, and extra extra small. We can use any of them, or we can give a specific size of our own in pixels. Fine. So we'll use the double XL here, save the program, and you can see the change in the font size. We can use both these properties together as well, both font size and font family. We have to write here font family, and inside font family we have to write the font name. So let's say this is the font name. Save the program, and you can see the font is changed now. Fine. We can also change the font color present on our web page. We discussed it in the previous video as well, where we went through colors in HTML. For changing the color of the font, what we have to do is we have to write here inside the style attribute, we have to use the color property. So color in HTML stands for font color. Fine. So we have to write here color, and we have to use any color of our own choice. We can either provide the hex value, or we can also provide the RGB value, or just the color name. So we are going to provide the color name for now. Save the program, and you can see this color over here, the change in font color. Fine. So let's use any other color. So we'll use green over here. Save it now, and now you guys will be able to see the change in color. So guys, this is how we can use HTML fonts to make a web page look more attractive to the user. It all depends on us how we can use these fonts, colors, and all to make a web page look more appealing. I hope you guys got this. Give it a try and you'll understand how easy it is. In the most basic definition, a form is something we use to take the user's data. For example, if the user wants to register on a website, then they have to give us their names, email, and some more info about them. A form takes input from the user and then posts it into the backend application for further processing and other stuff like validation and all. The HTML form tag is used to create a form. It's quite simple to create a form in HTML. We'll move to the programming part directly and create a simple form to start with. So the first and foremost part is that we need to use the form tag to create a form. So what we'll do is we'll move to the body of our program and we'll write here form. So this is the form tag in HTML. Save the program, and you can see here nothing happened on the browser. So this form tag created an area for a form. It basically worked like the div tag we used in the previous videos. Now to include data in a form, we need text areas, or we can say input boxes in our form. There are various form elements available like text field, text area fields, drop-down menus, radio buttons, checkboxes, etc. So let's start using them in the form here. First of all, we'll create a text box for the user's name. For that, what we have to do is we have to write here inside the form tag. So we'll write here first name, and then we have to write here input. So input is another tag. So we have to write here input, and then we have to use the type attribute. So the type is going to be text for this text box, and we'll write here name. Name is going to be first name. Fine. Now save this, and you can see here we have an input box for the first name. The same code we can use for the last name as well. What we have to do is we have to copy it from here. We have to paste it here. So we'll use the BR tag before using it again. Now we have to change first here with last. So we'll write here last, and in name as well we'll write last. Fine. So we have this last name over here. Save it, and you can see we have first name and last name. We have two different text boxes present over here. We'll use the BR tag one more time. Save it now, and you can see it clearly now. Right. So here we are done with the first text box of ours. Now this input tag over here is used to create these text boxes, and the name refers to the text box's name. Fine. Another thing we can do here is we can write here placeholder, and inside placeholder we can write something. Let's say we are writing over here first name, and you can see first name over here. It's permanent until we write something inside the box. The placeholder value will appear on the text box. Same thing we can do here as well. We have to write here placeholder. So we have placeholder for last name as well. Save it now, and you can see the value of placeholder over here. The moment we start writing something over here, you can see the placeholder value is not here anymore. Fine.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simply Learn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now, there are different types of form controls that we can use to collect data using HTML form. They are text input controls. We can use checkboxes, radio buttons. We can use select box controls, and we can also use file select boxes. So we can use radio buttons in our form. For that, what we need to do is we need to change the type in our form. So that's the only thing that will change no matter what controls we are using. So what we have to do is we have to write here. Let's say we are using break tag first. So we'll use two break tags over here in order to make the whole web page clear and easily understandable for you guys. So next thing we'll do is we'll write here gender. So let's write here gender, then we'll use break tag again, and after this we'll write input type is equals to radio, and we can write here name is going to be, let's say, male, and the value for this is going to be male again. Fine, we can use the value attribute here as well, so we'll use it later. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here input again. We'll add another gender. So let's say we have type here as radio again, and then we have name as female, and we'll write here fine. So save it now, and you can see two radio buttons over here. We can check them in, and you can see we have radio buttons working totally fine. We can use these values later on as well. Similarly, we can use checkboxes as well in our form. We'll see how in the upcoming video, where we'll create something like a login or a sign up form using HTML only. So there are three different types of text inputs used on forms. We can use single line text input controls. So this control is used for items that require only one line of user input, such as search boxes or names. They are created in HTML using the input tag. We discussed them till now. So these all are the example of single line text input controls which we discussed till now. The next are password input controls. This is also a single line text input, but it masks the character as soon as a user enters it. They are also created using the HTML input tag. So the syntax goes like this. We have to write here after this. So we'll use the BR tag again over here. And now we'll write here input. So before that, let's write password. So this password is going to be the user's password for our website, for login or maybe for sign in. So this is the password. So we'll write here input type is equals to password, and then we'll write here name as password. Fine, save it now, and you can see password written over here with a text box. Fine, right inside here will get masked. So if we write anything over here, you can see it in the form of password. It will get masked as soon as we enter it. So this is done to make the password a secret. Now we can also set the maximum length of a password using the max length attribute. So what we have to do is we have to write here max length, and the max length is going to be, let's say, 8. Fine, save the program, and now if we write something over here, you can see, and now we are not able to use more than 8 characters inside this particular text box, right? Because we have defined the max length as 8, and it will allow only 8 characters inside the text box. Fine. The last one we have are multi-line text input controls. This is used when the user is required to give details that may be longer than a single sentence. So multi-line input controls are created using HTML text area tag. The syntax for a multi-line input is simple. We have to write here after this. So we'll use the BR tag again for 2 times, and then we'll write here, let's say, description. Fine. So after description, we'll use the BR tag to make it more clear, and then we'll write here text area. So this is the tag, and then we have to define rows and columns here. So rows are going to be 5, and we'll write here cols. So these two are the attributes. We'll write here 50. This basically we are defining the area acquired by this text area tag. Fine. Then we'll write here name, and we'll write here description. Then we'll write something over here. So let's say we'll write over here enter description here, and that's it. Save the program, and you can see we have a text area present over here. It's bigger in size than the normal text boxes we had earlier. So what we can do is we can remove it from here, and we can use the placeholder attribute inside the text area tag to write such thing. Fine. The last important thing in a form is the submit button. So this button is used to submit the form data. We can either use the input tag or the button tag for a submit button. Fine. So let's use the input tag for creating a button first. What we'll do is we'll write here after this, we'll write here the break tag, and then we'll write input type is equals to button, and then we have value is equals to submit. Fine. Save the program, and you can see the button over here on the browser. So here's the button. We can further make this button work with the help of JavaScript, but we are creating the layout only for now. So let it be this way only. The next method we can use for creating a button is by using the button tag. So what we have to do is we have to write here, just use the BR tag once and write here button. So this is the tag, and write here the name of button. Fine. So we'll write here submit, save the program, and you can see here another button. Fine. So here's the button. You can see both the buttons are exactly same, no difference between the buttons. We can style this form according to our needs. We'll do something different in the next video. Whenever we go through the login or sign up portal of any website, we see that on the login page, we use credentials like ID and password name. Sign up page, on the other hand, refers to the form we need to fill in order to be a part of that particular website. So what we'll do is we'll create a login page and a sign up page in today's video, and we'll see what we can learn from this video. So without wasting any more time, let's move on to the programming part directly. We'll start with the login page first. So first of all, here we are in the HTML file. We'll start using the form tag, but before that, we are going to provide a heading for this login page. So what we'll do is we'll move to the body tag, and we'll write here H1. So H1 stands for heading 1. I hope you guys already know this particular element. So what we'll do is we'll write here login form. Fine. So we have written login form over here, save it, and you can see we have login form written on the browser. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to style it a bit using the style attribute. We have been through it already. So we'll write here style. Now inside style, what we'll do is we'll align this text at the center of our web page. So we'll write here text align, and we'll text align it to the center. Fine. So here we are done with text aligning. Save it now, and you can see it moving in the browser. So it's in the middle of the web page now. You can see it over here clearly. The login form is present at the center of a whole web page. Fine. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to use the form tag over here. Fine. So we'll write here form, and this is a form tag. So we are going to create the form inside this particular tag only. Now let's style this as. So what we'll do is we'll write here style. Again, the style attribute comes into play. So we are going to use the border attribute now. We are going to keep the border 3 pixel thick, solid in nature, and let's use this particular color. So we'll write here F1, F1, F1. So this is white color basically. So here you can see it's not completely white, off-white or a bit grayish we can say. So here you can see the form body. So I hope this is visible for you guys. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to use a container now. So what we'll do for that, we'll use the div tag, we'll style it, and then we'll move on further. So we'll write here div. Now inside div, we are going to use the style attribute again, obviously. So we are going to provide padding over here. Now we'll write here 25 pixels. So what is padding? You guys repeat. So what is padding? You guys might be wondering about that. Padding provides the space between the border and the content of an element. Fine. So the space between the border of that element and the content is known as padding. So padding is going to be 25 pixels for all the sides. So padding is basically 4 sides from top, right, bottom and left. Fine. So we can provide all the values or we can provide a single value for all. Fine. So here padding is 25 pixels. Now we are going to set background color for this, and the background color is going to be, let's say, light blue. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have a container which has a border of gray color and the background color is sky blue, or we can say light blue. Fine. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to start creating a form. So here we are inside the div tag. So you can see we have the form tag first, and inside the form we have a particular division. Fine. So what we'll do now is we are going to create a login form. So we'll use the label tag. So label tag stands for the label of any form. So you will see it over here. So we'll write here username and we'll put colon over here. Save it now, and here you can see we have username present inside the container, or we can say inside the form. Fine. So let's put a space over here, save it now, and now I guess it looks fine. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to create a text box now. So for that we are going to use the input tag. So we'll write a input type is equals to text for this username, and then we'll write here placeholder. Placeholder will write enter username. Fine. Now after this we are going to write here name. Name is going to be, let's say, username again, and then we'll write here, let's say, required. So required is another attribute we have. So what will happen now is if we leave this box empty and if we don't write anything over here, and if we try to submit a login form, then a pop-up will appear which says credentials required or something like that only. So HTML provides us with this feature. So save it now, and here you can see we have a label, username, and a text box which says enter username. Fine. Similarly, we'll create a label for password and a text box for password. Fine. So we'll write here label again, and we'll write here password. Save it now, and here you can see we have a label for password as well. Now what we'll do is we'll write here again, we are going to use the input tag. So we'll write here input type is equals to password. You guys are already aware of this type, and then we'll write here placeholder, and we'll write here enter password. Fine. So we'll write here enter password. Then we have the name for password. We'll write here name is equals to password, and then we'll write here a required again. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have another text box. Now, so let me make it a little more clear for you guys. So here we are done with the username and the password. The next thing we need is the submit button now. Fine. So we'll write here button type is going to be submit, or we can use the input tag as well as we did in the last video. So we'll write here login. Fine. So this is the button name. Save it now, and here you can see we have the login button as well. Now what we are going to do is we are going to create a checkbox, or we can say a remember me function. Fine. So for that what we'll do is we are again going to use the input tag for that. So we'll write here input, then we'll write here type is equals to checkbox, and then we'll write here after this checked is a property again, so we'll write here checked as checked. So then we'll write here remember me. Fine, save it now, and here you can see we have a checkbox and a remember me option. Fine. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to create another button, the cancel button. Fine, so we'll write here button, and type is going to be button again. Then we'll write here ID is going to be, let's say, cancel button. Why we are using this ID? Because we need this ID in the CSS part. We'll see it later. Then we'll write here the name of button is cancel. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have a cancel button as well. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to put some links over here. So for that we are going to use the anchor tag again. We'll write here a href is going to be, let's say, hash, because we are going to write here forgot password. So we'll write here forgot password, or we can write here forget password. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have a link present over here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to use a break over here, and then we'll add another link for the sign up page. Fine, so we'll write here a href again, reference is going to be signin.html. So this is going to be the sign in file or the HTML file for the sign up page. Then we'll write here register. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see register written over here on the browser. So we are already done with the login form. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to use CSS for that. So we are almost done with the HTML part for this login page. All of you guys are well aware of the style attribute till now, right? This attribute is used to change the style of any particular element. Let me tell you guys another way of using this style attribute in HTML. We can use all these styling properties inside the style tag as well. For that, what we need to do is we need to move to the head section of a HTML file, and we have to write here style. Fine. So here we are here with the style tag. So what we are going to do is we are going to style a HTML document inside this style tag only. Fine. What we'll do here is we'll write here body first. Fine. So what we are doing here is we are styling the body tag, the whole body tag now. Fine. So what we'll do is we'll use the font family first. So we'll change the font family. We'll write here. Okay, we are going to use Gill Sans. We are going to use this. Then we'll write here the background color. So we'll change the background color of this page. We'll write here RGB. The RGB values are, we have to write it in small letters. The RGB values are 134, 132, 133. Fine. We are done with it. Save it. And here you can see the change. So the RGB values are not working because we have written RBG over here instead of RGB. Save it now. And here you can see the background color is gray now. Fine. So it looks nice. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to style the button. So the button tag we have used here, you can see it over here. We have used the button tag for cancel button and for submit button. Fine. Or we can say for login button. So we are going to style both of them at once. So we'll write here button. We'll write here the tag name basically. So button is the tag name. Now we'll change the background color of this button, which is going to be, let's say, #150.5ff. So guys, I'm already aware of these colors, and you can do what we did in the background color video, or you can change the background color according to you. You can use the color name, you can use the hex values or the RGB values. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to provide here the width. Width is going to be 100% of the whole tag. Fine. Then we'll write here color. Color is going to change the font color of this button. So we'll write here RGB again. And we are going to write here 248, 248, 248. Fine. Let's see what it is. So here you can see the login and cancel button are changed now. So the font color is white, the button color is blue. And next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here padding. Padding again is going to be 15 pixels for all the sides. Then we'll write here margin. Fine. So we'll write here margin. Margin is going to be 10 pixel and 0 pixel. Fine. So what is margin, guys? Margin provides the space between the border and the outer element. There's a difference between padding and margin. Padding provides the space between the border and the content of element. So here in this case, this is the content and this is the padding. Fine. Margin on the other hand refers to this space between this element and the next element. Fine. So margin as 10 and 0 pixel means 10 pixel from top and bottom and 0 pixel from left and right. Fine. The next thing we are going to do here is we are going to write here border. Fine. So border will define as none. Save it and you can see the buttons here now. The next thing or the last thing we are going to write here is we are going to change the cursor to pointer on taking over these buttons. You can see the cursor change now. Fine. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to style the input tags. So we'll write here input and we are going to style them. So we'll write here type is equals to, we have used a lot of input tags, right? So we'll write here type is equals to text and then again we are going to write here input. Then we'll write here type is equals to password. Fine. So we have two input tags for username and for password. So we are going to style them at once. Side by side we are going to style them. So the next thing we are going to write here is we are going to set the width as 100% and then we'll write here margin again. So we'll write here margin as 8 pixels and 0 pixels. Fine. Save it now and here you can see the login form is looking more and here you can see the login form looks much better now. The next thing we are going to do here is we are going to define the padding as well. Padding is going to be 12 pixel and 20 pixel. Fine. Then we'll write here display as inline block. Then we have border over here. Border is going to be 2 pixel, solid in nature, and we are going to define the RGB value again. So RGB is going to be 109. For green we have 8 and for blue we have, and for blue here we have, let's say 240. Fine. Save it now and here you can see the borders over here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to remove pixel from here and here you can see we have the input boxes, or we can say the text boxes, working totally fine. Now what we are going to do last is we are going to write here box sizing. You can see these boxes going out of area, so we'll write here box sizing as border box. Save it now and here you can see the login form is almost done. Fine. So let me close it once. Now the next thing we are going to style is the button tag again. So we'll write here button and then we'll write here a property. It totally depends upon us if we are going to use these properties or not. So we have to remove from here, we have to write here hover, and on hovering the opacity will change. So the opacity will change to 0.7. Now look it carefully and here you can see when we take our mouse cursor over any button, there's no change, right? Now save the program, try to take the mouse cursor again. You can see it's still not working as of now. We have to remove this And here you can see now it's working totally fine. On taking the mouse cursor over any button, it hovers now. The opacity will change. Fine. The last thing we have to do is we have to style the cancel button. So we are going to use the ID over here. So here you can see in the HTML part of cancel button. So we have used the ID as cancel button over here. So we are going to use this ID to style this particular button. Fine. We'll write here inside this cancel button width is going to be auto. Then we have padding is going to be 10 pixel and 18 pixel for top, bottom and for left, right. Fine. Then we have the margin as well, and margin is going to be 10 pixel for top, bottom and 5 pixel for left, right. Save it now, and here you can see the login form is completely done. Fine. Now that we are done with the styling part, let's check the final output, save the program, and you can see here. So here you can see on the browser we have this basic login form. It looks fine, right? We can make it more attractive, but we need CSS for that. With HTML, we can do this only. So let's move ahead and we'll now create the registration form or the sign up page. So let's move ahead to another HTML file. So here we are in the HTML file. So this file is for sign up page. Here you can see the title for sign up. So we'll remove this form tag from here. It's a mistake. Save it now. And now what we are going to do is we are going to open it with live server again. So here you can see this HTML file has no output as of now. So let's create the sign up form now.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simply Learn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So what we'll do first is we are going to write here the style tag and we'll finish it later on. Now moving to the body part, what we'll do is we'll style the body first. So we'll use the style attribute now. We are going to define the font family here. Font family is going to be this one again. Let's say we have used this in the sign up form, or we can say the login form as well. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to change the background color for this whole body. Now what we are doing here is we'll write here RGB. Then we'll define the values as 134, 132, 133. The same one from the previous login form. Save it now, and here you can see the change in the background color of the whole body tag. Fine. Next up, what we'll do here is we are going to use the H1 tag again. We'll style it as well. So we'll write a style. We are going to align it to the center. We'll write a text align. And we'll write here text align at the center. Fine. So here we are. Then we'll write here registration form. Save it now, and here you can see we have registration form written at the center of a web page. Fine. Next thing, we have to include a lot of text boxes and a lot of labels in this particular registration form, because for login form we need only 2 text boxes or 2 labels, right? The username and the password. But the sign up form is different. We need a lot of information about the user. So for that we are going to use a lot of input tags. First thing we are going to do is we are going to use a break over here. Then we'll use the form tag, and that's it. Inside the form tag we are going to change the style over here only. So we'll write a style, and we are going to use the border. Border is going to be 3 pixel, solid in color, and or we can say solid in nature, and off-white or gray in color. Fine. So here you can see the border on the browser. Now what we are going to do next is we are going to use the div tag again. So we'll write here div. Here we have the div tag. So let's style this div tag over here only. We are going to use the style attribute for that. We are going to define the padding. Padding is going to be 25 pixel for this as well. Background color we are going to use light blue again. Save it now, and here you can see the container on the browser. So it's similar to the login one. Now what we are going to do is we are going to use label first. So we'll write here label. Then we have the label as first name and save it. You can see we have our first label over here. The next thing we need is the input area or the text box for this first name. So we'll write here input type is equals to text. Then we have name. Name is going to be first name. Then we have size, or we can say the length. So we'll write here max length. Max length, let's define it as 15. And we are done with the first text box. Use the break tag again over here, and that's it. So we are done with first name. Similarly, we have to mention the middle name, last name as well. So let's define them here. So we'll write here label again. This time we have the label for middle name, and that's it. Save it, and here you can see we have middle name written over here. We'll copy this piece of code, or we can say the input tag from here. We'll change the name to last name and save it. Here you can see we have another text box present over here. Fine. So one thing we forgot to mention here is the placeholder. So we can write here placeholder, enter first name. Fine, save it now, and here you can see the placeholder on the browser. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here, we'll mention for last name or for middle name as well. Save it now, and here you can see something is wrong. Save it again, and there's something wrong. Fine. Okay, so there's a problem with the live server. So what we'll do is we'll open it again with live server, and here you can see it's not working as of now. Okay, the break tag, we have something wrong over here. Let me check, guys. Okay, we forgot to mention this over here. Save it now, and it's still not working. With live server again, and it's working now. Fine. So it's working as of now. We'll do the same thing for last name as well. So we'll copy this piece of code from here, we'll paste it here, we'll change middle to last everywhere. So we'll write here enter last name over here. Then we have name as last name, and we have to write here enter last name, or we can say last name over here. Save it now, and here you can see we have another text box and another label present over here for last name as well. Now what we are going to do is we are going to select, or we can say we are going to use options, or we have to mention them over here. So for that we'll write here label. So we are going to mention course over here, and for course we are going to provide drop down menus. So for that what we need to do is we need to use the select tag in HTML. So inside the select tag we have to provide options. Let's say the value of option is, first value is going to be course, and then we have to write here course. It is going to be a drop down list, so we have to mention a lot of options over here. So we'll write here option again, and then we'll write here value is going to be BCA. Then we have to write here BCA. Save it now, and here you can see we have course over here. So here you can see till now it has 2 values. Let's add some more values over here for options, or we can say let's add some more options over here. We'll add, let's say 3-4 more options. We'll write here BBA instead of BCA for this. Then we have, let's say BTech, and we'll change the value over here as well. We'll write here BTech. Then we have MBA as well, let's say. So we'll write here MBA. Then finally we have, let's say MTech as well. So we'll write here MTech. Save it now, and here you can see if we click on this code, you can see we have different options available. We have BCA, BBA, BTech, MBA and MTech. So the select tag, or we can say the option tag and select tag, both are used for drop down menus. So here is a drop down menu. So we have to put a colon over here, save it now, and I guess it looks fine now. So the next thing we need to do is we need to use the radio buttons for gender. Fine. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the break tag, and then we'll write here gender. So gender is going to be the label, so we have to put it inside label tag. So we'll write here label, and we have to put gender inside it. Fine, save it now, and here you can see we have gender present over here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to put a break again over here, and then we have to use the input tag. So we'll write a input type is equals to radio for radio buttons, and then we have to write a name is going to be male, and the first value is going to be male. Fine, then we have to put the BR tag again, then we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here for female, then we have to change the value here as well. Female we have to write here, we have to put a BR tag, we'll copy it from here again, and let me close it once. We'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here. Now we have to write here instead of female other. Fine, so we'll mention other over here as well. Save it now, and here you can see we have 3 radio buttons over here for gender. We have male, female and other. Fine. Now next thing we have to include is we have to include the phone number. For phone number we need 2 input boxes, one for the country code and the another one for phone number. Fine, so we need to write here, and we'll put another break over here. Then after this break we need the label for phone. Fine, so we'll write here phone, and after phone we have to write here input type is equals to text for phone number. Then we'll write here name is going to be country code. Then we have to write here the value as well. Value is going to be +91. This is the country code of India. Then we'll write here max length. Max length is going to be 3, so that the user cannot write anything inside here. Fine, save it now, and here you can see we have phone as label and we have a text box. If we try to write anything, you can see we are not able to write. So what we'll do next is we'll add another input box, or we can say the text box for phone number. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it again. We are going to use the name as phone for phone number. The value is going to be none, so we'll remove value from here, and then what we'll do is we'll change the max length to 10 digits. Fine, save it now, and here you can see we have another text box over here. So what we'll do is we'll change the type here. So you can see we are able to write characters here as well. What we'll do is we'll change the type as number. Fine, save it now, and now you will be able to see that we are not able to write any character over here, but we are able to write a number. Fine, so here is the text box for phone number. Fine, so we are going to use the break tag again. So we'll write here break, let's use it twice, and after this break tag what we need is the address. So we'll write here label is going to be address. So we have to write here address, we have to put a colon over here, and after this address we have to put the break tag and a text area. So we are not going to use this text box for this. Now we are going to use the text area attribute. So we'll write here text area. Text area columns are going to be 80 for this area and rows as 5. Fine. Value is going to be, let's say, address over here, and we are almost done. So save it now, and here you can see on the browser we have a text area for address. Fine. So what we need to do next is we need email, we need password, and retype password. We need 3 more options, right? So let's start with email. So what we are going to do is we are going to use break over here twice so that it will be clear for you guys to see. Now what we'll do is we'll write here inside label, we'll write email. So we have the label as email, then we'll write here input type is equals to email, then we have ID as email, then we can write here name as well, name is going to be email again. So save it now, and here you can see we have a text box for email as well. Now what we need to do is we need another box for password. So we are going to use the break tag twice, and now we are going to use the label tag again. Label is going to be password. Save it now, and here you can see we have label as password. Now we'll write here input type is going to be password, then we have ID is equals to pass in case we need them in the CSS part. That's why we are using the ID attribute here. Name is going to be pass again, and that's it. Fine. So we have text box for password. Now what we are going to do next is we are going to use the break tag again. Next up, we need to retype password because this is a registration form. The user needs to retype the password he chooses. Fine. So we'll write here label. Label is going to be re-enter password, and that's it. We need an input box for this as well, so we are going to use this one only. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it here, and we are going to use the br tag again. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see we have another text box for a re-enter password. Fine. The next thing we need is the submit button, the last thing. So we will write here input type is going to be button, then we have value. Value is going to be submit. So save it now, and we are done with the registration form. So here you can see we have everything we need in a registration form. So here we are done with the HTML part only. Let's style this page a bit now. We'll move on to the head section again, and we'll write here inside the style attribute, or we can say the style tag basically. So we'll write here we are going to use input for type as text. So basically we can do one thing. We can remove it. We can go back to HTML, and we have this input one over here. We'll copy it from here. We'll come back to sign up page, and we'll save it. So here you can see it looks fine. So some of them are not working obviously, because here for email we have used the input as email. So for that to work, what we need to do is we need to write here again after a comma. We need to write here input, then inside these brackets we need to write here type is equals to email, and for once more we need to write here input type is equals to number. Fine. Save it now, and here you can see these two are also working. The text area we can also use here over here. So what we can do is we can write here text area only, and it will work as well. So we need to change the box sizing for this address attribute, or we can say for the text area attribute. So one thing we are going to do here is we are going to write here text area as well. Let's see if it works. You can see we have written text area over here and it works completely fine now. Fine. So here you can see we have both the pages now. If we move back to our login form, you can see this is a login form and this is a registration form. So it looks nice. So what we can do is we can go over here login form and we can click on register and it will take us to a registration form because these two pages are linked together. Fine. So this is how we can create a HTML login or sign up page using HTML and a bit of CSS, we can say.
So what is an HTML? HTML, also called the Hypertext Markup Language, is the most widely used language for developing web pages. It defines the structure of the websites and format web pages. All the content that you add on the web pages are through HTML. So what is CSS? CSS, which is a short form of Cascading Style Sheet, is a simple design language which is used for making web pages look good and presentable. We format our web pages through CSS. It can be attached to any HTML element and style or even position according to developer's choice. It gives you freedom to edit things on the web pages how you want. Now that we know what CSS is, let's dive into how to use CSS. For that, we need to understand the syntax of the CSS. So, luckily the syntax is straightforward and easy to understand. The first part of the syntax is the selector. There are many different types of combinations and types of selectors. For now, all you need to know is the syntax starts with the selector. Next comes the curly braces. Inside the curly braces, we add the property and its values. So this is the complete syntax of the selector. The name of the selector first, followed by the curly braces, and inside the curly braces, we add the property and the value. This is an example of a selector. Here, h1 is our element and we have changed the color of the heading 1 to red. Now that we have discussed the syntax, let's now discuss about the selectors. So, the last example that we discussed was an example of an element selector. This is the class selector. We specify the class selector by a dot, followed by the class name and the property value. The ID selector we mentioned by the hash sign. Hash, ID name and followed by the property value. Now that we know about the selectors and the syntax, let's jump to a demo to understand the CSS better. So, we are on our Sublime text editor and we have two files ready, index.html and style.css. Let's start by adding the standard HTML boilerplate. We'll add the title as what is CSS. Now, to link our HTML file with the style file, we'll use the link tag. So link, and here we'll name the style file, that is style.css. Now our HTML file is linked with our CSS file. Now let's create something basic. So we'll add an h1 and we'll say introduction to CSS. Let's add a p tag. This is the introduction. Now, to add a style to this page, we'll go to the style sheet and we'll select the element h1. We'll change its color to red. Okay. Now just save the file and open this index.html. So you can see this h1 is of color red and this is our p tag. This is how the basic CSS works. Let's do something more. Let's discuss a little bit more about the priority order. So we'll go back to our Sublime text editor and here we'll add h1 color to blue. Now think, which of the style will work? In CSS, the style order works from top to bottom. So if you see the flow, first the color will change to red and after that the color will change to blue. So the current style should be the blue. So if you go back and refresh, you'll see this h1 is blue. Okay, now let's go back and add a class here. So we'll name this class, say, red. Now, if you go back and change this to dot red, color red, and the h1 to blue. Now, you'll think that the color of the h1 should be blue since the h1, this element, is below this one. But that is not true. Element selectors are the lower level of the selectors. So, when you go back to the page and refresh, okay, I think we haven't saved this, save the file, and now refresh. You will see the h1 changes to red. So, the CSS gives priority to the class selector, after that the ID selector, and at last the element selector. Now let's discuss the different ways you can add your color. So the first one is the name. You can add different color names here. There are several colors preloaded in the CSS. You can say pink, save the file, go back, and you see the color changes to pink. The second way is through the hash value. Hash value is the color combination in the terms of numeric and letters. You can check the value of any color through a website called Color Picker. So just select the color picker here, and you can see we have the hex value of different colors. So let's select this color. This is the hash value. So just copy here, save, and go back. You can see the color changes to green. To know more about colors, you can check our CSS colors video in the CSS playlist. Next, we are going to discuss about the box model. So for that, we are going to create a new div. So we'll create one div here. And give it a class name box. Save this. Now go back to the CSS and let's create our box. So to create a box, we have to specify the height. So we'll set the box height to say 100 pixels. We'll set the width to 100 pixels too. So this will be 100 pixels. We'll set the padding to 20 pixels. Padding is the space between the boxes and the border. And we'll set the margin to 50 pixels. We'll add the border as 10 pixels, solid, and any color of your choice. Let's say cyan. So just save the file and go back. Now if you refresh, we have this box. You can see this is the margin part and the padding is this part, the space between the two boxes. Let's add a background color. So to add the background color, we'll use the background color property and we'll keep it to light pink. Or yeah, light pink. Go back and refresh. Let's inspect this element to understand the box model better. So right click and click on inspect. Now below you'll see this is the box, our box model. You can see this is the padding part, this is the border, and this is the margin. I hope you understand the box model better now. So we have discussed about the different elements and class selectors. We have discussed how you can add the colors to your elements And now we have discussed the box model and its different properties. So this pretty much sums up everything you need to know to get started with CSS. You can follow our CSS playlist which covers the different topics in details. CSS uses the color values to specify the colors on a page. They can be specified using predefined color names, hex or RGB format. There are nearly 140 standard color names. Hexadecimal is a 6-digit representation of a color. The first 2 digits RR represents a red value, the next 2 are green value, and the last is a blue value. All the other colors can be created using the combination of these 3 colors. There are several websites available where you can know the hex value of the different shades of color. As you can see, the black color is signified by hashtag and the 6 zeros. The red is hashtag FF and the 4 zeros followed by it. The RGB color value is specified using the RGB property. This property takes 3 values, one for red, green and blue. The value can be the integer between 0 to 225 or a percentage. As you can see, the black color is signified by 000, the red by 25500, the blue by 00255 and the green by 02550. Now let's move to an example to understand how we can add the colors to our page. In this example, we will see how we can add colors in different ways to our HTML. So we are on the Sublime Text Editor. As you can see, we have the standard boilerplate ready with an H2 and a paragraph on our page. Open the style tag and make the font size of the paragraph to 25 pixels so it is clearly visible. Let's start by adding colors to our text just by color names. HTML supports nearly 140 standard color names. We'll make the color of the paragraph green. For that, just type color and set the color to green. As you can see, our paragraph is changed to green. Let's try one more. This time we will add the color red. Just refresh. As you can see, the color is now changed to red. There are nearly 140 HTML standard colors that is supported by the web browser. You can also add colors using the RGB format. There are many websites available to know the RGB or hex value of the desired color. One such is htmlcodes.com. As you can see, in the htmlcodes.com we have the hex value and the RGB value of the desired color. Let's try one. We'll add this color with the RGB value 171, 229 and 27 to our paragraph. So for that, just type RGB and the color code you want. As you can see, the color is not changed to our RGB value. Let's try one more. This time we'll use this RGB value to our text. You can see the color is changed to our desired value. In this way, you can use the RGB format to change the colors. The next way is using the hex values. Hexadecimal is a 6-digit representation of a color. The first 2 digits are red, next 2 are green, and the last are the blue value. Let's see how you can use the hex values. As you can see, the hex value for this color is #31787F. We'll use this value to our text. To add the hex value, you have to use the hashtag followed by the color code. You can see that color is changed to a hex value. Let's try one more. You can see the hex value for this color is #F14A07. Just copy the desired value to your file. You can see the color changes. You can also add color borders to our heading. Do that, just mention the border style along with the color code. We'll add the border color red to our H2. Now you can see we have the border around our H2. I hope you have understood how to use the color values to a web page. There are mainly three ways by which you can add the colors to a web page. They are hex, RGB values and the color names. Let's start by opening a style tag. The background image is always set on the body tag. So type body and open the curly braces. The background image is always set on the body tag. So open the body tag with curly braces and start typing background image. Use the URL value of the background image to set the path of the image. Make sure the image is in the same folder as of the HTML file. Here we have our file nature3.jpg. So mention the path inside the double quotes. Save the file and let's see how it looks on a web page. As you can see, we have the image on the web page. Let's format this image a little bit. We'll start by setting the background size. So type background size, and there are three values to the background size. First one is auto. It will set the image as it is. Save the file and let's see how it looks on a page. As you can see, the size of the image is as same of the original size. The color value will set the image size that will be fit to the web page. As you can see, the image is set to the whole web page. We can also set the image size to manual. Let's say we want the image size of width 500 pixels. So now as you can see, the width of the image is 500 pixels. Next, we will set the background repeat property. There are three values to background repeat. First is no repeat. With the no repeat value, the images will not be repeated on a page. Now as you can see, the images are not repeated. Second is repeat X. It will set the images to be repeated on the X axis. As you can see, the images are not repeated on the X axis. Similarly, repeat the images on the Y axis. As you can see, the images are not repeated to the Y axis. And there is a default value repeat which will repeat the images on the web page. So let's keep it to cover. So let's keep the background size to cover and set the background repeat to no repeat. Let's save the file and look it on a web page. Now as you can see, the image is fully fit to the web page. Let's add a text above our image to see how it looks like. So I'll add a paragraph tag and type some random text here. Let's set the text color to red and align it to center. I'll type P and open the curly braces. I'll set the color to red. And I'll set the text aligned to center. Let's save the file and see how it looks on a page. As you can see, we have a text above our image which is centrally aligned and the text color is red. What is a grid? A grid is a set of intersecting horizontal and vertical lines defining the rows and columns. And what is a grid layout? So, CSS grid layout is the most powerful layout system available in CSS. It is a two-dimensional system, meaning it can handle both columns and rows, unlike Flexbox, which is largely a one-dimensional system. You work with grid layout by applying the CSS rules to both the parent element, which became the grid container, and the element's children, which become the grid items. The CSS grid layout excels at dividing a page into major regions or defining the relationship in terms of size, position, and layer between parts of a control-built HTML primitives. You can see this is the basic layout of a grid system. Like tables, grid layout enables an author to align elements into columns and rows. However, many more regular layouts are either possible or easier with CSS grid than they were with tables. For example, a grid container's child element could position themselves so they actually overlap and layer, similar to the CSS positioned elements. So here are the features of the CSS grid layout. They are fixed and have flexible track sizes. You can create a grid with fixed track sizes using pixels. For example, this sets the grid to the specified pixel which fits to the layout you desire. You can also create a grid using flexible sizes with percentages or with the new FR unit designed for this purpose. You can place the items into a precise location using the grid line numbers, names, or by targeting an area of the grid. The grid also contains an algorithm to control the placement of items not given an explicit position on the grid. You can define an explicit grid with a grid layout. The grid layout specification is flexible enough to add additional rows and columns when needed. Features such as adding as many columns that will fit into a container are included. It also gives you control of overlapping content. More than one item can be placed into a grid cell or area and they can partially overlap each other. This layering may then be controlled with the z-index property. So, here are the basic terminologies you should know to work with the grid system better. The grid line is the dividing line that make up the structure of the grid. They can either be vertical or horizontal and resides on either side of rows and columns. A grid column is a space between two adjacent vertical grid lines. The size of a grid column is determined by the grid template columns property. On the other hand, a grid row is a space between two adjacent horizontal grid lines. Its size is determined by the grid template rows property. The grid cell is the single unit of a CSS grid. And in grid design, a gutter is basically the width of the space between columns. A gutter margin is the white space formed by the adjoining inside margins of two facing pages in a book, or a space between columns on a page. So, with this, let's now move on to the hands-on demo and see how the grid system works in actual world.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit ScaleUp by Simply Learn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So we are on the Sublime Text Editor open with a project with some basic background styles and nothing inside the body. You can see this is the basic background style we have pre-applied just to have a good look of the box model. We'll start by creating a container and wrapping our grid items in it. So let's create a grid and give it a class named grid container. And inside of it, we'll put our different grid items. So we'll just create different grid items and give them a class grid item followed by a class number they belong to, so that we can easily distinguish between them. Just copy paste this 5 times. So we'll have the 5 elements on our page. Let's save the file and see how it looks on the page. So you can see we have the different grid items on the screen, so that it's easy for us to visualize. We have not applied any styles to them other than the visual styles. So we'll go back to our code. Let's go back to the CSS styling sheet. So to create the grid, we'll open our style sheet. We need to display grid on our grid container. So we'll select our grid container and set the display to grid. If you save now, you will see nothing changes. This is because the grid itself doesn't define any rows and columns for us to work with. It just, they give the alignment properly. Therefore, by default, it looks just exactly the same. To make the grid look actually grid, what you need to do is define columns and rows for a grid. So to do this, you will use a set grid template and set the column if you want to set the size of the column. We'll set the size to 100 pixel and 150 pixel. Now, if you refresh, you have the 100 pixel column on the left and a 150 pixel column on the right, and then the grid captures our next row. But what if we want our box to flexible size themselves according to the items inside of them? Here, we'll use a fraction in it. Instead of a 150 pixel column, we want one fraction of our size, and instead of 100 pixel, we want the two fractions of our size. So we'll just replace with two fractions and this with one fraction. Now if you save the file and go back to the page, you will see that the items on our left here in our first column are twice as large as the item on the second column. And that's because of the FR units we have defined. You can see the difference in the sizes. The item 1 is the twice of the size of the item 2. Another thing you can do is with columns is use repeat. Suppose you want 4 columns of a size 100 pixel wide. You can just write repeat command and inside of it how many times you want to repeat the size. So we'll just delete this and use the repeat. We'll set the number of times we want to repeat and the size of the columns. Now if you save the file, you will see we have a 4 columns of 100 pixel wide. We can do the same things for row. Just set the grid template rows and define the size you want. Now you can see we have the symmetric size all around our container. If you don't know how large your grid is going to be, you can use the grid auto rows and this will determine the size of all the rows that is added after the template rows. Suppose we want all our rows to be 100 pixels. So we'll just delete the grid template rows and set the grid auto rows to 100 pixels. Now you can see all the rows are now 100 pixel tall. Let's change our column back to 100 pixel and 150 pixels so that it will be easier for us further. We'll just delete this grid auto rows. Now we'll talk about the spacing of the rows and columns apart from each other. We can do this with the help of the grid gap property. Grid row gap will give some spaces between the rows. Similarly, the grid column will give you the spaces between the columns. Now you can see the gaps between the rows and columns. Now if we want the same value for both the columns, you can use the grid gap property and mention the space. We'll just delete this too. And instead of it, we will use just the grid gap. And set the size to 20 pixels. Now you can see the evenly spaces between the rows and the columns. This is all you need to know about the sizing of the different columns and rows. Now let's talk about the positioning items within its grid cells. So for horizontal positioning, we could use the justify items and we can set that to center. So that centers each item within the cell. By default, it is set to stretch. We can also set it to start or end or space around. We will leave this to center. To vertically position the content, we could use the align items. The align items also accept the same values. We can set it to center. We can also set this one to start or end. We'll keep this to center as well. You can also align the entire grid within the container. So let's get rid of these to just demonstrate them in a proper manner. We could use the justify content and that will align the content horizontally within the container. We can also set this to start or to end. Just set this back to center. To align the content vertically, we could use the align content and the align content also accepts the same value. We can set it to center or start if you inspect the elements, you can see they are aligned centrally between the container. We'll just close this. Okay, so this is everything you need to know to get started with the grid layout. Grid works very similar to the Flexbox, but it allows you too much in terms of laying your elements because of its 2D nature. What is a Flexbox? Flexbox, also called Flexible Box Model, is basically a layout mode or model that provides an easy and clean way to arrange the items within a container. If you are using a CSS for a while, you must have used the old block model, where you assign width in terms of percentage or fixed width, and then use the float to arrange the items on the page. Suppose, for example, you want to arrange 3 boxes in a row. Then you have to enter everything manually from width, height, and to padding. Flexbox can do all these things with ease. Some of the concepts of Flexible Box Model is the ability to alter the item width and height to best fit in the containers available in the free space. Flex model is direction agnostic, which is different from the box model, which is vertically biased, and the inline, which is horizontally biased. Flexbox works for both. Flexbox is more effective in a small scale layouts. So here are the main properties of the Flex. Okay, so let's jump to some code and learn how these Flex properties work. Okay, so we are on the Sublime Text Editor. To get started, let's add a div inside a body here and we'll give a class of Flexbox container, since this will be the container where all our Flexbox items will reside. Then inside this container, we will add another div and give it a class Flexbox item and one more class Flexbox item 1, which will help us to understand which items we are referring to when we style our elements individually. Let's just save the file and see how it looks on a page. Now if you save the file, you can see we have the box because I have already applied some of the styles to these Flexbox items. Let's just see the styling. So you can see we have the items styled, just a basic styling, so that we get the box on the web page. Now let's just copy these and add two more Flexbox items, and you will see we have two more boxes on our page. Just copy and paste them below. Give them the class name Flexbox item 2 and Flexbox item 3. Just save the file. Now you can see we have three boxes on the page. Now to create a Flex container, we will add display Flex to our Flex container. And this is how we create a Flex box container. So here we will just add display Flex. Just save the file. Now you can see all the items are in the same height and they are all in the same row. You will also notice that if we shrink our browser, the items adjust themselves accordingly to fit within the browser. Now, if we want to style the elements on the main axis, we will use the property justify content inside a Flexbox container. Let's make it a center. Save the file. Now you can see that all the elements are in the center of the page. Another thing we can do is, if we want our layout to have a spaces between the elements, we will set the justify content to space between. You can see all the items are now evenly spaced. If you want to lay out your items on the cross axis, we will use the align items property. The default value for this is stretch. If we want to keep the size of our items, we will use the center and then all our items will be center vertically. Before Flexbox, aligning the items vertically inside the container was nearly impossible. With Flexbox, you can do it easily. Now you can see the items are aligned vertically inside the container. Now let's just delete everything and we'll just keep the display Flex. Now if we want to have a column layout instead, we will use the Flex direction and change it to column. Flex direction, column. Now if you refresh the page, you will see all the items are shown up in a column. Now we can start talking about the different properties that can be applied to our different Flexbox items as opposed to Flexbox container items. The Flexbox container is only for laying out and spacing between your items as well as the positioning of your item inside the container. The actual Flexbox item properties are used to override those item properties or to apply different sizing to these elements. Now, if we want our first item that it does not shrink when we shrink our browser, we'll set the Flex shrink to 0 to our first item. So, we'll set the Flex shrink to 0. Now, if you go back to the page and try to shrink this, you'll see the first item remains the same. It does not shrink. Now, in the same way, you can set the items to grow in proportion with the web browser. Suppose we want our Flex box item 2 to grow with as the page grow and cover all the empty spaces. So we'll set this flex grow to 1. Now you will see all the empty spaces are taken by the second item. Let's say we want our second box to be at the center of the container instead of stretching to full height. We can use the align self property and set it to center. Now you will see that the align self property overrides the align content property of the container. You can see it is centrally aligned. So this is all you need to understand and get started to work with the flex boxes. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and learned something new about the flex box and how you can use the flex box to create the dynamic layout for your site. So we are on the Sublime Text Editor. To get started, I have created a box named Simply Run with background color pink. The font size is 30 pixel and we have set the border to 0 solid green. Let's see how it looks on our page. So as you can see, we have a box named Simply Learn with background going all the way to the end. I have also removed all the padding and margin from the page so that the boxes are pushed just at the corner of the page, as you can see. Let's start by adding a padding of 20 pixels to the box. If you save the file, you can see the box increased by 20 pixels from all the sides. Padding occurs inside the background of an element. It goes around the content of the element. Most of the buttons inside the CSS is designed using padding so that the background of the button becomes wider than the actual text. The next thing we can do is change the border of the element. If we change this border size to 15 pixels, we will get a nice solid background of color green. The border goes around the padding of our element. So we have the 20 pixel of padding around our content and 15 pixel of border around the padding which is around the content. Now we'll see the working of the margin. If we add 30 pixel of margin to our element, you can see the spacing on the outside of our border. So let's add the 30 pixel margin and refresh. You can see the spacing on outside of the border. Margin is used to space two elements apart from each other. Now let's change these values to see the difference. Let's make the margin 40 pixels. We'll make the padding 30 pixels. And let's keep the border 20 pixels. And make it color red. This is 40 pixels. Let's observe the changes. So as you can see, our border now has a red background. The padding is 30 pixels. The margin is 40 pixels. Let's inspect the elements to understand it better. By clicking on inspect, you can see the different styles. Here in the computer tab, you can see the box model. This is the content area, this is the padding area, this is the border, and this is the margin area. We have the margin of 40 pixels around the border. So you can, when you click on this area, you can see the margin gets highlighted. The border area gets highlighted of 20 pixels. This is the padding and this is the content. You can change the size of the content by adding the height and width. So let's try adding height and width. We'll give the height 50 pixels and we'll give the width also 50 pixels. Just save the file. Now when you refresh, what are CSS selectors? CSS selectors allow you to select and style HTML elements. Selectors are used to find elements based on their ID, classes, types, attributes, value of attributes, and much more. Let's discuss the most common selectors. There are several different types of CSS selectors. The most common of them are CSS element selectors, CSS ID selector, CSS class selector, CSS universal selector, and CSS group selectors. So, what is a CSS element selector? The element selector selects element based on the element name. This is a CSS selector. It means it will select all the P elements on the page. It will style all the P elements to the central aligned having blue color. This is a CSS selector. It is set to P. This means it will select all the p elements on the page. It will style all the p elements to be center aligned having blue color. Let's look at what it looks on a page. So as you can see, all the elements are centrally aligned with the text color blue. CSS ID selector. The ID selector uses the ID attribute of an HTML element to find a specific element. An ID should be unique within the page, so you should use the ID selector to find a single unique element. To find an element within a specific ID, use a hash character followed by the ID of the element. So here we have used the hash para1. So all the rules will be applied to the HTML element with ID equal to para1. So this is an ID selector. It will be applied to all the HTML element with ID is equal to para1. As you can see, it is applied to the element having the ID para1 and all the other elements are defaultly styled. CSS class selector. The class selector finds the element with a specific class set by the HTML class attribute. To select an HTML with a specific class, use a period character followed by the name of the class. So this style will be applied to all the elements having the class name class1. This is a class selector. It is denoted by a period symbol. All the elements having a class name class1 will be styled with centrally aligned and color blue. As you can see, the element having the class name class1 is styled and all the other elements are set to default. CSS universal selector. The universal selector selects all the elements on a page. The universal selector is assigned by a star character. The universal selector selects all the elements on a style sheet. As you can see, it is denoted by a star mark. All the elements inside our web page will be centrally aligned and the color will be set to blue. As you can see, all the elements are centrally aligned and the colors are set to blue. CSS group selector. In style sheets, there are often elements using the same style. To minimize the code, you can group selectors. To group the selectors, separate each selectors with a comma. Here, we have group selectors for H1, H2 and P. So style is applied to H1, H2 and P elements only. It is better to group the selectors to minimize the code. Here we have group selectors P, H2 and H3. So style will be applied to only elements having P, H2 and H3. As you can see, so all the elements of P, H2 and H3 are centrally aligned and colored to red. We are going to discuss what are keyframes and we'll try to understand the syntax of the keyframes. So let's get started. The keyframes are used to specify the animation code in the page. They are used to change the animation from one pattern to another. Keep in mind that the keyframes do not have any selectors on them. They are not nested inside anything. They are on the root of the CSS page. You write @keyframes and the name. You can name it anything you want. We are going to use that name later on to call the selector. In this case, we are looking at from and to. From implies the initial state and to the ending state. Here in this example, the element will start from 0 pixel and will go all the way to 100 pixel. So what we are going to do right now is we are going to jump to the keyframes and work out some examples to understand the working of the keyframes better.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simply Learn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So we are on the Sublime Text Editor and this is a simple setup. We have created one HTML element named box and we have a CSS body of padding 50 pixel and the box element has an inline block, background red with height and width 200 pixel. And also I have an animation style declared on the box. Currently it's doing nothing because it is calling keyframes called myFrames. But we have not yet created any keyframe. We will discuss what this animation line means at later stage, but right now I need those lines to be able to explain you to the functioning of the keyframes. You can see we have a box on our page with the color red and padding 50 pixels around it. We are going to write add the keyframes and I am going to use the name myFrames. Then we will write from condition to have the starting state and let's just keep the height 200 pixel. And then we want it to grow and we will set it to increase till 500 pixels. So let's just create our keyframes. This is a from condition. We'll set it to 200 pixels. And we want it to grow till 500 pixels. Just save the file. Now, as you can see, our box is growing all the way to 500 pixels. And when the animation is done, it resets back to 200 pixel and starts again because the animation is looping. You can also put multiple style declaration. For example, I'm going to write background pink in the to condition. Just save the file. You can see that the animation is starting at red and ending at pink. Now instead of saying from and to, you can also say from 0% to 100%. This is as same as doing from and to. But what it enables you to do is you can add something in the middle of here, say 30%, and we will make the color any different. So in the place of from, we'll write 0% and we'll replace to with 100%. Let's just add one more condition in between, say 40%. So at 40% we want the color to change to say something green. Let's save the file and see how it looks on the page. So as you can see, it starts with red, it turns to green in the middle, and then all the way converts to pink. As you can see, there are lots of interesting things you can do with the keyframes. All of the things that I am showing you today are just like how this works. To really get a great understanding of how it works, you just have to open your editor and start experimenting on it. Okay, so now let's go back to our code and learn about the animation property. So here we have the animation name myFrames. The animation name should be as same as keyframes name to work it properly. The animation duration specifies for how long we want our animation to last. In this case 2 seconds. Let's just change this to say 10 seconds. Just save the file. Now as you can see, the animation is going at a slower speed just to cover the 10 seconds of it. Let's just reset it to 2 seconds. The timing function is used to mention the transition. There are some keywords such as ease in, linear, ease in out, and some more. The animation delay is interesting to understand. It means how long we are going to wait once the animation is triggered before the visual starts happening. Let's change it to 3 seconds. As you can see, the animation starts after the 3 seconds. Iteration count specifies how many times the animation should happen. Here we have set it to infinite, which means animation will keep on going. Let's change it to something, say 5. As you can see, after the count of 5, the animation stops. We'll set it back to infinite. Animation running state can be paused or the running state. To get started, I have a really simple example setup. As you can see, inside my HTML, I have the 2 paragraph tags and I have a formatting with a background color of cyan color and font size 30 pixels. As you can see, this looks like something like this on the page. The very first property we are going to discuss is the display block property. The block display values make an element a block element. The block elements start a new line and span the entire width of the viewport by default, like how P elements behave. There are also line breaks before and after these elements. The default value of the P element is a display block. So here, this looks something like this. What display blocks does is it means that it is going to take the entire width given to it. This is going to force a new line above and new line below it. So you cannot have something next to here. Now if we change here this to the next property we are going to discuss is inline. The inline display value turns any element into an inline element. These elements will appear on the same line without breaks. Now, if we change here this to display inline, now all the P tags will behave as an inline element. Now if we go back to our page and refresh, you can see now this is an inline element. The inline element takes the minimum amount of space possible. As you can see here, the cyan color takes the minimum amount of space to fit all the content inside of this P. So this is what an inline element does. Also, all the inline elements are on the same line. They share the space together because they take the minimum amount of space possible. There are no line breaks in these elements and they try to fit as closely as possible. Now, one of the demerits here is we cannot change the height and width of the inline element. If you change here height to 200 pixels and width to 100 pixels and save, just go back and refresh, you'll see nothing happens. This is because in the inline display property, you cannot change the height and width of the element. The next property we are going to discuss is the inline block value. The inline block value is a hybrid of inline and block elements. Elements assigned display inline block appears on the same line with the other inline elements, a characteristic of inline elements. However, inline block elements are also like block elements in that you can change the width and height of the CSS. Now, if here we try to change the height and width of the element, just change this to inline block. Now if you go back to the page and refresh, you will see the height and width property works. This is one of the major difference between the inline block and the inline display property. The last name type of display we are going to discuss is the display none, and this is a really straightforward display property. You just delete this and change the display to display none. Now if you save the file and go back and refresh, you will see both the element disappears. The display none removes the targeted elements and all its child elements from the page. This causes accompanying elements to behave as if this element does not exist. First, let's cover the theoretical part. Here, we will discuss what is CSS position property and its different types. After that, we will jump to practical example to learn how to work with these properties. So let's get started. So what is a CSS position property? The CSS position property allows you to define the position of an element on a web page. The top, right, bottom, and the left CSS position properties are used to determine the final location of the element. There are 4 values that you can use to set the position of an element on a web page. They are static, fixed, relative, and absolute. Using one of the 4 values above, you can specify how an element should be positioned. You can also use the top, bottom, left, and right properties to further define the element's position on a page. So let's discuss each of the properties individually. CSS static position. This is a by default position for HTML elements. It always positions an element according to the normal flow of the page. It is not affected by the top, bottom, left, and right properties. It is important to note that having a static position is the same as not setting the position property at all. The next is CSS fixed position. The fixed positioning property helps to put the text fixed on the browser. The fixed text is positioned relative to the browser's window and does not move even when you scroll the window. The next is CSS relative position. The relative positioning property is used to set the element relative to its normal position. The relatively positioned element behaves the same way as a static element, except that it is now subject to the values of the 4 other CSS properties. We will discuss each of them with more detail in examples. Now there is CSS absolute position. The absolute positioning is used to position an element related to the first parent element that has a position other than static. If no such element is found, the containing block is HTML. With absolute positioning, you can place an element anywhere on the page. Now let's move on to the example to understand each of the properties better. To demonstrate the properties, I have the simple example set up. Currently, we have 3 elements with just basic coloring style. We have not applied any position style to them. Now let's click on this element 2 and inspect it. Just go to the computed and type here position to see the position of this element. So you can see that currently the position is static. Static is the default value of all the elements of the page in starting. The next position we will see is the relative position. It works almost in a similar manner to static. If we go here and change the position to relative, you can see nothing changes. Relative acts as the same as static, with the only difference is that the relative allows you to change the top, left, right and bottom of this element. Let me show you an example. Now if we change here to left 20 pixel and refresh, you will notice the elements move itself to 20 pixel from the left. Let's set the top to 10 pixel as well. You can see the element has moved 10 pixels from the top and even overflows the element below. This is because relative position when applied with the top, right, left and bottom actually takes that element out of the document flow. So let's just reset it. Next property we are going to discuss is absolute position. And this property gets well along with the top, right, left and bottom. So let's make this position to absolute. And you can see the changes made due to this by just saving. The absolute value completely removes the element from the document flow. This is useful when you want a particular element to be a specific position but you don't want to disturb the other element's positioning. Absolute position positions the element inside some parent container that it can reference. Now just let's shift the top to 10 pixels. You can see the movement of this element. The absolute position always positions the element inside some parent container that it can reference to. Now if we change the here body position to relative, now this navbar will position the element according to this body. So if we go here and refresh this, you can see that this 2 is in relation to with this container. And this is where relative is very useful. Next is fixed positioning, which is very similar to absolute positioning with some differences. So let's change this to fixed. And just save this. Now you can see it completely ignores this relative positioning and goes entirely at the top. This is because fixed position elements are always fixed based on the entire HTML element. It has nothing to do with the parent elements. One unique feature of the fixed element is they stay in the same place when you scroll. Let's make the height here to 200 vertical height. Now if you scroll down, you will see that the element 2 will stay on the same position. See, the two elements stick to the same position. But absolute does not work that way. When you change this here to absolute, you can see it does not stay at the top now. This is one major difference between absolute and fixed. So that's it. You can see the working with the CSS position is super easy.
In this particular session, we will go through the introduction to JavaScript. We will see why JavaScript was developed, what was the need for JavaScript, and also the evolution in technology in recent few decades. Basically, I will give you a brief introduction behind JavaScript programming. So without any further delay, let's get started. JavaScript was developed in the year 1995 by a person named Brendan Eich. Brendan was working for Netscape Communications while he developed JavaScript in 10 days. There were a few changes in the name of JavaScript. Initially it was Mocha, which was later changed to LiveScript, and then it finally became JavaScript. The start of JavaScript wasn't that good as so many developers who were using Java at that time. They considered JavaScript as a language for designers and non-engineers. No one ever knew that this small side scripting language would have a great future. Today, more than 90% of the websites out there, they are using JavaScript somehow. Many of you guys gets confused with Java and JavaScript. Let me clear it for you that both Java and JavaScript, they are different languages. They have almost nothing in common. Many people say that JavaScript was named after Java as a part of a marketing strategy to gain wider acceptance and recognition. In 1995, Java was a buzzword when JavaScript was developed. That's why they renamed JavaScript after Java. Let's move on to what is JavaScript. Have you guys ever been through a website where you can see images that slides automatically? One such website is Amazon. The home page of Amazon, where we can see different types of ongoing sales, is an example of JavaScript. In layman language, JavaScript is a lightweight scripting language used to make web pages more interactive and more lively. Earlier, when JavaScript was developed, it was only a side scripting language to do basic tasks like you can add pop-ups in your web page or you can make your web page more interactive. Nothing more than that. But now, the whole scenario has changed. With the help of JavaScript, we can create applications as well. If we talk about applications, let's take an example. Let's suppose we want to create an app. We can create it in Android or in iOS. But we have to learn few different languages to create those apps. For Android, we have to learn Java and XML, and Swift we have to learn for iOS. But with the help of JavaScript, you can create hybrid applications which can work on any platform without any problem. Tech giants like Google, PayPal, Amazon and YouTube, they are using JavaScript these days. The evolution of JavaScript in the past few years was unbelievable. Suppose you want to create a single page website. Every one of us is familiar with Gmail, let's suppose. So Gmail is a single page website which looks more like a desktop software than a website. So Gmail is based on Angular.js. It is a popular framework by Google which is free of cost, and it is totally based on JavaScript. Now let's go over some of the features of JavaScript. These features are actually why it is considered that using JavaScript is advantageous over other languages. So let's start with some of these points. JavaScript is not a proper programming language. Indeed, it is a scripting language which works in the runtime environment just like Python. So there are few other languages like C++ and Java. They need a compiler to work. But with JavaScript, you don't need a compiler. Once you are done with the script, it will interpret and show you the output in the browser directly. Next up is lightweighted. JavaScript can provide programming facility to some extent. In JavaScript, you don't need to specify any data type or return type, which helps in making development more quicker. That's why it is known as lightweighted. JavaScript is both client-side as well as server-side technology. Client-side technology runs on the user's computer, whereas the server-side technology runs on the web browser. Initially, when JavaScript was introduced, it was introduced as a client-side technology. But with the introduction of Node.js in 2009, one can now work in the backend as well. There is a way to validate the user's data before sending it to the web server, and we can do that with the help of JavaScript. The data will be checked for correct form and value. All we have to do is start a loop, give it the condition to check the data. JavaScript is also platform independent. Although originally designed to work on browsers only, but now it is a platform independent language, which means once you are done with the script, You can use it on any browser or platform without any problem. JavaScript is an object-based scripting language, although many programmers do not consider JavaScript as a true object-oriented programming language due to its lack of class concept. It does support other features of object-oriented programming, like it supports encapsulation, it supports polymorphism, and also it supports prototypal inheritance. The last but not the least feature of JavaScript is case sensitive. So when it comes to keywords, identifiers, names and functions, JavaScript differentiates between capital and lowercase letters. We have to keep this in mind while programming. Now I will quickly go over some of the JavaScript applications where JavaScript is currently being implemented. First one that comes to every person's mind is web development. It was also the main motive behind developing JavaScript. We have technologies like Angular, we have Node.js, we can create beautiful web pages. Also, JavaScript can be used along with HTML and CSS to make those static looking web pages more engaging. If we talk about other applications of JavaScript, we can use it in app development, either mobile app or web app. Like we took the example before that how hybrid apps made with the help of JavaScript can take over traditional Android and iOS app. One of the most important and unique application of JavaScript is in smartwatches. The Bangle.js is an open sourced smartwatch powered by JavaScript. Gordon Williams, the man who is currently working on this project, it is said that this new open sourced stack built around JavaScript will replace the onboard firmware soon. The next application of JavaScript is client-side validation. As we discussed earlier, JavaScript is used to validate the user data, whether the user's input is correct or not, by cross-checking it with the given condition. Like the user wants to enter in your website and you want it to be a user with @gmail.com in his email ID. So you will give that condition to JavaScript and it will cross-check it with the user's information. Like when the user will try to enter in your website, it will check that if @gmail.com is there or not in the user's email ID. So it can validate the user also. Apart from that, one more application of JavaScript is game development. JavaScript can be used to make fully fledged 2D or 3D games using different libraries. Although most JavaScript game development focuses on creating games used in browsers only. Till now we have an idea about what JavaScript is, its features and its applications. So if you want to learn JavaScript, you need to do some basic things to make your learning experience more smoother. Let's take a look at the prerequisites to use JavaScript. The first one is the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS. To use JavaScript along with HTML and CSS, you first need to know how HTML and CSS works. See, HTML is used to create the structure of a web page, while CSS is used to style that web page. In order to use these two with JavaScript, you need to have the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS, because if you want to learn a new language, first of all, you need to know why to use that technology. And to learn JavaScript more efficiently, you need to have the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS. It's better to have a web browser that supports JavaScript like Google Chrome or Mozilla Firefox. Or you can use Safari as well if you are using a MacBook. You will need an operating system like Windows, Linux or Mac operating system to learn JavaScript. A computer with minimum 512 MB of RAM would be enough for you to start learning JavaScript. But I will recommend you a computer with 1 GB of RAM or 4 GB of RAM for a better experience. You can use any text editor. You have Notepad, which is free and is already available for Windows. If you don't want to use Notepad, you can use other free softwares like Sublime, or you can use Visual Code. In this particular course, we will be using Visual Code, and I'll tell you how to install Visual Code and what are the features of Visual Code. Also, suppose you do not have any prior knowledge about JavaScript, don't worry about it. We will take you through the whole course and we will ensure that you can understand JavaScript. That's all for this video. See you in the next one, where we will go through why one should learn JavaScript. We will also look at the different types of jobs you can get after learning JavaScript. DOM stands for Document Object Model. It is an API for HTML and XML documents, which helps JavaScript to understand what is there written inside the HTML document. API stands for Application Programming Interface. To understand API better, let's take an example of a restaurant. Imagine yourself in the restaurant. You are sitting at the table with the menu. The chef in the kitchen is also part of the system. The waiter here works as a messenger between you and the chef. That's what API does. It works as a moderator between JavaScript and the HTML document. DOM defines the whole HTML document in a hierarchical form to make it understandable for JavaScript so that other JavaScript functions can work over it. It represents the entire document in the form of object and nodes. Whether it be elements or text or anything stored in the document, the entire page content can be accessed or manipulated by JavaScript. DOM is not used with JavaScript only. Other languages like Python also uses DOM. DOM was designed to be used independently. To begin with DOM, there is nothing special you have to do. Different browsers have different implementation of the document object model. Every browser uses DOM to make the web page of the document accessible by JavaScript. Let's move on and see what is document object model with the help of an example. I believe you guys have the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS, a prerequisite for this course. Let's start things off with a basic HTML example. Here we have a code that consists tags like HTML, head, body, heading tag, etc. We have the HTML tag here, the opening HTML tag and the closing HTML tag. Inside the HTML tag, we have the head tag, which contains the document's header part. Inside the head tag, there is a title tag that contains the title of the web page. Then comes the body tag, which contains a heading tag and two div tags with IDs as div1 and div2. A div tag defines a particular section in the HTML document. The ID used within the div tag, it is an attribute basically that has to be unique within the document to make the element unique from other elements. Next up, we have a paragraph tag with a class attribute within it. CSS and JavaScript uses classes to select and access specific elements. Don't worry guys if you have no idea about it. Let us first see the output of this code before going to the document object model of this whole document. So guys, this is the output of the previous code we just came through. Here we can see the title of the web page as well as heading after it. There were two different div tags used in the code. Here is the output of both the div tags. The question here is, where are those ID and class attributes seen in the output? The answer to this question is there's nothing on this web page that can show both of them. We can use them in our CSS file or through JavaScript to specify the containers in which they are used. So we have concluded how a normal document works and how the browser interprets the HTML code. But how JavaScript uses this code is a bit different. That's where DOM comes into play. When the actual HTML document is loaded in the browser, another representation of that document is created, known as document object model. Here's the model you can see on your screen. Each of the tags used in HTML document is correspondingly represented as objects in the DOM, like starting from the HTML tag and covering all the other tags like head, title, body, and few more. The same hierarchy as there was in the HTML document goes with the document object model also. Document object model is simply the same HTML document with different representation. The reason behind this different representation is that it's easy for JavaScript to interpret this format. JavaScript can't understand tags, but it can understand these objects. JavaScript can easily manipulate these objects using different functions, which we will see in future while working on these functions. For example, if you want to access the text present inside the heading tag, you can do it by accessing the heading tag with JavaScript. You can also work on the style of this text with the help of JavaScript as well. JavaScript uses the concept of nodes. It can access nodes of the document object model. There are many types of nodes present in the DOM. The basic three types are element node, attribute node, and text node. The element node consists of all the tags used in HTML document, like the head tag and the body tag. The attribute node contains the attributes used in HTML document. By now, I hope you have understood the concept of attributes. So JavaScript can access these attributes as well, and the user can work upon them as per requirements. the text here in the HTML document, that is simply. It can also be accessed with the help of JavaScript. It is the value of that particular element. That's all for this video. See you in the next one where I'll show you how to install a text editor. For this particular course, we will be using Visual Studio Code. I will run you through the installation process as well. If this video helped you anyhow, do give it a like, comment your doubts, share. We are using VS Code Studio as our text editor to write the script here. We have already discussed the benefits as well as the features of VS Code in the previous video. So as I have already mentioned, you must have a web browser with JavaScript enabled in it. So if you are using Google Chrome, it's quite easy to enable JavaScript. Let me take you through it. Open Google Chrome, go to settings and just write JavaScript in the search option. Go to site settings and scroll down. You will find here JavaScript. Allow it if it's not allowed. In my case, it's already allowed, so I'm good to go. Once you have downloaded the editor and you are done with the environment setup and all, you can start writing the program. So let's go to VS Code. We will open a new file here and save it with a name. Let's open a new file and we will save it with name first.html. Make sure to save your file with .html extension, as it will make it easy for the computer to understand that this particular file is an HTML file. So in the last video, we installed an extension named Live Server. Let me tell you how to use it and what are the benefits of using Live Server. So let's write a basic HTML program, or just press the exclamation key and press enter. Here we are with the basic HTML program. We have not done anything yet, just edit it a little bit. We'll add a heading tag and inside the heading tag we will write a heading. Let's suppose we are writing hello. So now right click on your desktop and click on open with Live Server. What this will do, it will open your program in the browser. See, it's the basic thing. So let me tell you what its benefits are. It will open your program in the browser and whatever changes you are making in the programs will be directly shown in the browser the moment you save them. See, just use Google Chrome or whatever browser you are using and in the VS Code side by side. We'll be using it side by side now. Let's suppose we'll change something here. Let's add a word here, hello world. And the moment we save it, it will be reflected in your browser as well. So that's the benefit of using Live Server. We will be using it during our whole code. So now we are done with that. Let's start with the program. So here we are with our basic HTML code which has only tags in it. It will print nothing if I remove this heading tag. Let me remove it, and the moment I save it, it will print nothing. So guys, let me give you a brief introduction to these tags. These HTML tags are used to render HTML files properties so that the browser can differentiate between simple text and HTML tags. You can use as many tags according to your requirements. In our first program, we will write a single line statement over the browser. For that, we will need the script tag. Don't worry if you don't know much about script tag. Let me tell you briefly about this tag's functionality. It is used to embed a client-side script language. Remember guys, script tag is used to embed JavaScript with HTML. This is where HTML and JavaScript comes together. It may contain the scripting statements or point towards the external script through the src attribute. We will see the src attribute as well. We'll use the script tag inside the body tag, or we can use it wherever we want to use it. Like, it's not necessary to use it inside the body tag only. We can use it anywhere in a program. So let's start with this. First, let's start the script tag. We are done with it. Now the script tag, we have to type an attribute. The attribute is, the type is, it's a text file. We are done with our script tag. To write on the web page, we use a very basic command, the document.write. It is a JavaScript method using which you can print anything on the browser. Let's see what document.write can do. Let's write here something, document.write, and any text you want to write inside it. Let's suppose hello world, welcome to Simply Code. So guys, we are done with this. We have written a text over here, hello world, welcome to Simply Code. Let's see what will happen when we save it. press Ctrl+S, and the moment you save it here, it will be reflected on your browser. Here you can see in our browser, it's written over here, hello world, welcome to Simply Code. We can define JavaScript in an external file as well. Let's see how we can do this. How this script tag will point towards an external JavaScript file. Here what you have to do, you have written script, just before type use an attribute src and give it the source of the file. But till now we don't have any JavaScript file, so let's create a file first. Name it as script.js. Remember, you have to save it with .js extension. We are done with it and we are good to go. So here we will write document.write and any text you want to write here. Hello world, welcome to Simply Learn. We will save it. The moment we will save it here, there's something wrong, I guess. Okay, we have not given the source code of that JavaScript. So here we will have to give the name of that file. It was script.js. Moment we will save it. See, the text is changed here. Initially it was hello world, welcome to Simply Code, but now it is hello world, welcome to Simply Learn. This document.write is not interpreted by the browser. That's because this script tag is now pointing towards an external JavaScript file. Anything you will write inside this script tag will not be considered now. So we are done with this script tag here. We now have an idea of how to embed JavaScript with HTML. And now let's see some of the features of document.write. So let's suppose you have written this text here. Let's erase it and see what else it can do. Let's give it a task to add two numbers. Let's suppose we have given here 9 plus 3. Let's see if it works. See, it will give you the output directly here. Document.write 9 plus 3, it will give you the output as 12. Similarly, you will do any mathematical task, any calculation you want to do. Let's suppose 7 multiplied by 8. You can see here 12, 56, 12. Let's give it another one. 9 multiply 5 minus, let's suppose 3, and save it. See, 9 into 5 is 45, and if you minus 3 from 45 you will get 42. Here is the answer for as 42. 56 is for 7 into 8, 7 multiplied by 8, and 12 is for 9 plus 3. So with that we are done with how to embed with JavaScript with HTML. Let's move on to another concept in JavaScript, that is console.log. Console.log is a function in JavaScript that works the same as document.write, but it will not print anything in the browser. Let's give it a try. Let's clear this and suppose we write here console.log and give it a command. Save it and see, there is nothing printed on the browser. Let's write something in the body tag. We'll use a heading tag and write something here. Let's go again and go to body tag. We'll use a heading tag here as well and write something here. Let's suppose we write Simply Code. Save it. See, this is printed on the browser. To open your browser's console, go to browser, right click here and go to inspect element, or you can use Ctrl plus Shift plus I, which I normally do. Here you can see the console option. See, it has many options like elements, consoles, sources, network, and many more. But for now, let's focus on console. Here you can see the text printed here. So what's the point of doing this? Whenever we write a code, we usually have many variables and functions and a lot of these kinds of things. We don't always know what to expect as the output. Maybe we expect a particular result, but we might get something else. One way of debugging our code is that we can pass a value to this function here only, and we can check the result of that value out of the code. Let's add two numbers here. So if you don't understand it, basically what we are doing, for now we are writing a small piece of code, like the program is not that big, but later on when we are good with JavaScript and we'll use JavaScript as a primary language, the size of the program will go longer and longer. So not every time you are supposed to check the output of your code by doing that only. So if you are using any variables or you are using any functions, you can check the output here only if you have to use that variable in that way or you have to change something. So you will get it here only. That's the use of console.log. Let's add two numbers. Remove it. A is equal to 5 and let b's value is 8, suppose. Okay, we are done with these two numbers, and what we'll do, we will write console.log. We have given it the command to add a and b. Let's see if it works here. See, the value of a plus b is 13. You can see it here in console. The value is 13. You can see it here. So here we can see that the output is 13. You can do any complex calculation here in the console. It will give you the correct answer. You can see here script.js colon 4. The number after the column is the line in script.js. Here in our file, we can see that the console.log command is in line number 4. So here it is written that it is line number 4 here. So if you click on this, you can see the script.js opened in a very small window, and you can edit it from here as well. So this is not a random line number. To prove this, let's go on to a program and let's move this to another line. See, now the console.log is in line 11. Save it, and here you can see this also changed to 11. So let's make this more complex. Add another variable c. We'll add another variable here. Let's suppose we add c here. We'll give it a more complex equation. Let's c equals to the moment we save it, it will give it the answer. Oh no, we are done with the equation. Let's change it here also. The value of c is, let's see if it works or not. Press Ctrl plus S, it's saved, and the value of c is 7. Let's see if this value is correct or not. The value of a was 5. 5 into 3 is 15. 15 plus 8 is 23. 23 plus 4 is 27. 27 plus a minus 25. Value of a is 5 minus 25 is minus 20. 27 minus 20. The value of c is 7. Say it's correct. Check it yourself if you can do something more interesting with this console.log, or you can do something more interesting with document.write. So console log allows us to debug our code, and we can use it if we are not sure about the output in a lengthy program. So guys, that's all for this video. See you in the next one, where I'll run you through JavaScript statements and comments. If this video helped you anyhow, make sure to like it, comment your doubts, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe Simply Code. Thank you. So variables are named storage that a program can manipulate. As the name suggests, a variable is a value that can change according to conditions. Variables refers to those memory blocks inside the computer where we can store information. Let's suppose you want to store any value inside your computer. So variable will represent the location of that value. In simple terms, variables are cups with stuff inside them, and you can use that stuff later again and again according to the way you want to. Before the introduction of ES6 or ECMAScript we can say, which is the updated version of JavaScript, variables were declared using a single keyword only, which is where. We'll try to declare a few variables here. We'll see how where keyword works. So let's comment this thing first. So let's declare a few variables. Let's suppose where a equals to 15. We will declare where b, and the value of b will be 6. We will declare where c, and the value of c would be a plus b. So here we have defined three variables a, b and c. A is a variable with value 15 stored inside it, and so is b. The value of b is 6. But c is a variable that will contain the value of a plus b. Let's try to print this on browser. Document.write, and we will print the value of c. Save it, and here you can see the value of c is 21. That's the correct answer. So similarly, you can also print a and b as well. Let's print a and b as well here. What we will do, we'll copy this line, we'll paste it for a, and we'll update this here as well, so it won't create any confusion. So here you can see the value of c is 21, the value of a is 15, and the value of b is 6. It shows the value of all the three variables we declared. But with the introduction of ES6 or ECMAScript in 2015, two more ways were introduced to declare a variable. These are let and const. We shall discuss these two terms in the later part of this session. Let me show you how to declare a variable. There are a few things you have to keep in mind while declaring a variable name. Here we have seen we use three variables A, B and C. That was an easy task to do, but giving a variable any name, like something other than a single alphabet. So you have to keep a few things in mind while naming them. Start them with a letter, underscore or a dollar sign. You can't use any sign except underscore or dollar. So if you are giving a variable name, you can't use any other sign except the underscore or the dollar sign. You can use these two signs only. You can't use any other sign. You can't use a number in the starting. Apart from that, let's suppose you want to give it a name as 9BE. You can't do that in JavaScript. JavaScript won't allow you this. If you try to save it, it will throw you an error, invalid or unexpected token. So you can't do this in JavaScript. There is no limit for the length of the variable name. But you can't use reserved keywords in a variable name. Like let's try to create a variable with name as class. Class is a reserved keyword in JavaScript. We'll save it and see, here it throws an error, unexpected token class. But you can use a class with capital C. Let's save it and here it will work fine. Why it works? Because JavaScript variables are case sensitive. If we try to create a variable with same name, let's see, we try to create a variable with var girl and the another variable will be var girl with capital G this time. JavaScript will treat these two variables differently. These two are different variables for JavaScript, as JavaScript is case sensitive when it comes to variables. Let's declare a few more variables. Let's remove it. We'll declare a few more variables. Let's comment this part as well. We'll declare a few more variables. Suppose we declare a variable with keyword var and we'll name this variable as bike name. Var bike name and press enter. If we leave this variable without assigning it any value, the by default value will be undefined. Let's try to print the value of this variable. Right, we will try to print the value of bike name. Save it. Here you can see the value it shows is undefined. So the by default value of a variable, if you do not assign it any value, will be undefined. Let's try to give it a value. Let's suppose we try to give bike name. We use equals to operator to assign it a value. To assign, let's suppose we'll assign it Yamaha. Semicolon and press Ctrl+S to save this, and here you can see the output as Yamaha. You can also assign a value to the variable during declaration, as we have done in the previous examples. Here we have assigned the variable's value at the time of declaration only. Let's move on to let and const. So we will discuss let and const, but first we will compare let with var. Let is also used to declare a variable just like var is used, but there is a limitation to use let. Let is not accessible outside the block in which it is declared. So we will use let here only. Let bike name equals, and we will change this value as well. We will change it to hero, let's say. Save it, and here you can see the output as hero. But if we try to put this code inside a block, let's suppose we put this code inside this block, a pair of curly braces, and we will again try to access document.write. We'll try to access bike name again from here. From outside the block we try to access this. Save it, and here you can see bike name is not defined. It is an error in line 18. So what's happening here? Basically you can't access a let variable outside the scope. You can't access it from here, but it will work with var. If we try to replace let with var and save it, here you can see it says hero and hero, because first it will interpret this method and then it will interpret this as well in case of var. Due to its limited scope, let variables are used when there is limited use only. Like in for loop or in while loop, we will learn these loop in future. Let will not allow you to redeclare any variable. Let's understand this with an example. Here's the code as well. We have declared var bike name and we'll remove this. And first we'll try to do this with var. Let's suppose var bike name equals to TVS. Control plus S. It says hero and TVS. So the variable name, the bike name is same in both cases. Here and here as well. These are same, but with where keyword you can do that. Let will not allow you to do this. If we use let here in place of where, we'll write let here as well, and we will change the value as well. We will give it as Kawasaki and let's suppose Suzuki here. Save it. See, bike name has already been declared. So that's what let won't allow you to do. You can repeat the same let variable in different scope. It won't create any problem, but it will not allow you to redeclare any declared variable. So let's move on to const. We use const when there are values we don't want to change or that will never change basically. So the keyword const is little misleading as it defines a constant reference to a value, not the constant value. We can't change the primitive value, but we can change the properties of constant objects. Let's write another piece of code for const keyword. So let's declare a variable const x is equal to 5, comma y is equal to 7. Let's say const So here what we have done, we declared a variable x and a variable y with value as 5 and 7. We declared this time with const keyword, and a variable z which is x plus y. We printed z on the browser and it shows the value as 12, which is x plus y. 7 plus 5 is equal to 12. Now what we will do, const will let you do this, but if you try to update the value of x, let's suppose we try to update the value of x as x equals to x plus 10. We'll print x this time. Document.write x. Let's save this. It will throw an error assignment to a constant variable in line 24. So here you want to update the value of x. You can't do this with const keyword. You can do this with let and where as well, but you can't do this with const. Also, const won't allow you to redeclare any variable just like let. So if you try to use const x again is equal to 10, save it. So here it says identifier x has already been declared. This thing you can do with const. The scope of const is the same as let. It can be used within the block where it is declared. So guys, that's all for this video. See you in the next one where I will run you through data types in JavaScript. I hope this video will help you. Do give it a thumbs up if you like this video. Comment your doubts below. Share it with your friends and don't forget to subscribe Simply Code. Data types is an essential concept in every programming language. To work on any variable, you should know its type. It refers to the kind of data which is being stored inside a variable. The type of variable is holding basically. Every programming language has its own set of data types which is unique in its own way. We discussed earlier that JavaScript is a lightweight scripting language, because we don't need to specify any data type in JavaScript. After all the variables in JavaScript are loosely packed, or we can say JavaScript is a dynamically typed scripting language. We shall discuss these properties later in this video. For now, let me tell you about different data types present in JavaScript. So JavaScript data types are divided into two categories: primitive data types and non-primitive data types. Primitive data types are stored in stack, whereas non-primitive data types, they are stored in heap. I don't want you to go deep in these two terms as if you are new to programming, so we'll leave it. Just keep one thing in mind, that primitive data types are base data types, whereas non-primitive data types are objects, or we can say they are derived. Primitive data types, they are further divided into 5 categories. They are divided as numbers, strings, boolean, undefined and null. Non-primitive data types or complex data types, we can say, on the other hand, they are divided into 2 parts: arrays and objects. We'll have separate videos on these topics. For now, let's discuss primitive data types. To understand primitive data types much better, let's declare a few variables here. Let's say we declare var x and give it the value as 16. We'll declare var y and we'll give it value hello world. We'll declare one more. Let's say var flag and the value will be true. Here we can talk about those properties of JavaScript which I mentioned earlier. JavaScript variables are loosely packed and JavaScript is a dynamically typed scripting language. These 2 points refer to the same thing. Here you can see we have defined 3 variables. X, we have defined variable X, we have defined variable Y and flag as well. The values for all 3 variables is different from one another. See, variable X is holding a value that is 16. Variable Y is holding a value hello world, which is a string. So 16 is a number, hello world is a string, and variable flag is holding a value that refers to a boolean value. In place of true, we can also write false here. So what's happening here? Here you can see there is no data type. If you are coming from a C++ background or a Java background, this will be a little bit weird for you guys, because in C++ and Java, we used to do it like we'll define an integer. Let me show you. So how we will define an integer in C++ or Java? What we'll say? We'll use int x equals to 5 or something like that. We already had a data type. For string as well, we have char in C++, but here in JavaScript, we have no data type. We are only using the var keyword. That's what we call as loosely typed. This line means that you don't have to define the data type of the variable. What happens in JavaScript is whatever the type of value you will pass to the variable, the data type will change accordingly. So you don't need to worry about if you are passing a number or if you are passing a string. Just relax. Just when you pass the value to the variable, it will be determined automatically. So these are the 3 basic primitive data types present in JavaScript, which are number, boolean value and string. So let's move on to the next one, which is undefined. We'll define a variable p and we'll leave it as it is. So this variable p has an undefined data type. It means that any variable which is already declared but has no value inside it, it has an undefined data type. I'll tell you a basic operator, the type of operator. We'll go through the operators in later videos, but just try to understand the basic need and use it with me. For now, this operator will help you know the type of value a variable is holding. See, let's use it here. We have declared a variable p. We'll check the type of p. So to use this operator, you have to use it with document.write now. So we'll do document.write and we'll use 2 brackets, and inside it we'll write type of, and whatever, like if you want to know the type of variable x, let's suppose, we'll write here x semicolon, save it, and you can see here it says number. This means that this variable has a value which is a number. Similarly, we will check for all the variables present here. We'll check for every variable. We'll check for y, we'll check for flag, and we'll check for p as well. Let's copy this and paste it 3 times, and let's change the value here from x to y in this line, and from x to flag here, and here we'll change it to p. So we have done it. We'll save it and see. Here it says number first. Variable y, it says it's a string, because you know hello world is a string. It's a sequence of character. For variable flag, it says boolean, so it's defined as true or false. And for variable p, it's written here undefined. With this, we are left with only one primitive data type, the null data type. There's a difference between a null value and an undefined value. Undefined means lack of value, whereas null means the absence of any value. Suppose you are using null as the value for any variable, the type of operator will return this variable as an object. But if you are not giving any value to this variable, you are leaving it after declaration, the type of operator will return undefined. Here's an example for this. See, we'll declare one more variable here. We'll declare var num. Let's name this variable num, and we will give it the value as null. We'll use document.write type of, and we will check with the help of type of operator that what type of value the variable num is holding. So let's give here num. We are good to go. Press Ctrl plus S and see. Here it says it's an object. So a null value will always be shown as an object. We'll talk about the complex types or composite types in further videos. We'll have separate videos for each of these types. Don't worry about it. So guys, that's all for this video. See you in the next one where I'll run you through type conversion in JavaScript. If this video helped you anyhow, do like it. In the previous video, we learned about type conversion in JavaScript. By now, you must have a clear understanding of data types and we know enough about variables in JavaScript. So without any further delay, let's go through operators in JavaScript. In any programming language, an operator is a symbol that makes the computer understand that it needs to do some specific task. Like if we want to perform an addition between two numbers, let's say we want to perform addition between 4 and 5. So guys, if you see the plus sign here, this is known as the operator, and the two terms which are 4 and 5, these two numbers, these are known as the operands. We have different operators for different purposes. Like we have plus for addition, we have minus for subtraction, we have star or asterisk we can say for multiplication, and many more other operators as well. So there are many more operators present in almost every programming language which is present out there. Operators are present in Java, they are present in C++, in C. Almost every programming language out there has the concept of operators. It's essential for you to know how and where to use any operator despite of the language you are working on. One needs to understand which operators are available, right? So in this particular video, I'll take you through the basic types of operator present in JavaScript. I'll let you know the types and we'll learn about how to use them, and of course I'll take you through the different categories of operators present in JavaScript. So in JavaScript, there are basically 8 categories into which operators are divided, which are: we have arithmetic operators, we have assignment, we have string, we have conditional, we have logical, bitwise, comparison, and type of operator. We'll discuss the first 3 types in this video. That is, we'll discuss the arithmetic operators, we'll discuss the assignment and the string operators. Rest we'll talk about in the following video. First up here is the arithmetic operator. Hope you all are aware of the term arithmetic, right? So, arithmetic operators perform mathematical calculations, like it performs addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division as well. So here are the few operators you can see on your screen: the plus operator, minus, asterisk, division, we have modulus, we have increment, we have decrement. So these are the basic arithmetic operator. We'll see each of these operator with an example. So let's move on to the programming part first. So guys, I want to mention one more thing here. I want all of you to make a separate file for each topic we'll be covering from now on. Like for operators, we'll create a separate file. We'll create a separate one for control statements and other topics we'll cover in future from today. So I want you to create a separate file because, you know, in future if you want to access these topics, it will be easy for you to access those files. Instead, if you are using a single file for all the topics, it will be quite confusing. So let's start with the arithmetic operators first. Let's take 2 variables. We are in the JavaScript file. Let's take 2 variables. Let's say var x equals to 6, and we'll take another variable. Let's say var y equals to 4. Now we'll perform some arithmetic operations on these 2 variables. We have already seen the arithmetic operators present, like we have plus, minus, we have increment, decrement, we have multiplication, division. So we'll go through all of these, right? So let's start with it. Here we are done with our basic 3 operators, which is addition, subtraction, and multiplication. I have commented the division because I have something to tell you about the division. So let's check the output here first. Let's save it and see. The output is addition 10, subtraction 2, and multiplication 24. For addition, it added the 2 numbers, it's 6 plus 4. Similarly, for subtraction and multiplication, it is 6 minus 4 and it's 6 multiplied by 4. For division, I have left division because I hope you guys know the difference between division and the modulus operator. Let's try to use the modulus operator along with the division. So what we'll do, we'll comment these three and let's remove it from here, and what we'll do, we'll paste this here and we'll use the modulus here. So now let's check the output, what it says for division and modulus. See, we have divided 6 by 4. Division, it says it's 1.5. 6 divided by 4, that is 1.5. It will show the quotient here. For modulus, it's saying 2, because in modulus it gives you the remainder, and in division it gives you the quotient as the answer. So keep this thing in mind, guys. Keep this in mind always. Take a note of it. So we are done with division and modulus. Next up, we have the increment and the decrement operators. Let me show them to you real quick. So what we'll do, we'll declare another variable, let's say where z equals to 5. And we'll use the increment operator here. We'll use again document.write. And here we'll, let's say we write increment. How to use increment operator? For increment operator, you have to use plus whatever variable you have used. So we'll use plus z, and similarly we'll copy this, paste it here, and here we'll use minus for decrement, and change here as well. So let's see what happens. Let me give some space in between them so that you won't get confused. Let's save it and check the output here. Increment is, it says 6, and decrement it says 5. So you can see here the functioning of decrement and increment operator. The increment operator will increase the value of z by 1, and the decrement operator will do the opposite of this. It will decrease the value by 1. So we are done with the arithmetic operators. Next up, we have the assignment operators. Assignment operators are used to assign values to different JavaScript variables. Let's see the types first, and then we'll see how to use them. So we have these assignment operators here. We have equals to, plus equals to, minus equals to, and we have multiplied equals to, we have divide equals to, modulus equals to, and a few more. So let's see each of them with example. Maybe not each of them, but we'll try to cover almost every single operator out there which is present in your screen. So let's move on and see. Let's move on to the programming part. So here we are, guys. Let's declare a few variables. Let's say we are declaring a variable a, and we are giving it the value as 10, suppose. And we'll declare another one, let's say var b, and give it the value 5. So for assignment operators, what assignment operator means? We have used here the equal to sign, right? We have used a equals to 10. This means whatever value present on the right side of the operator, like here it is 10, it will be assigned to the variable a. I hope you guys are getting this. Keep this in mind. So we have the value 10 and we are assigning this value to the variable a. It says, let's try to check the output of a. Let's try to print a on the screen. Okay, document. See, here you can see that the value of a, it says 10, and similarly the value of b is 5. So let's do one more thing. We'll assign the value of a to b. How to do this? Let's change the value here only. Let's suppose we are using the value of var a as 13. Okay, and the value of var b will be providing as, let's say, a. So now let's try to print the value of b. Here we will change, we'll print the value of b only. Let's save it and see the output. See, it says the value of b is 13 because we have assigned b the value present at variable a, which is 13. That's why it is showing the value of b as 13. This is what assignment operator is. Let's try other assignment operators as well. Let's take another variable. So let's say var a1 equals to, let's say, 51. So The next operator we will be using is, let's update the value of a1 first. So how to do this? Let's say a1 equals to, no, it's a1 plus equals to 9, and we'll print the value. Let's check the output now. See, it says the value of a1 is 60. Here we have given that a1 plus equals to 9. See, a1 plus equals to 9 is the same as, if you don't want to write here a1 plus equals to 9, you can also write it as a1 equals to a1 plus 9. Both of these lines are same. Both these statements means the same. They are performing the same task. So a1 equals to a1 plus 9 is same as a1 plus equals to 9. That's what I want you to understand with assignment operators. Similarly, if you want to perform a1 minus equals to, you can do it as well. So let's say a1 minus is equal to 5, and we'll copy this line from here, paste it here again, and save it now. Let's see the output here. What it says. Some of you guys may get confused that here it shows the value of 69 of a1. So in the first statement, when we tried to print a1 here, the initial value was 51. Then this statement was performed and the value was updated to 60. Then after that, one more statement. This statement is also performed and the value updated to 69. It's 51 plus 9 plus 9. And the value we have here is 69. Now what happens if we are using the minus equals to operator? What it will do, it will decrease the value of a1 by 5. It means that a1 equals to a1 minus 5. The value of a1 is 69 and it will subtract 5 from 69. So here it says the value of a1 is 64. Hope you guys are getting this. So we have so many operators, we have so many of them. Like, let's try a few more. So we have multiply equals to, we have division equals to, we have modulus equals to. So I'll write these and then we'll see the output. So we are done with it. Let's check the output here for A3, A4 and A5. You can see for A3 we have used multiply equals to, for A4 we have used divide equals to, and for A5 we have used modulus equals to. Let's check the output here. Save it and see. It says the value of A3 50. Here we have taken A3 as 5. It's 10 into 5 because A3 equals to A3 into 5. So it's 10 into 5. It shows the value as 50. Similarly, here it says the value of A4 is 3.75 because we have used here 4. So instead of 4, let's try to use 3 and save it. See, here you can see it divides it and gives you the quotient, and the value of A4 divided by 3 is 5. So similarly for A5 it shows the value of A5 is 6 because we have used the modulus operator here, and 20 divided by 7 we have 6 as remainder. So I hope you guys are pretty clear with assignment operators now. Next up we have string operators. The plus operator, which we used as the arithmetic operators earlier, right? It also operates as a string operator. So we can use it to concatenate two strings. That means we can add two strings as well. In JavaScript it is possible with the help of string operator. Similarly, we have plus equals to operator for strings as well. Like we have plus equal to for assignment, it has the same functioning for string as well. Let's take the example for these two operators. Let's move on to the programming part. So here you can see we have two variables, var str1 and var str2. The value of var str1 is hello and the value of var str2 is world. So what we'll do, we will add str1 and str2. So let's check the output here, save it and see. Here you can see the output as hello world. But there is no space between hello and world. Keep this point in mind, guys. So if you are adding two strings just like this, there will be no space between the two strings. So if you want to add any space between these two, what you have to do, you have to mention it here separately. And this is the syntax if you want to add space between your strings. So now let's save it now and see. Here you can see there is a space between hello and world. So this is the use of plus operator in strings. So the next one we have plus equals to. Let's take another string. let's take it as where str3 and we'll give it the value as welcome. So what we'll do, we'll use the plus equal to operator here. Str3 plus equals to, let's say, to simply code. And what we'll do, we'll print the value of str3 here. So save it now. So here you can see the value of str3. If we remove this line, let's see what happens now. And we'll give it a space here. Save it now. See, here you can see it says hello world. For the first str1 plus str2 it says hello world. For str3 it says welcome to simply code. See, here the space is already given, so it will show this in the output. But between welcome and to, if you want to add space, you have to do the same what you have done for str1 and str2. So let's do it here as well. Plus sign, yes. Save it now and see, here you can see it says welcome to simply code with proper space. So guys, with this we are done with the video. See you in the next part where I'll take you through the remaining operators. We have 5 more operators remaining. And I'll also tell you about the associativity as well. Till then, please go through these 3 operators once again. If this video helped you anyhow, give it a like, comment your doubts, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe Simply Code. Thank you. So here you can see I have taken 3 variables. I have taken variable A and I have assigned it value as 12. I have taken variable B and the value assigned to B is 8. And finally I have a variable result which stores the value of A plus B. Lastly, what I'm doing is I'm printing out the result variable inside the h1 tag. Here you can see I have used the h1 tags and I have used the plus operator to concatenate the strings, right? I have concatenated these 2 strings along with the result, along with the answer of result. So the plus operator here is doing 2 different tasks, right? Here you can see it is performing the addition of 2 numbers, right? And here you can see it is used to concatenate 2 strings. So now let's talk about associativity, because I guess you guys are clear with string operator till now. We have discussed them in the previous video, right? So let's talk about associativity now. So certain operators have right to left associativity and certain operators have left to right associativity. So when I say right to left associativity, in this case the value present at the right side of the operator. See, if you are using any operator, for example here we have used the assignment operator, right? We have discussed the assignment operator earlier. So here you can see the value present at the right hand side of the operator will be assigned to the variable which is present at the left hand side of the operator. So it's going this way, like first the computer will check for the value present at the right. It's going from right towards the left. This is what we are known as right to left associativity, and assignment operators like equals to, this have right to left associativity. Let's add here one more variable. Let's say we are adding a variable C, and we are giving it the value as 5. And what we'll do, we'll update result as well. Let me first show you the output of this particular program. See, the output will be value of result is 20 and hi there. Hi there is concatenated with the string value of result is, and 20 is the actual answer. The 20 is the value of result. So let's add one more variable here. Let's say we are adding a variable C and the value of C will be 5. What we'll do now, we will update result as well. Here you can see I have done A plus B plus C. So save it, and here you can see the value updated to 25. The value of result is updated, right? So the plus operator has associativity from left to right. Till now we have talked about right to left as for assignment operators, but for plus operators the associativity is from left to right. It means it will first perform A plus B, and then the value of C will be added to that of A plus B. First it will perform 12 plus 8, and then finally it will add 5 to that value. So it will be 20 plus 5, and that's why the output here is 25. We know that JavaScript is a loosely typed programming language, right? which means that we don't have to specify data types every time. Like if we are using any data type, we don't need to specify it every time. Like let's do one thing, let's add a string here. So what we'll do, we'll add a string. Let's suppose I'm adding hello. So practically the answer would be hello plus 25 or hello 25. It should be the answer. But let's check the output now. Save it. And here you can see the output is hello 1285. What happened here is the associativity of the plus operator is from left to right. We know this. So it will start from the left and it will see that, okay, the first thing to add is a string. So it will assume that everything ahead of this will be a string. That's why we have the output as hello 12, 8 and 5. So 12, 8 and 5 all are acting as string here. Let me clear this one for you with a little bit of modification. Now what we'll do, we'll remove this string from here and we'll add it somewhere else. Let's say we are adding it here. So let's add one more variable to make it more clear. Let's say we are using variable d and the value will be 10. And what we'll do, we'll perform a plus b before the string and then we'll perform c plus d. Right? So here you can see when you save it, it says 20 hello 510. So when it reached out the first variable, it finds out that the first variable is a number. So it added the first two numbers, right? It added 12 and 8. The answer is 20. Then it came across this string hello and then finally it assumed that everything ahead of this will be a string. So that's the output. 20 is the addition of a plus b and then the string hello, and finally we have the value of c and d as string. So we have the value 5 and 10, not 15, right? I hope you guys get this. So let's move on to conditional operators. The conditional operators assign a value to a variable based on a certain condition. Like it contains a condition, and you know, for every condition, like there exists only two possibilities. Either it can be true or it can be false. There is nothing else you can do with a conditional operator. So it works the same as if-else statements, which we'll cover in further videos. The only difference between if-else and conditional operators that it takes less time, or we can say its usage is pretty easy. So here is the syntax for conditional operators. So it seems pretty straightforward, right? So here you can see we have a variable name, we have a condition. Depending upon the condition, we have two values. Here's the example as well. See, you can see we have a variable voter. Next up we have a condition, if age is less than 18. So it will check for the condition that if the value of age is actually less than 18, let's suppose the value of age is 15. So it will check if 15 is less than 18, it's true. Then it will print too young. Or if the value of age is greater than 18, then it will print false, or you can say it will print old enough here. So let's move on to the programming part. So here you can see I have taken a variable x and the value assigned to x is 30. What we'll do, in variable y, I have given it a condition. So it will check for x, which is 30, if 30 is greater than or equals to 50. So if it's true, if 30 is actually greater than 50, then it will print true, else it will print false. So we'll check the output once. Let's save it and see. Here you can see the output as false. So if you update the value of x here, let's suppose we are updating the value of x, let's suppose it's 60. Save it now and see the output has changed to true because 60 is greater than 50, right? Also, if you want to write a message here only, you can do it. Write it here as, so we'll copy it from here, we'll copy document.write and we'll paste it here. Let's remove this document.write, and what we'll do, we'll use this bracket here. And if any message you want to write, like you want to write value of, so, and now what we'll do, we'll save it. See, it says value of true. So, or you can write any other message here as well. You can write value of x is greater than, or you can write whatever. So if you want to update it like value is, and here we will update true with greater, and here we will use smaller. Save it now. See, here it says value is greater. Value of x is greater than y. So that's all for conditional operators. Also one more thing, conditional operators has 3 different parts, right? And that's why it is also known as ternary operator. 3 different parts, as in it has a condition, like here it has a condition and it has 2 values, right? It has true or false. So that's why it is also known as ternary operator. Next up, we have the logical operators. So logical operators are used to determine the logic between 2 variables or values, we can say. We use logical operators to check whether multiple conditions are true or false. Here on your screen you can see the 3 different types of logical operators present in JavaScript along with their syntax and example. So the AND or NOT are the 3 operators present in JavaScript. The AND operator, here you can see it is holding 2 values, right? It has x less than 10 and y greater than 1. So the AND operator will return true only if both the conditions are true, like x has to be less than 10 and y has to be greater than 1. So here you can see we have taken x equals to 7 and y equals to 4. So both the conditions are satisfying here. So that's why the output of the AND operator will be true. For OR operator, the case is a bit different. So if any one of these 2 conditions, like we have 2 conditions, if any one of these 2 is true, then the output will be true. And if both are false, then only the output will be false. The NOT operator, on the other hand, will check if x is equals to y. If the value x is holding is equals to that of y. If the value is not equal, then it will return true. I hope you are getting this. That's a little bit confusing, but if the value x and y holding, if they are not equal, then it will return true. If they are equal, then it will return false, right? We'll understand the programming concept of logical operators in further videos when we learn about control statements. We primarily use logical operators with the if statement, through which we'll come across in the following video. In the next video, we will go through the control statements. So we'll understand the programming part of logical operator there only. Next up, we have the comparison operators. So comparison operators are similar to logical operators in some way. They are also used to check for true and false. As the name suggests, we use comparison operator to compare 2 values, or we can say to compare 2 variables using different operators. So here you can see on your screen, these are the different types of comparison operators present in JavaScript. We have equals to, we have not equals to, we have equal value and data type, we have greater than, less than, and we have a few more. So I hope you guys must remember from the previous video that a single equals to operator is an assignment operator. So if we are using a single equals to, then it will be considered as an assignment operator. For comparison, we have to use double equal to. Keep this thing in mind whenever you are using any operator in JavaScript, or especially the equals to operator. So if you want to compare 2 values, you have to use double equals to, because single equals to is used to assign values. This is an assignment operator. So let's move on to the programming part now. So guys, here you can see I have taken a variable x and the value assigned to x is 10. This code seems a little bit longer to you, but that's a simple piece of code. Like I've used almost every comparison operator we came across in the previous slide. I've used each one of them, and I've used the document.write after every comparison operator to put some spaces in between so that you guys don't confuse between them. So let's check the output now. See, as you can see, I have used the double equals to, the triple equals to, I have used x not equals to it. So let's check the output, save it and see. Here it says false, false, true, 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 false, true, false. So for x equals to 8, it compared the value 10 with 8, and 10 and 8 are not equals to. So the output will be false. As similar for 10, and we have used the triple equals to operator, which means equal, value and data type. So both 10 and 8 have equal data type. They both have the same data type, that is number, but the values are different, so it will print false. For x not equals to 8, it says 10 is not equals to 8. Yeah, 10 is not equals to 8 actually, so it will print true. Similarly for x not equals to 8, it will check that both the values are not equal but the data types are equal, right? So it will print true for this as well. For x greater than 8, yeah, 10 is greater than 8, so it will print true. Similarly it will check for x smaller than 8, and it will check for x greater than equals to 8, and also for x less than equals to 8. So by now you have understood how comparison operators work. So comparison operators are the easiest to use in programming. And that's all for comparison operators. Let's move on to the next one we have. The next type of operator we have is the type of operator. You guys have an idea about the type of operators, right? As we have discussed it earlier. In case you haven't watched the previous videos, let me give you a brief introduction about this type of operator. So the type of operator is used to provide you with the type of whatever value you put to the right of it. Like if you are using any data type and you want to know about the data type of a particular variable, let's say, so you can use the type of operator. It will tell you the actual data type of any variable. So in JavaScript, as we have discussed earlier in the video where we have particularly discussed about the data types, so there are 5 different types of primitive data types, right? We have the numbers, we have strings, we have boolean, we have null and undefined. So let's try to use type of operator. So here you can see I have used 4 different variables, which are I have used variable x, variable y, and variable flag and variable p. So the values are different. The x is holding 17, y is holding hey there, and flag has the value as false, and I have defined p but I have not assigned it any value till now. So what I'll do, I have used the type of operator to find out the type of every variable. Like here I have used it for x, for y, for flag and for p. Let's check the output now. Save it and see. It says number, string, boolean and undefined. See, here we have given x the value as 17. So 17 is a number, then it says it is a number. For hey there it says it is a string. For false it says it is a boolean value. Like in boolean value we have only 2 values, like false and true. So for variable p it says undefined. You know, there is a difference between undefined and null data types. Undefined means lack of value, whereas null means there's absence of value, that there is no value at all. So suppose you are using null as the value for any variable, right? The type of operator will return object. But if you are not giving any value to any variable, like you are using the variable as it is, like here we have not given it any value. So if you are doing this, the type of operator will return undefined. So let's take an example of null as well. Let's declare another variable, let's say var abc, and we'll give it the value as null. So and finally what we'll do, we'll use type of operator. Save it and see. Here it says the type of variable abc is an object. So remember this thing, guys. And now we are done with almost 7 operators we had, and we are left with 1 operator only. So let's move on to our last operator, which is the bitwise operator. This operator doesn't have that much of practical usage in the real world. They are not definitely useless, but this is something like we are not going to use on a daily basis. So in computers, if you know, the numbers are stored in binary format. Bitwise operators work on 32-bit numbers. And we have decimal numbers, like we understand decimal numbers. Computer works on binary numbers, right? So when bitwise operators are used, any operand present in the operation is first converted to a binary number and then converted back to a JavaScript number. So here you can see on your screen, we have 4 different bitwise operators. We have the AND operator, we have OR, we have NOT, and we have XOR, or we can say exclusive OR. The result and the answers are also here. It's pretty simple. See, we have used the AND operator before as well while we were in logical operators, but the syntax was different, and here you can see we have a single ampersand sign to use bitwise AND operator. So here you can see how the decimal number first changes to a binary number. Suppose we have x as 5. Here you can see x is first changed to a binary number. This is the binary equivalent of 5, and 1 is also changed to a binary number, and finally the result, whatever result we get, it is changed to a decimal number. So that's how bitwise operators work. Let's take an example of bitwise operators. So here you can see I have taken two variables. I have taken variable x, and the value of variable x is 5, and another variable is y, and the value of y is 1. And then I have used all the 4 bitwise operators, like I have used x and y, I have used x or y, I have used not x, and I have used the XOR operator between x and y. So let's check the output now. Here you can see, if we talk about the output, see here it says 1, 5, minus 6 and 4. So for x and y, see the value of x is 0, 1, 0, 1, and for AND operators it will return 1 if both the values are 1. If any one of the two values are 0, then it will return 0. So what it will return here, it will return 0 for 0, 0. For 1, 0 it will also return 0. Similarly for 0, 0 it will also return 0, and for 1, 1 it will return 1, which is the binary equivalent of 1. So the answer here is 1. For x or y, it will return 1 if any one of the two values are 1. See, if both are 0, it will return 0. If any one of the two values is 1, it will return 1. It will return 0 again, and finally it has two ones, so it will return 1. And 0, 1, 0, 1 is the binary equivalent of 5. That's why the output here is 5. For NOT operator, it works a little bit different. It gives you the output which is same as minus x minus 1. So minus x minus 1 will be, see, minus x minus 1 will be minus 5 minus 1, which is minus 6. So this is a bit different here. The NOT operator here is a bit different. For XOR operator, or we can say exclusive OR, it will return 4. Why it will return 4? It will return 1 when any one of the two values is 1. If both are 1, then also it will return false. It will return 1 only in one condition. If any one of the two values is 1, then only it will return 1. That's why the output here will be 0, 1, 0, 0. That's why it's written as 4, which is the binary equivalent of 0, 1, 0, 0. So guys, that's all for this video. See you in the next one, where I will run you through control statements in JavaScript. I hope this video will help you. Do give it a thumbs up if you like this video. So the if-else conditional statement is used whenever we work with condition. It can be either a single condition, or maybe more than one condition, or multiple conditions we can work with. So let's try to write a basic program with a single condition. So then we'll move on to multiple conditions using the else if statement. So we'll create a new file today. So I hope you guys know the importance of creating a separate file for every topic. You know, it will be easy for you to work to find out that separate file later if you want to revise that topic. So here is the program where we have taken a variable x, and the value of x is 10. So what we are doing in this program is we are checking if the value the variable x is holding, that is the value 10, and if the value is less than 10, or if the value is greater than 10. So we have only two conditions. Either the value can be less than 10, or the value can be greater than 10, or equals to 10 as well. So here in this program, what we'll do, first we'll update this value as 8. So the variable x is holding the value 8. So to check the output, let's save it, and here you can see it says the value of x is less than 10. Of course, the value 8 is always less than 10, right? So for 8, that's fine. It will say the value is less than 10. And similarly, if we do the same for, let's say, 11, save it now and see, it says the value of x is greater than 10. So that's quite simple, right? But what if we are giving the value as 10? We know 10 is equals to 10. So save it now and see. Here you can see it says the value of x is greater than 10. This is happening because what we did, as we told the interpreter to check the value if the value of x is less than 10. We didn't mention that what to do if the value is equals to 10. So it will check for only x is less than 10, not for equals to 10 or greater than 10. So here what it is doing, it is checking if the value is less than 10. So that it says okay, let's print this statement if the value is less than 10. Or if the value is not less than 10, or if the value is equals to or greater than 10, it will print the value of x is greater than 10. To avoid this type of misunderstanding, we use an else if statement. So the concept of else if statement is the same as if statement. What we are doing, we are using multiple conditions, right? We are giving it more than one condition. So how to use else if? It's quite easy, and the syntax is also similar to the if statement. The only difference is that it contains an else before if. So it's an else if. So what we are doing is we are giving it a condition that else if x equals to 10. So now what it will do, it will check for two conditions, that if the value x is holding is less than 10 or equals to 10. And what we'll do, we'll update it as. So let's check the output now. Save and see. Here it says the value of x is equals to 10, right? So I hope you guys are getting this. The execution flow for this program will be like, it will check for the first condition if x is less than 10. If yes, it will print the value of x is less than 10. If no, it will move on to the following condition. Like under the else if statement, it finds a condition that if x is equals to 10, it will check for it. If yes, if x is equals to 10, then it will print the value of x is equals to 10. Or if not, then otherwise it will move to else statement and print the value of x is greater than 10. We don't need to specify any particular condition for this, because we have already specified the two conditions, that if x is less than 10 or if x is equals to 10. Now we'll take a look at some basic programs. Other than this one, we'll take a look at a few more basic programs. So here's another program. What we are doing here is we are taking a variable x and the value of x is 5. So what we are doing is we are checking if the number is an even number or an odd number. The thing you have to keep in mind is the logic to find whether a number is even or an odd number. So to check whether a number is even, what we do, we'll divide that number with 2, right? What basically we want is we want the remainder as 0 when we use the modulus operator. So what we'll do, here we have written x mod 2 equals to 0. So if the remainder is 0, then the number will be an even number because it is divisible by 2. Else it will be an odd number. So that's quite simple, right? Let's save it and check the output. For 5 it says odd number. Yeah, 5 is of course an odd number, right? So that's for even and odd number. So here we are with another program. Here it says we have a variable y and the value of y is, let's say, 8. And what we are doing here is we are checking if a number is positive or negative or 0. So we have three different conditions. Either number can be positive or it can be a negative number. Any number greater than 0 is a positive number, right? And any number less than 0 is a negative number. And the third one is a number 0. It's neither positive nor negative. So let's check for the number 8, save it and see. Here you can see it is a positive number. Let's see for -2. Save it now. It says a negative number. For 0 it will say 0. So these two programs are quite simple, guys, right? The conditions are pretty simple. We use modulus operator, we used greater than or less than sign, and that's quite easy to use, right? So let's move on to the next program, which is a bit tricky than these two. So what we'll do in our next program is we'll check if a number is positive or negative, and at the same time we'll check for even and odd also. If we are giving any number as input, like let's suppose we are using 5, we'll check if the number is positive or negative and odd or even. So we'll do this simultaneously. Let's move on to this program. So there are two ways to check whether a number is positive or negative and odd or even. So the two methods, we'll discuss them one by one. The first one here is to use nested if, and the another one is when we use logical operators along with the if else if statement. So this one here you can see right in front of your screen is the nested if method. So here you can see we have used the if statement. We have given one more condition inside another if statement. So first it will check whether a number is positive or not. For x greater than 0, it will check if the number x is greater than 0. Then if yes, if it will find it that yes, this number is greater than 0, then it will move on to the nested if and it will check for odd or even. For odd number and even number, it will check if it finds that the number is even, it will print that the number is positive and even. If the number is not even, it will print the number is positive and odd. So here you can see the difference. What the interpreter is doing is it will check for the number as positive, and if the number is positive, then it will move on to the nested if and check for the even or odd. So if it finds that the number is even, it will print positive and even, otherwise it will print positive and odd. Then it will move on to the next condition, which is for negative number. If x is less than 0, then it will again move to the nested if and it will check for even and odd. So if it finds that the number is even, it will print negative and even, otherwise it will print negative and odd. And the last condition is for the number 0. Let's try to find out the output of this, and what we'll do, we'll update the value of x as 8. So save it now. Here it says the positive and even. So 8 is a positive number and even as well. Let's update the value of x as -5. Save it now. It says negative and odd number. -5 is a negative odd number, right? So that's how it will check for positive or negative and odd or even. So we are doing both the things simultaneously in a program. We have an alternate method as well. Here you can see on your screen we have written a program, and here we have taken a variable x. The functioning of both the programs is same. Both of these programs will check for positive or negative and odd or even. So here you can see I have taken a variable x. Let's say the value of x is 7. It will check for x greater than 0 and x mod 2 is equals to 0. So we have 4 different conditions, right? A number is greater than 0, that means a number is positive and even. A number is positive and odd. A number is negative and even. A number is negative and odd. And the final one is a number is 0. Okay, we have 5 conditions and we have to specify these 4 conditions here. So here you can see we are using the logical AND operator. This means it will print this statement. Let's suppose for this statement, it will print this only if both the conditions are true, right? If the value x is holding is both greater than 0 and an even number. So if you try to find out the output now, save it and see, here it says number is positive and odd. So the number 7 is greater than 0, but the number 7 is not an even number. That's why this line is not there on the browser. It will print this line because the number is positive and odd, right? With this, we are done with the video, guys. See you in the next one, where we'll go through the switch case conditional statement. That's another type of conditional statements present in JavaScript. So if you like this video, do give it a thumbs up. Comment your doubts below. Please share it with your friends and subscribe to Simply Code to never miss an update. Thank you. So iterative statements or looping statements, we can say, are used when we want to perform an activity multiple times or n number of times. So we don't have to copy paste that code every time, but we can use iterative statements. Using iterative statements will make our code clean and definitely more efficient. So we have 4 different types of iterative control statements, right? We discussed it in the previous video. Let's move on to for loop, which is our first iterative control statement, and we'll move on to the programming part directly. So before we start, one thing to keep in mind, guys, is that we use for loop when we are clear with the number of iterations in advance. So let's start with our first program. In this program, we will print the multiplication table of 10 from 10 into 1 to 10 into 10. Let's start with coding. First we write the for keyword, and then we have 3 different parts. We have the initialization, which is separated by a semicolon. Next up we have the condition, and finally we have the increment or decrement. So this is the syntax for loop. Next up we have the open and the closed curly braces for the body of for loop. We'll change these 3 values, as these are not the actual values, right? Our parameters for these 3 different parts of the loop are going to be different. So let me comment this one. So what we'll do, we'll leave it here only. We'll change it from here. So in the initialization part, what we are going to do is we'll create a variable. Let's say we are creating a variable where a and the initial value of a will be 1. This initialization happens only one time when the for loop begins. We have to be careful about the condition we are going to use, because sometimes what happens is the loop runs forever because of a wrong condition, which will ultimately crash our program. So in the condition, what we have to do is we have to give a value as in for how long our for loop should execute. Here in this case, we want to print the table of 10, right? We want to have 10 iterations. So what it will do, it will start from a equals to 1 and it will go till this final condition. So let's suppose we are writing here a less than equals to 10. It will start from a equals to 1 and it will go till a less than or equals to 10. And next up we'll use the increment operator. We want to increment the value of a by 1 every time, right? So we'll use increment operator, a plus plus, or we can say a equals to a plus 1. Both are the same things, right? So here the condition will be like this: for variable a equals to 1, a less than equals to 10 and a plus plus. So here you can see the loop will execute from a equals to 1 till a equals to 10, and the value will be increased by 1 every time because we have used the increment operator, right? Next up, the body of for loop will go like, so what we want to print here, we want to print the table of 10, right? So we'll use document dot write, and inside document dot write we'll use the h1 tag. So what we want to do is we want to print the table of 10, right? So we'll multiply 10 by a. For every iteration the value of a will be multiplied by 10 and then it will be printed on the browser. So we'll close the h1 tag here in the semicolon. So here you can see we have printed 10 into a. Let's save it and check the output first, and then we'll look at the execution flow of this program. See, here the multiplication table of 10 is printed on the browser. You can see 10, 20, 30, 40, so on and so forth till 100. So what is happening is, firstly, the for loop is also known as the entry control loop. It means that the condition is checked initially. The first time the for loop runs, we perform initialization only once. So here the value stored at variable a is 1. Initially the value is 1. Next up it will check for a less than equals to 10. Is a, which is 1, is 1 less than equals to 10? Then true. The control will be shifted to document.write and it will print 10 into the value of a is 1, right? So it will print 10 here. Next thing, it will go for the increment and the value of a will be changed to 2 from 1. 1 plus 1, or we can say 1 equals to 1 plus 1, right? So it will be 2. Now next thing, it will leave this now because the initialization happens only once. Now it will go for the condition directly. Now it will check for is 2 less than or equals to 10. If yes, then again the control will be shifted here and it will print 10 into 2 because the value of a is 2 now. And after that it will print 20 here, and after that the value of a will be increased to 3 because we have used a++. Then it will check for 3, is 3 less than 10, and same thing will happen, it will print 30, and so on and so forth till the value of a is 10. Now if the value of a is 10, it will print 100, right? And when the value is incremented, it will become 11. So what will happen? Now it will check for 11 less than equals to 10. No, we know that 11 is not less than equal to 10, right? Then it comes out of the loop and it will print nothing after that. So this is the basic working of the for loop. We'll go through one more program wherein we'll print the odd numbers between 1 and 10. So what are odd numbers? Odd numbers are those numbers which are not divisible by 2, right? So we have the odd numbers as 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and we want to print them. So the difference between each number is of 2. The 1 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 till 9, right? So what we have to do is we have to write here a plus equals to 2. We have to increase the value of a by 2. And instead of writing here 10 into a, because this time we don't want to print any multiplication table, we want to print a number only, right? So we'll use a only. Save it and check the output. It says 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So these are the odd numbers present between 1 and 10. Keep one thing in mind, that you have to give the condition wisely every time. So next up we have the while loop. While loop is also an entry control loop, and then we have the do while loop. Do while loop is an exit control loop. We'll discuss these two in the upcoming videos. With this we are done with the video, guys. See you in the next one where we'll go through the while loop in JavaScript. If you liked this video, do give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Simply Code to never miss out on programming videos. So let's start with the program. In this particular program, we will print odd numbers up to a specific number. Let's say we want to print all the odd numbers up to 50. So we want to print all the odd numbers from 1 till 50, right? We came across the same program in the previous video as well, but this time we will use the while loop instead of for loop. So the syntax for the while loop is relatively easy to use. The code goes like, we start with the while keyword, then opening and closing round brackets, and finally the body of while loop in curly braces. If you guys remember from the previous video wherein we used the for loop, we had 3 different parts, right? We had the initialization, we had conditions, and the increment decrement part. Here we have only one condition, and until this condition holds true, the while loop will be executed. For example, here we want to print all the odd numbers from 1 to 50, right? So we'll first initialize a variable. Let's initialize a variable first. Let's say we have a variable x and the value of x will be 1. We used here 1 because 1 is the very first odd number, right? After that, inside the condition, what we want to do is we want to print the odd numbers up to 50. So while the condition will be like while x less than equals to 50. So the loop will go till x is less than or equals to 50. Or we can say x less than 50. That depends on us if we want to check for 50 or not. So the odd numbers will go like 1, and then we have 3, then we have 5, then we have 7, and up to 50. So the last odd number will be 49. So inside the while loop, we will print the value of x. So here we will print the value of x. Let's print it. Document.write. And inside this we will print the value of x inside the h1 tag. Suppose we try to run this program now. It will go on an infinite loop, and the reason for this is we are not doing anything to increment the value of x. Just like in for loop, if you remember, we had the initialization first. We had the initialization here as well. Then we had the condition. We have a condition here as well, and then finally it has an increment or decrement part, right? So here we don't have that same increment or decrement part. We have to do it separately. So we'll increment the value of x here only. So here we will write x plus equals to 2, or we can say it is same as x equals to x plus 2. You guys are aware of it, right? So the reason is simple, because we want to go from 1 to 3 to 5 and so on. That's why we use x plus equals to 2. We incremented the value of x by 2. Save it here and let's check the output. So here you can see it says 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 and so on and so forth till 49. So 49 is the last odd number before 50, because we are checking between 1 and 50, right? So 49 is the last odd number. Let me show you how the program goes into an infinite loop. So for that, what we have to do, we will comment this whole line here. Let's check the output now, save it, and here you can see it is refreshing forever. And this is basically how a program in an infinite loop looks like. The output of this program is the program will ultimately crash. So what we have to do, we have to open a new tab and then again we have to run the program with correct increment part. So here you can see, you can wait for it to become responsive or exit the page. So here you can see we have all the odd numbers from 1 up to 50 and the last one is 49. Coming back to the difference between the while loop and the for loop. We did the same program previously, right? Using the for loop. So where to use while loop over for loop? So consider a scenario where we are taking input from the user and the input from the user is y. We want to do something. Let's say we want to print something on the screen. Or if the input from the user is n, we want the process to be stopped. We can give the condition in the while loop, which will go like when the character y becomes n, the process will be stopped. We'll go through one such program once we are done with the DOM manipulation part, wherein we take the input from the user. So that's all for this video, guys. See you in the next one where we'll go through the do while loop in JavaScript. If you liked this video, do give it a thumbs up, comment your doubts below, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe Simply Code. Thank you. So today we have 3 different problems for 3 separate loops. Right, we'll go through each of the problems and we'll discuss the execution flow for each loop we'll go through. So let's start this session with the first problem statement. So the first problem statement goes like this. So here we have to write a program to check whether a number is prime or not. I hope you guys are aware of what prime numbers are, right? So a prime number is a positive number that is only divisible by 1 and itself. For example, 2, 3, 5 and we have 7 and 11. These are the first few prime numbers, right? If we take an example, let's say we are taking an example of 7. So 7 is a number which is divisible by 1 and 7 only. No other number can divide 7, right? So here in this code, we have to check whether a number is prime or not. So let me take you through the code. So here is the code to check whether a number is a prime number or not. Let me take you through this first. So we have a variable number and the value of variable number can be any random value, like any number you want to check if the number is prime number or not. You can give that value to the variable number. So here we have taken 83. Next up we have a variable is prime whose value is a boolean value, right? It can be true for a prime number or it can be false for a non-prime number. So we have used comments in this program to make it easier for you guys to understand. So here we have used the if statement to check if the number is 1, because we know that 1 is neither a prime number nor a composite number, right? So we have to check if the user enters the value 1, or if we are giving the value 1, we have to check for it. So if user enters the value 1, it will print this statement that 1 is neither prime nor composite. Here in else if, we are checking if the value of number is greater than 1 or not. So if the value of number is greater than 1, the control will be shifted to for loop present inside the else if statement, right? Here you can see we have the for loop here. The control will be shifted to this for loop. So here you can see we have initialized a variable I and the initial value is set to 2. That's because any prime number is divisible by 1 as well, right? So it won't make any sense to include 1 here. We'll start from 2 and we'll check until the value of I becomes half of the value of number. So if we take an example of 10, we'll check until 5, because you know any number greater than 5 won't divide 10, right? It's practically not possible. So we'll check for number by 2, or we can say we'll check till 5 only, and the value will be increased by 1 every time. Till now I hope you guys are aware of how to use for loop and why we are using for loop here. We can do the same program using while loop as well, but To make it more clear how to use for loop, we are doing this program with the help of for loop. So then we have the I++, or we can say we have increased the value of I by 1 after every iteration until the value of I becomes half of the number. So the condition number percent I equals to 0. So here is the main condition to check if the number is divisible by I or not. So the execution will be like, if we are taking here a number 10, it will start from 2 and it will check if the remainder is 0 or not. So if the remainder is 0, then the value of is prime will be changed to false and it will come out of the loop. Next, it will check for the value of is prime if the value of is prime is true or not. Here you can see if the value of is prime is true, then it will print n, or we can say then it will print that the number is a prime number, else it will print that the number is not a prime number if the value of is prime is false. For example, when we took the example of number as 10, so the value of is prime will be changed to false because 10 divides by 2 is equals to 0, or we can say the remainder will be 0. So the value of is prime will be changed to false, and for false it will print number is not a prime number. So at last we will check if the number is less than 1. If the number entered by the user or any other number we have taken, like if we take here -5, so it will print the number is not a prime number, because by the usual definition of prime numbers, any negative number cannot be a prime number. That's a usual definition, right? So we have to keep this thing in mind, and here in this else loop we'll print that if any negative number is entered, we'll make sure that the program gives the output that the number is not a prime number. So let's try to run this program and check the output. Let's save this program, and the output says 83 is a prime number, as 83 is not divisible by any number except 1 and 83. For example, if we take here any number which is divisible by, so let's say we are taking 75. Save it now and see, it says 75 is not a prime number. Okay, here's a spelling mistake. It says 75 is a not prime number. So here we'll correct this. So we are done with it and save it now. Now it says 75 is not a prime number, as 75 is divisible by numbers other than 1 and itself, right? It is divisible by 3, it is divisible by 5, 15 and 25 as well. All these numbers divide 75 basically. So let's take a different value here. Let's say we are taking -7. Let's change the value here as, or we can take it as -75. Let's save it now. So it says the number is not a prime number. Or if we want to try for 1 as well, let's take it as 1. And let's check the output now. So it says 1 is neither prime nor composite number, because we have given here the condition if number is equals to 1, then it will print that 1 is neither a prime nor a composite number. You can try this program with the help of other loops as well. So let's move on to the second problem statement, but before that let me take you through the same program using the while loop. So here you can see we have used the while loop for the same instead of for loop. Here you can see we have used while I less than a number by 2, and we have given the increment condition here, and we have initialized the value of I at the start of the program. So if we try to run this program, it will give us the same output. There will be no change in the output. So we can use while loop as well. So we'll use the while loop in other program. Let's move on to the second problem statement. So in this example, we'll learn to write a program in JavaScript to check whether a number is an Armstrong number or not. So we'll do this with the help of while loop. Let's have a look at how to implement this program. Before proceeding to the coding part, let's have a look at what is an Armstrong number. So an Armstrong number of 3 digits is an integer such that the sum of the cubes of its digits is equal to the number itself. So for example, 153 is an Armstrong number since 1 into 1 into 1, it means the cube of the digit 1 plus the cube of 5, that is 5 into 5 into 5, which is equal to 125, and the cube of 3, which is 3 3s are 9 and 9 3s are 27. So it will go like 125 plus 27 plus 1. So which is equal to 153. So an Armstrong number of 3 digits is an integer such that the sum of the cubes of its digits is equal to the number itself. So here we have the code for the same. This is the code to check whether the number is an Armstrong number or not. So here we have taken a variable and the value is 153. The value of the variable number is 153, right? Because we already know that 153 is an Armstrong number. There are few more numbers like 371 is also an Armstrong number. Next up, we have taken a variable sum and the initial value of sum is 0. We have used the variable sum to store the value of the cubes. And next up, we have a temporary variable so that we can break a 3-digit number, and we need the number after all this program, all these loops and all will need the number, will need the original number to compare it with the sum of the cubes, which will be held in sum. So but we need to break the number as well, right? So we need a temporary variable to break it. Here we use the while loop, and the loop will run until the value of variable temp is greater than 0. So the initial value of temp will be 153 here. In this particular case, the initial value will be 153, and the loop will run until the value of 153 is greater than 0. Next up, we have a variable remainder that stores the last digit's value as we are dividing 153 by 10. So the remainder here will be 3. So the value saved at variable remainder will be 3 for the first time. Then what will happen will we are updating the value of sum, and the new value of sum will be 0 plus 3 into 3 into 3. So 3 3s are 9 and 9 3s are 27. So the updated value of sum will be 27. Next up, we are removing the last digit from the number. So for example, we have here 153, and if we divide 153 by 10, the answer will be 15.3. That's why we are using here %, because what % will do, it will convert the float value into an integer. So if we try to perform a simple divide in JavaScript, like if we try to divide 153 by 10, it will give us 15.3. It will give us a float value, but we want an integer value, right? So % will change this value to the nearest integer. So 15.3, the nearest integer will be 15. So the new value of temp will be 15. Then again this loop will be executed, and for this time the variable remainder will hold the value of 15 modulus 10, and the remainder will be 5, right? So the new value of remainder is 5, and the value of sum is 27 plus 5 into 5 into 5, which is 27 plus 125, right? So the new value of sum will be 152. And then again it will go to the temp and it will divide 15 by 10, and it will change the value to an integer. So 1.5 will be changed to 1. And next up, the final value of temp is 1, which is greater than 0, right? So it will divide 10 by 1 and the remainder will be 1. So next up, it will add 152 plus 1 into 1 into 1, that is 153, right? And then it will divide 1 by 10 using the %, but this time the value will be 0 because there's no remainder, right? Next up, we'll compare the value of the sum and the number variable. So the sum variable here, it is holding the value as 153. We break this number into 3 different parts. Then we took the cube of these 3 numbers and added them. So the final value of the variable sum is 153, and the initial value of number, or we can say the value we gave to the variable number, is 153. So right, it will print here that 153 is an Armstrong number. Or if we use any other number instead of 153, let's suppose we are using 121. So it will print 121 is not an Armstrong number. Let's check out the output once. Let's save it and see the output here is 153 is an Armstrong number. So if we change the value of 153 to 121. So let's check the output now. It says 121 is not an Armstrong number. Why? Because if we take the cube of each of the digit and we'll add them, suppose the answer here will be 10, because the cube of 1 is 1 and the cube of 2 is 8 and the cube of the final one is 1. So 8 plus 1 is equals to 10. So that's why 1 to 1 is not an Armstrong number. Let's move on to our last problem statement, where we'll use the do while loop to find the factorial of a number. So here's the problem statement where we'll have to write a program to find the factorial of a number. So factorial of an integer is the product of an integer and all the integers below it, or we can say before it till 1. So if we take an example of 5, so the factorial of 5 will be, it will multiply each number before it. If we take 5, the factorial will be 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. Or if we don't include 1, that's totally fine. So this program is pretty simple as compared to the previous two we did. So this is a small one too. Let me take you through this. So here we have the program. And here we have three variables, right? We have a variable I, which is initialized as 1. Then we have a variable n, which is 5. And then we have a variable f, whose value is 1. F is for factorial and n is for number we want to check the factorial of, and I is for checking the condition. So here what we will do, we'll use a loop where if we, for example, if we are taking 5, then the loop will go from 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5 from 1 to that number. It's not like if we are using from 5 towards 1, but we are going from 1 towards 5. The answer will be same, right? Because we are multiplying all the numbers in both the cases. So here we took 5 as the number. Next up we have a variable f, and the value of f is also 1, as you know. So here we are using the do while loop. For the first iteration it will perform this. So the value of f for the first iteration will be f equals to f into I, which means f equals to 1 into 1, which is 1. So the value of I will be increased and it will become 2. And now it will check for while 2 is less than equals to n. Yes, 2 is less than n. So it will again go up and it will update the value of f, and the new value of f will be 1 into 2, that is 2. Then again the value will be increased and it will become 3, and then it will change the value of f as well. It will become 6 and the value of I will become 4. Then it will check if 4 is less than 5. Yes, 4 is less than 5. And then it will multiply 4 with 6 because the value of f was 6, right? So 4 into 6, it will become 24. And then finally the value of I will be 5. And it will check if the value of I is less than or equals to 5, right? While I is less than equals to 5. Yes, that's true, because now 5 is equals to 5. And it will again execute the loop, and the value of f will be 24 into 5, which is 120. And then again the value of I will be increased. Now it will become 6, which is greater than 5. So it will come out of the loop and it will print the factorial of a number. So let's save this program. So the factorial of 5 is 120, because see here we have used the factorial of n. N is 5 and the factorial is 120. So if we try to give any other number here other than 5, let's say we are using here 10. Save it. It says the factorial is 3628800, or it's 36,28,800. So if you try to multiply 10 into 9 into 8 into 7 so on till 2, or we can say 1, the answer will be this. You can check it, you can Google it, or you can go through it in your calculator. So hope you guys got it. With this we are done with loops in JavaScript. We are left with the foreign loop, which we will discuss after going through arrays and objects. So don't worry about it. That's all for this video, guys. See you in the next one, where we'll go through functions in JavaScript. Here you can see we have an HTML web page with a navigation bar to take the user to different sections of a website. I hope you already know that we have to create several web pages for a single website to make it a fully functional website. We have to create these pages separately in different HTML documents, and then we have to provide the links to this particular home page for directing the user to various locations of our website. If you see here in the navigation bar, we have several options starting with our company's logo. So Comfort Learning is the company's logo. Here we have an icon of the book to let the user know that this website is for learning. So we'll see further in this video how we can use these logos and all. Then we have links for several other web pages of our website that are not working because we haven't added these web pages till now. The reason for this is we don't want to make this project a long one. We want to finish it quickly and we want to give you guys a basic idea of how to use JavaScript and other technologies to create a fully functional website. Next up, we have a cart button over here. On clicking, it opens the cart with items present inside it, and the user can either clear the whole cart or proceed further to buy all the things they need. Right. Following this cart button, we have a background image over here with a cart present over the image. The cart says find your favorite course here. Now, you guys might have guessed that this website is for buying courses and the user can buy some courses here which they want to study. This Shop Now button is completely working, and if we click on it, it will take us to the courses catalog where we have several courses present to choose from. We have 8 different courses present here. You can add as many courses as you want or as many products as you want. So we can add any of them to the cart. On taking the mouse cursor over any image, you can see it gives us an option to add that particular product to the cart, right? If we click on this add to cart button, you can see it says in cart. It means that we can't add any specific course to the cart more than once. We can later change the number of items in the cart, but we can add a course only once from here. Let's add some courses to the cart and then we'll see if it's working or not. So we'll add few courses. We'll add this one. So it says this course is already present in cart. Similarly, this course is also present and we can add this course. Now we'll move to the cart. We will click on this cart button and you can see we have all the courses present over here. Now, if you notice here, we have these small arrows present, right? We can click on these arrows to change the number of items. We can either increase the number of items or we can decrease the number of items as well. Then we have a remove button over here, and if we click on this remove button, you can see the course is removed now. We can remove any number of courses we want, and we can also increase the number of products in our cart. Following it, we have two options over here. Either we can clear the whole cart or we can proceed. If we click on this clear cart button, there will be no course present in the cart and the total price will change to 0 in that case. Fine. So I hope you guys must have known the task by now. It's clear and seems effortless, right? But these small things take a lot of precise coding and attention to work smoothly. So let me show you guys one more thing before we move on to the coding part. If we reduce the size of a web page, or we can say if we remove the size of a browser, you can see the size of website also changes. If we make the browser similar to a phone, you can see we have got a menu type of thing over here, and if we click on this, we are getting the options here. We have home, categories, pricing and about us, right? So these were the options present in the navigation bar. We can get them inside a particular menu using CSS. We'll see how it actually works. So a website is responsive, right? We'll do it with the help of CSS. So let's move on to the programming part now. So here we are in the VS Code. We have all the images already present inside the images folder in our system. So if you want to see, you can see here we have all the images present over here, and we have 4 different files. We have app.js, we have index.html, products.json to add products, and we have style.css to style all the elements. Fine, here we are in the HTML file. Some of you guys may think that HTML, CSS and JavaScript were fine, but what's up with the JSON thing? We haven't heard of it in the previous videos. So let me tell you guys, JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. Just like we create objects in JavaScript, JSON is also used to create objects like name value pairs, and later we can use these objects to retrieve that data in a HTML file. In simple words, To add an item to a cart, we need to store it somewhere to get the data related to the object. And then we can add those items to our cart. So JSON is used to transmit the data between a server and a web application. We need to store our products somewhere so that we can use them when added to cart. So you'll get to know more about it while working on it basically. So for now, if you know enough about JavaScript objects, then JSON will be easy for you guys because the syntax remains almost similar in both the cases, that is in JavaScript and in JSON. So let's start writing the code now. Here we are in a HTML file and we have already linked all the files over here. You can see here we have used Font Awesome library for icons we'll use on our website. You have seen that book icon we have used in our logo part and several other icons like the cart icon, etc. So we'll include those predefined icons in a HTML file using this particular library. To include this specific library, you don't have to do much of a task. Go to Google, search cdnjs.com/libraries/fontawesome. Go to Google and search for this and then select version 4.7.0 under the version option. Copy the third URL with min.css as extension and paste it into your HTML file. As simple as that. I'll let you know about the classes we'll use while working on the website. Now let's start with the programming part. The first thing we have on our website is the navigation bar, right? Let me show it to you again. So here you can see we have a navigation bar. We'll first work on this one only. So let's start writing the code. So this is the output of our current website. So what we'll do is we'll minimize the browser and we'll start writing the code here only. So what we'll do is we'll write here nav class is equals to nav bar. Then inside this we'll write div class is equals to burger, and inside this we'll write 3 div tags. Fine. We'll write here div class is equals to layer 1. We'll close this div, we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it again 3 times. Fine. We'll write here layer 2 and layer 3 is class. Then after this particular div tag, we'll add another div tag with class as logo. Then inside this we'll use the span tag. We'll write here span class is equals to logo text, and then we'll write here I will use the I tag to make it a little bit italic. So we'll use the class as book. Fine. We'll write here style is equals to margin right. We'll write here margin right as 0.1 em. Then we'll write here, similarly we can close this. Fine. Now we have added the book icon to our website. Then what we'll do is we'll write here again span. We'll use the span tag within this span tag. We'll write here style is equals to color, and the color code is hash F095D1. So these are the color codes for this particular website. We'll use them. We have written here F09D51. Fine. Then what we'll do is we'll write here font size as 1.1 em, and what we'll do next is we'll write here before the span tag closes, we'll write here learning. Fine. Okay. So what we did wrong here is we forgot to mention comfort here. Now we are done with the logo part. Next up what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equals to menu bar. We are working on the menu bar for the hamburger menu. So what we'll do is we'll write here UL. So UL stand for unordered list. We'll write here class is list, and inside this we'll use li tag. So we'll write here class as, let's say, list items. We'll write here a href is equals to hash, and here what we'll do is we'll write here home. Fine. We'll copy this piece of code. We'll paste it again 3 or 4 times. We have 4 different options. We have home, we have courses, and then we have pricings, and finally we have about us. Fine. So we are done with menu as well. Next up, what we'll do is we'll write the code for cart now. So we'll write here div class is equals to cart, and inside this we'll write I class is equals to fa shopping cart for 1x. So here we have used this special class to include the cart icon to a web page. Now next up, what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equals to number of items, and then we'll write here span class is equals to, let's say, noi. Now what we'll do is we'll write here 0 inside this. Fine. I hope you guys understood what we did till now. We are working on the navigation bar only. We have created the navigation bar. So this is the code. Firstly, we have used a class navbar for this particular navigation bar. Then we have used the div tag for burger menu. We have 3 different layers, layer 1, layer 2, and layer 3. So this is actually the icon of burger menu. You can see here if we reduce the size of our website. So we have defined this burger menu, and inside this we have 4 other options which we defined later here inside the menu bar, and we have 4 options, right? We have home, courses, pricings, and about us. So we are doing totally right. So till now we did some basic tasks here, right? We have added all the navigation bar elements, and the next thing we have to do is to style our navigation bar according to the final website. It's pretty simple. Let's do one thing. Let's save it once and check the output now. Let's see if it's working. So it's totally working. We have a book icon over here. We have comfort learning written over here. We have cart icon over here, and we have 0 written over here. Fine. Now we have to style those elements accordingly to make it look like this. So we are making this navigation bar. So what we'll do is we'll move to our CSS file, and we'll start styling by doing some default style changes to the entire HTML document. We'll write here star, margin will be 0, the default margin will be 0, padding will be 0, then we have box sizing, we'll write here border box, and font size will be 20 pixels for default. Fine. Next up, we'll write here HTML. We'll now style the HTML document. We'll write here scroll behavior is smooth, and we'll write here anchor tag. We'll write here text decoration, and we'll write here text decoration is none, and then we'll style the unordered list. We'll write here UL. We'll write here list style is none. Fine. Basic styling is done. Let's do some more for the navigation bar as well. What we'll do is we'll write here dot navbar. This is the first class we have used in a HTML page. We'll write here display is flex. Then we'll write here justify content as space between, align items as center, height as 10 vh. So 10vh refers to the viewport height. It will take 10% of the total height of the screen. Then we have background color as hash EC. So a little bit of grayish white we can say. Then next thing we'll do is we'll style a logo. We'll write here logo, and inside this we'll write padding. Sorry, we'll write here padding left, and the padding left will be 2em. Next up, we'll write here logo text. So this is the next class. We'll write here font size as 1.5em. Now the next class we have to use is the menu bar class. So we'll write here width as 45% and margin left as 8.5em. Fine. I'll let you know what this M means in a moment. So first we'll do this styling and all. Next up we'll write here dot list. We'll access the list and we'll write here inside this display as flex and justify content as space between. Fine. Next up we have the list items. So we'll write here list items and we'll of course write here A as well. We'll write here color and the color will be, let's say, black. Next up what we'll do is we'll write here font family as sans serif, font size as 0.9em. So you must have noticed earlier that the default font size was 20 pixels. So keep that in mind. I'll let you know the use of M in a moment. Next up we'll write here transition as 0.4 seconds and we are good to go with it. Next up we'll write here list items and we'll write here hover. Fine. Then we'll write here color as black. On hovering, the color of the list items will change to black. Now the next thing we'll do is we'll write here cart padding right will be 2em and position will be relative. Fine. We are done with the cart. Next up we'll write here cart number of items. Fine. We'll write here display as flex, cursor as pointer. We are styling two different classes here. We are styling the element with class as cart and the element with class as number of items. Fine. We'll write here justify contents to center, align items to center. We'll write here color is white, position will be absolute, and then we'll write here left as 18 pixels and right as we'll write here left as 18 pixels and top as -7 pixels. Next up we'll write background. So the background color will be hash F09D51. So this will be the background color. We'll define the height and width as well. So height will be 20 pixels and the width will also be 20 pixels. Fine. The last thing we have to write here is the border radius. So keep one thing in mind guys, while you are styling all these elements, do check the website after every styling event, because this will let you know what this particular event does or what this particular styling property does to that particular element. So do it when you are writing this code. Next up, we'll write here dot number of items space dot noi. So noi was the class we have already declared. We'll write here font size is 0.7 em. The next class we'll be styling is the shopping cart. So we'll style this icon as well. We'll write here font size is 1.5 em. The font size will be equal to around 30 pixels. Then we'll write here cursor is pointer. Then we'll write here burger. We'll style the menu as well. We'll write here height. Height will be 28 pixels. Width will be 32 pixels. And then we'll write here display is none. Then we'll style the layers as well. We'll write here dot layer 1, dot layer 2 and dot layer 3. Now inside this we'll write background as black, height as 4 pixel, margin top is 4 pixel, width as 100%, and we'll write here border radius as 10 pixels. Fine. You have seen that hamburger menu, you have seen that icon, we were styling that till now. Now you might have noticed here that we have used M here in this CSS file. So I'm talking about this particular M, or we can say EM as well. Until now we were using rem or pixel to define the size of anything while studying. But today we are using M because M uses the font size. For example, if the font size is 30 for the parent class, in this case the font size is 20, the default font size is 20, and the padding is defined as 2em, then the padding will be 40 in that case. It uses the font size to determine the size of the property. That's why we are using M, and if you try it yourself you'll get to know better. So just try using M, and you can also use rem or pixel in this case, but for now we'll use M. So this might be a little bit new for you guys, but try it and you'll understand it much better. Now save the CSS file, move back to the browser, and you can see here that we have a navigation bar ready. Right, it's looking fine, although the icons are not visible. The book icon and the cart icon is not visible. So let's go back and see what's wrong in this CSS file. What we'll do is we'll move to HTML file and we'll see if something is wrong here or not. So nothing is wrong in this case. The error is because we are not connected to internet. So if this error continues, just try to connect your laptop or your PC to the internet and the icons thing will work fine. So you can see here we have our icons over here. We have the book icon, we have the cart icon, and what we have to do is we have to increase the size of this logo and text a little bit, right? So here you can see the comfort learning is a little bit small when compared to this particular website. So what we'll do is we'll move to a CSS file and we'll write here instead of 1.5 rem, we'll write here 2em. Fine, save it, and here you can see it's looking fine now. Actually it's equal. The difference is because of this scroll bar. We don't have this scroll bar in our website until now, so this is why it looks a little bit different to you guys. It's working totally fine other than that. So let's move on to the next part, and the next part of our website is the background image with the card present on it, right? So let's write the code for this section as well. What we'll do is we'll move to our HTML file and Right here we'll write section class is equals to section 1. So we are using the section tag to define a particular section in the web page. Now we'll write here div class is equals to banner, and here we'll write inside h1 tag find your favorite courses or course here. Then inside this what we'll do is we'll write here a href is equals to products. So the products file will be using JSON for this, so leave it for now. We'll write here shop now. So shop now is actually not a button. What we'll do is we'll use a link and we'll define it later. So let's save it and move to the browser. Open this website and you can see here it says find your favorite course here, and it says shop now. It's not inside the banner because we need to style this particular section to make it look like a website. So let's do the styling part as well, and then we'll talk about it. So we'll move to the CSS file now, and here what we'll do, we'll write here dot section 1 height. We'll use the calc function and we'll write here 100 vh minus 10 vh. So what we are doing is we are reducing the navigation bar's height. We are reducing 10 viewport height from 100 viewport height. It means that from the whole screen area it will reduce 10 vh and give it to that particular image. Fine. So next up we'll write here width as 100%. We wanted to cover the whole home page, so that's why we are using width as 100%. Background, so we'll add the background image. We'll write here URL, and inside this we'll give the path of our image. We'll write here images back1.png, and we'll write here center cover. Fine. Let's do some more things. We'll write here top as 0, left is 0, z index as -1. Fine. Save it now, move to the browser and see if it's working. So here we are. We have our image over here, but this banner is not here till now. We'll style it. So you can see the images over here. And one more thing guys, we have 2-3 images over here inside a images folder. I'll let you see all of them. So here are the images, and this is the third one. Okay, so this is the third one. So I was not sure which one to use, but if you guys liked any of these images, do let us know in the comments below and we'll use that particular image. For now, we'll use my personal favorite image. We'll use back1.png, save it now. And this is the image we are going to use in this particular video. So let me know if you have any other preference, or if you know any other image, we'll use that as well. Then we'll write here section 1, and we'll style the banner as well. For that we'll write here banner height is going to be 170 pixels, width is going to be 600 pixels, background is going to be a little bit grayish, so we'll write here RGBA 255, 255, 255, 0.7. So this is the particular RGBA value And next up, we'll write here position as relative, top as 50%, left as 50% of the image. We want the banner to be present at the center of the image, right? So next up, we'll write here transform, translate, and inside it we'll write minus 50% to minus 50%. Next up, we'll write here display as flex, justify content as space around, and flex direction as column, text align as center, and then we have align items as center. Font family is going to be sans serif again, and we'll define the z index as well. So the z index is going to be 8 in this case. Fine. Next up, we'll inside the h1 tag inside the banner. So we'll write here banner h1, and inside this we'll define the font size as 2em. Now we need to define the link for shop now. So for that, we'll write here display as flex, justify content as center, padding is going to be 1em, space 2.5em. Next up, we'll write here font size as 0.8em. So this is the font size for the shop now button, which looks like a button, but it is actually a link. So what we'll do is we'll define the color of this button as white, and here the background color is going to be hash F90D51. Let's use this color, and we'll write here transition all at 0.3 second. Now save it once, move to the browser, and you can see it looks fine though. The only thing that is different here in this website is the color of this link, right? Or is the color of the shop now button. So we can change the color here. The color is sky blue. So let's try to do it. So here you can see the color seems a little bit different now. I don't know the actual value of this color. That's why I'm not sure about it. So what we'll do is we'll make it a little more bright. What's that? Save it now, and you can see it looks same now. So this was the color, we found that. Now we have to change the color of this button on hovering over it. So what we'll do is we'll write here dot banner a hover. So the background we are going to change. We'll write here hash D476E1. Okay, 1E. The color codes are pretty hard to remember, so we are not using this particular color, so we'll change it to a little bit blue. Save it now, move to the browser, and you can see it looks nice, right? And the actual website, it's a little bit dull, but in our website it looks nice, right? It's a little bit dark than the original color. So that's fine. You can change the color according to you. So you have seen that this part is also done. It looks nice, right? Till now, the task we did was quite easy. The next thing we have to do is to add products to our website, which are the courses. We'll add those images to our website using JSON only. So let's do the HTML part first. Let's finish up the HTML part and then we'll move on to the JSON part. So we'll move to the HTML file again, and inside this, now what we'll do is we'll define the section for products. So we'll write here section class is equals to section 2 and ID is equals to products. Fine, we'll use both the class and the ID attribute for this particular section. We'll write here div class is equals to title, and here what we'll do is we'll write here h1, and inside this we'll write courses we offer. Here we'll again add another div, and inside this we'll write class is product. Close this div tag, save it, and there will be no difference on the web page. You can see here we have some text present at the bottom which says courses we offer, nothing else. Let's add those images now. What we'll do is we'll move to the JSON file and we'll add those images with some properties and pictures. So let's move on to the JSON file. So here's a JSON file, products.json. What we'll do is we'll create an object here. So we'll write here items, and then we'll use square brackets. Now, one thing to notice while working on any JSON file is that JSON doesn't let us use single inverted commas, or we have to use double inverted commas for JSON file. So if we write here items like this, it won't work. See, it says this is an error. So in JSON file, we have to use double inverted comma or double quotes, not single quotes. So now inside the items, what we'll do is we'll create the object for first image. So we'll write here sys, and then we'll write here ID. So ID will be 1. We have to use commas to separate the properties. So now we'll write here fields colon, and inside this we have to use title. So the title for first course will be Python programming master course. Fine. Now next thing we'll do is we'll write here the price. The price will be, let's say, $123.99, and then we'll write here image. So inside this we'll define several properties for the particular image. We'll write fields, and we'll use colon, then again we'll use curly braces. We'll write here file colon, then again we'll use curly braces. We'll write here URL. So you can see it just says there's an error, so we have to remove this curly braces from here and we have to put it here. Now inside URL, what we'll do is we'll give the name of our file. So our file is stored in images folder, and the file name is, and the picture name is python.png. Fine. So it is working fine. Now what we have to do is we have to put a comma here to again insert one more image property. So we'll copy it from here, we'll paste it for 8 times. Then what we are going to do here now is we are going to change the ID the title of the course. So the second course is C++ master course, and the price for this is, let's say, $110.99. We have to change the path as well. This image is stored as c++.png. For the third one, we'll write here id as 3. The title is going to be web development for beginners. The price is, let's say, 99 because this is a course for beginners, and the file name is, instead of Python, we'll write here web1.png. We'll do the same for all the elements. So next up, we'll use id as 4 and title as Java Programming Master Course. Fine. The price for this course is going to be $149.99, and the file name is java.png. Fine. Next up, we'll write here id is 5. The title is going to be Digital Marketing Full Course. The price is going to be $109.99, and the name of our image is digital.png. Then we have id as 6 for another course. This course is going to be Advanced Web Development, and the price is going to be comparatively high because this is an advanced course. So instead of Python, we'll write here web2 because this is the name of our image. Then we have id as 7, and the file name is going to be data structures and algorithms full course. Prices you can decide by yourself. So instead of 123, we'll use 99.99 here, and inside this we'll write data.png. This is our file name. Then we have the id as 8 for the last course. The course name is Data Science Full Course. The price is going to be $149, and image name is data2. Fine. So here you can see it says there is an error, remove this comma because we don't have any other image remaining. So we are done with the JSON file. All of this may sound a little bit tricky to you guys, but it is what it is, and we have to keep certain things in mind for that. We can't see these products in the browser until we are done with the JavaScript part as well. So let's do the rest of the HTML part first, and then we'll see how this works in JavaScript. Save it once, go to the browser, and here you can see we are not able to see those products till now. So what we are going to do next is we are going to move to a HTML file, and inside this we are going to do the remaining of our HTML part. So what we'll do is we'll write here div class is equal to cart sidebar. Now we are creating the structure for our cart sidebar. It means that when we use the hamburger menu or when we decrease the size of a web page or web browser, the cart will open at the side. So we are doing the coding for that. We'll write inside this div class is equals to cart, and inside here we'll write span class is equals to close cart. Now inside this we'll add an icon. We'll write here I class is equals far times, and we are done with it. Now next up what we are going to do is we are going to write the code inside of our cart. We are going to write here h2. It will say your cart, and inside this we'll write div class is equals to cart content. Next up we'll write here div class is equals to total sum, and we are going to use dollars, right? So we'll write here h1, we'll write here your total, and we'll use the dollar sign here. After this we'll write span class is equals to total amount. Let's say we are going to change the class name, it will be total amount. We'll close this here, and inside this we'll write 0 because at the start there will be no element or no product present in the cart, so the total price will be 0 at the initial point, so that's why we have written 0 here. Now we are going to write here div class is equals to clear cart, and inside this we are going to create a button. So the button class will be btn clear cart btn. So this is going to be a class, and here what we'll do is we'll write here clear cart. Fine. We are going to do the same for proceed button as well. So we'll write here div class is equals to clear cart. We are going to use the same class for both the buttons because I'll let you know why we are doing this at the end of this project. Now we'll write here button class is equals to button clear cart button. Fine. We'll write here proceed. We are done with the cart function. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write some code for the menu bar, side menu bar. So we'll write here div class is equals to, let's say, menu sidebar. Inside this we'll write div class is equals to close menu, and we'll write here I class is equals to far times, and we'll close this I tag over here. Next up we'll write here after this class we'll write div class is equals to menu. Let's say this name is menu bar, and inside this we'll write here an ordered list. Class will be menu list. We'll write here li class is equals to menu list items, and we'll write here a href is equals to hash. We'll write here home, and we are good to go. Fine. We'll do the same for categories, pricings, and about us. So we'll copy this statement, we'll paste it for 4 times. Here we'll write instead of home categories, pricings, and about us. Fine. So we are done with the whole HTML part now, and we are left with CSS and JavaScript only. Let's do that as well. Let's move on to the CSS part first and do the rest of the styling except for the products. We'll do it for products at the last. So let's move on to the CSS file first, and what we'll do is, so that it will not create any confusion, we'll write here menu bar, because we have to write the code here between this banner style property and this menu bar for the products section. So that's why we'll start writing the code from here, and later we'll add our code here in between. So we'll write here dot menu sidebar, display will be none, and then we'll write here dot cart sidebar, background is going to be hash ec, so a little bit grayish white we can say. We'll write here position as fixed, right as 0, and top as 0. So these are the properties we are defining in our CSS part. Then we'll write here width as 450 pixels and height as 100 viewport height. Fine. We'll define the z index as well. We'll write here z index as 10. Transition is all at 0.3 seconds, and the transition will be linear. Fine. Next up, we'll write here transform, and inside transform we'll write here translate x. Fine. So inside here we'll write 100%. It will go along with the x-axis, that's why we have written it over here. We'll write here overflow scroll. We are done with it. Next up, we'll write here dot cart sidebar, and we'll write here dot cart as well. So we'll define padding here. We'll write here padding as 0 in both the cases. Next up, we have dot cart and close cart, right? So we'll write here for both of them, we'll write here dot cart space close cart. The font size is going to be 1.3 em. Padding is going to be 1 em, and cursor is going to be pointer. Fine. We'll write here dot far times. Inside this we'll write margin top as 0.5 em, and we'll write here cart h2 is text align will be center for the heading of a cart, which is your cart. So we'll write here width as 100%, margin bottom is going to be 1 em, and what else we have to do? We have to include the font size as well. So we'll write here font size is 1.1 em, slightly bigger than the default font size. Then we'll write here font family, let's use only one. Fine. Let's use Verdana only. So we'll write here Verdana, and next up we'll write here dot cart product space dot product dash image space img. Now we are going to write here something. Now we are going to write the code for all the images present inside the cart. So that's why we are writing here width as 130 pixels. Of that particular image, the width is going to be 130 pixels and the height is going to be 90 pixels, let's say. Fine. We are done with this as well. Next up, we'll write here dot cart product content. Fine. Now we'll write here display as flex direction is column, and we have justify content as space around, and align items at the center. We'll write here margin left as 1 em and height as 80 pixels. Fine. We are done with this as well. We'll write here dot plus dash minus. This is for increasing or decreasing the product number in our carts. Those arrows you must have remembered, which we have seen in the website. Let me show you again. So these are the arrows I'm talking about. Let me add a product. Now go to cart, and these are the arrows I'm talking about right now. So we are going to style those arrows as well. So we'll write here display as flex and transform. We are going to rotate them, so we are going to write here rotate at 90 degree. That will look cool. So we'll write here color is again hash F09D51. So this is the color code for a particular color. We'll write here font size is 1.5 em, and we'll write here cursor as pointer. Next up, we are going to do the styling for total sum. So we'll write here total sum, text align at the center, and margin is going to be 1 em, 0, 0.5 em, and 0 again. So it's for top, bottom, left and right, everyone. So we'll write here next clear cart, text align at the center, and we'll write here clear cart button. Now for the clear cart button, we'll write here background. So background color is going to be again that same one, orange we can say, or little bit of orange as well. I don't know the exact name for that color, but it doesn't matter, right? We can do anything. We can use any color. So the font color is going to be white. The border is going to be 1 pixel solid and white in color for the button, right? If we go back to our website, and you can see here, this is our button. So we are styling this particular button now. Let's go back here, and we'll write here padding is 0.5 em and 1.7 em. Fine. Cursor will be pointer, and of course transition is going to be at 0.3 seconds and linear. Fine. Next up, we'll write here clear cart dot button. On hovering over it, what we want is, we'll write here hover, and we'll define the property now. So we'll write here border. Okay, we'll write here border. Border is going to be 1 pixel thick, solid in nature, and of this color. So we'll write here D4761E. Fine. On hovering, the color will change. obviously. So we'll write here this, and now what we are going to do is we are going to write here background is transparent and color is black. Fine. Done with this as well. Next up we'll write here overlay. For overlay the height is going to be 100 viewport height. The position is going to be fixed. The top is going to be 0. Similarly the left will also be 0. We'll define the z-index as well. We'll write as z-index as 9 and width as 100%. The background color is going to be hash F3851F. Fine. So this is for overlay. We'll write here opacity as 0.3 and transition is all 0.3 seconds and linear. Fine. So what we are doing is we are writing the code for this. If you open our cart, you can see this particular area or this particular field is a little bit different from what it was. It is a little bit different in color and the opacity is also different. The opacity is 0.3 here. We can make it fully opaque as well. So for now we'll use 0.3 only. Next up, what we are going to do is we are going to write the property for none. We'll write here none. Display as none. Fine. Now what we are going to do is we are going to write the CSS part for tablets and for mobile screens. So if you remember that if we reduce the size of this Chrome browser, the size of our website also reduces and it becomes like this. So to achieve this, we have to write particular CSS code for tablet and for phone. We have to define the max width and we have to do some more things in there. So what we'll do is we'll write here @media screen and max width is going to be 768 pixels. Fine. Now inside this we'll write .logo. We'll change the logo as well. We'll write here padding left is 0 and after this we are going to write here .cart. Padding right is 2em. After cart we'll write here .menu bar. So we are going to change all the properties here, almost all the properties which we'll require. So we'll write here display as none. The menu bar will disappear. We'll write here .burger and inside this we'll write margin left. The burger sign will come into existence now. We'll write here 2em for the margin left. For display we'll write here block. Next up we have to do something for section 1 and for product section as well. So we'll write here section 1 and we'll write here banner h1. So we'll write here font size is 1.5em and we'll write here banner a. We are going to change the size of our shop now button. So we'll write here font size is 0.6em and padding is 1em and 2em. Fine. We are done with this as well. Next up we'll write here section 2 title and we'll write here h1 Inside this we'll write font size is 1.5 em. So we haven't defined the section 2 and title styling part yet. We'll define it later, but we'll write the code for that as well. Now next up we'll write here menu sidebar. Display is going to be block. Position is going to be fixed. Left is going to be 0, top is going to be 0. So we'll write here left is going to be 0 and top will also be 0. Then we have width is 100%. Height is 100 viewport height and Z index is 11. Background is going to be gray again, so we'll write here EC. Then we'll write here overflow is hidden and transform is translate. So we'll write here -100%. And transition is again same, we'll write here 0.3s and linear. Fine. Next up we'll write here menu as menu bar, and inside here we'll write display is flex, height is 80%, justify content at the center, and we are done. So next up we'll write here menu list. We'll change the style of menu list as well. So we'll write here height is going to be 100%. Then we'll write here display as flex. We are rewriting the code again and again, but each time we are doing it for different class, we are doing it for different element. So keep these things in mind. And we'll write here flex direction as column, align items at the center, and justify content. Justify content as space around. Now it's time to do it for menu sidebar, and for close menu. Both will use the same styling properties. We'll write here position as absolute. Right is going to be 30 pixels. Font size is going to be 1.4 em. And after this we'll write dot menu list items, and we'll write here color is hash F09D51, the default color we are using till now. And lastly we'll write here dot menu dash list items space A on hover. We'll write here color is hash F57B09. Fine. So here's a mistake. We have placed colon here twice. We'll remove it. And now we are done with the tablet part. So we have to change the style of almost all the elements. We are done with the tablet part. Next up we have to write the same code for mobile part as well. And we'll write here @media screen. So we'll write here and max width is going to be 480 pixels. Now what we'll do is we'll write here asterisk font size is going to be 16 pixel. Here we have changed the font size for the whole entire HTML document. We have done it because we have used M in place of rem or pixels in this case or in this video. So that's why we have changed the size here, because we want the screen to be smaller in size, right? If we go back here, you can see the font size is 16 by default, and if we do it, you can see the font size changes for each and every element, right? To achieve this, we have to use M in place of pixel or rem, we can say. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here dot section 1 dot banner, and we'll write here width as 280 pixels for both, and we'll write here height as 100 pixels. Fine. You can see here the height of this image is 100 pixel, or we can say the height of this banner is 100 pixel and the width is 280 pixels. So this is why we are changing the style of all these elements, because we want all these elements to fit inside a smaller screen. That's why we have to change the height, or we have to change the width as well. Now what we'll do is we'll write here section 1 dot banner. We'll write here h1. Inside this we'll write font size as 1.2 em. Display is going to be, no, we don't have to use display here, I guess. Let's leave it. So we are done with this. Next up we'll write the code for burger. We'll write here burger, margin left is going to be 1em. For mobile the display is going to be block, and the width is going to be 30 pixel. Fine. We'll do the same for cart sidebar. We'll write here width as 100% of the screen. The cart will take whole screen, and we'll write here at the last for product. So for product we'll write here margin is 0, display is flex, justify content at the center, align items at the center, and flex direction is going to be column. So we have covered almost every HTML element in the CSS file. We are done with the styling for everything except products. We'll style them later. Let's move on to the JavaScript part now and see how we can fetch those products. So we cannot witness every style change right now, but we'll witness them while covering the JavaScript part. So let's move on to the JavaScript part first, and we'll start with the cart section and the hamburger menu thing. So save it, and if you want to witness the changes we made, you can go here and you can see the cart is not opening because we need to write the JavaScript part for that, and everything else remains the same. If we reduce the size of our browser, you can see we have a menu over here. We can increase the size, and we have our image adjusting itself accordingly. So we can use it, and it's quite responsive as well. Let's move on to the JavaScript part now. We'll open the JavaScript file, and first of all we'll access all the HTML elements with the query selector method. So we have several HTML elements, right? Here you can see we have several elements present in our HTML file. We are going to access few of these elements. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here const cart is equals to document dot query selector. We are going to write here nav space dot cart. Then we are going to do the same for a long time. So what we are going to do is we are going to copy paste this piece of code again and again for several times. We are going to change the name of variables. So we'll write here
cart sidebar, and instead of this we'll write here dot cart sidebar. And the next one we'll write here dot close cart, and here the variable name will change to close cart. Fine. Next up we'll take another variable as burger, and here we'll change the query from nav.cart to .burger. Fine. Next up we have menu sidebar. So we'll write here menu sidebar, and here what we'll do is we'll write here dot menu sidebar. Fine. Next up we have close menu, and here we'll write close menu again. After close menu we have cart items total, so we'll write here cart items total, and we'll use noi. Then we have total amount as well, so we'll write here total amount, and here we'll write cart price total. We have to access a lot of elements, so then we'll write here cart UI, and for this we'll access cart sidebar and cart. So we'll write here dot cart sidebar space cart. Fine. Then we have the total sum, so we'll write here total sum. We'll put a dot over here, and here we'll write total diff. Then we have the clear button, so we'll write here clear button, and here we'll write clear cart button. Then finally we have variable name cart content to access everything present in the cart, so we'll write here dot cart content. Here we'll write cart content. So these are our 12 variables, and we have accessed almost every element present in a HTML file, which we are going to need further. So I hope you guys understood this. We have used the query selector method to access all the HTML elements here in the JavaScript part. Now next up we'll take two empty arrays. So we'll write here let cart is equals to an array, and we'll write here let buttons DOM, and it's again going to be an array. Fine. Now we'll first create some events to open and close the cart. For that we'll write here cart dot add event listener. We'll add a click event here, and we'll write here function. Now inside this we'll write cart sidebar dot style dot transform is equals to translate 0%. Fine. So this is, we are changing the style of cart sidebar. Next up we'll write here const body overlay. We'll take a variable of named const body overlay. We'll write here document dot create element, and we'll write here div inside this. Fine. Next up what we'll do is we'll write here body overlay dot class list dot add and we'll write here overlay. Fine. We'll use the set timeout method. So we'll write here set timeout. Okay, we have written here SST. So we'll write here set timeout. Then we'll create an anonymous function, and inside here what we'll do is we'll write document dot query selector, and inside here we'll write body. Then we'll write here append, and we'll append body overlay here. So we'll write here body overlay. Fine. And the time we'll pass here is going to be 300 milliseconds. We are done with this function. We'll add another event. So what we'll do is we'll write here close cart dot add event listener. Now we are closing the cart. So we'll write here click, then we'll create a function, and we'll write here cart sidebar dot style dot transform, and again we'll translate it to 100%. Previously we did for 0%, and now we'll translate it to 100% again. So we'll write here translate, and we'll pass 100% inside the brackets here. Next up, we'll again use the body overlay variable. So we'll copy this from here and we'll paste it here. We'll of course change the create element value. So instead of create element, we'll write here document dot query selector, and we'll write here dot overlay. Fine. Next up, we'll write here document dot query selector, and we'll write here body dot remove child. We'll remove body overlay from here. So we'll write here body overlay. Fine. We are good to go. Save it now and go to the browser. So here you can see on clicking the cart, our cart is working totally fine now. We are in this particular program. So we are in our website which we are creating right now. This is the original website. This is the final product. So leave it, and we are going to work on our website only. So here you can see our cart is working totally fine. Now we can open or close our cart, and we have two options over here. One is for clearing the entire cart, and the other one is for proceeding further. Next up, we'll add some more events for the hamburger menu. Now how to open or close that menu and all. So for that, we'll move to a JavaScript file again, and we'll write here burger dot add event listener, and we'll add a click event. We'll write here click, we'll write here function, and then we'll write here menu sidebar dot style dot transform, and what we are going to do is we are going to translate. Again, we are going to translate it to 0%. Now the same thing we have to do for this as well. We'll write here burger dot add event listener. Inside here we'll write click, and then we'll write a function which will again do the same task. It will translate to -100%. We'll write here menu sidebar dot style dot transform, and we are again going to translate it to -100% now. Fine. Save it and go to the browser. Now if we decrease the size of a web page, or if we decrease the size of a browser, you can see, okay, let me decrease it first. So you can see the hamburger menu over here, and on clicking it's not working right now. So let's inspect those elements once, and there's no error, but Let me check if there's any mistake. Okay, so we have to write here close menu. And now I guess it will work fine. We'll save it again and we'll move to the browser. Reduce the size. Click on this hamburger menu. And you can see it's working totally fine now. Right. So this part is also done. Now what we have to do next is we have to create a class to get those products from the JSON file. So keep your eyes open now, guys. We'll see how it actually works. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a class named product. So this is our class. We'll write here async. I hope you are already aware of async and await. So we'll write here get product. And this is a function. We'll write here const response is equals to await, and while awaiting it will fetch products.json. Fine. Then we'll create a variable. We'll write here const data is equals to await response.json. Fine. Next up we'll write products is equals to data.items, and we'll write products is equals to products dot map function we are going to use. So we'll write here again item, then we'll use arrow function. We'll write the body of this function here. We'll write here const. Inside this we'll pass title and price of the product, and we'll write here item dot fields. Fine. Similarly, we'll do the same for ID as well. Inside curly braces we'll write ID, and we'll write here item dot sys. Then we'll write here const image. Now we are fetching the image, so we'll write here item dot fields dot image dot fields. We are actually giving the path, right? If you see here in the JSON file, you can see inside items we have sys fields, then inside fields we have title, price, image, and then inside image we have fields, file, and URL. So we'll access each of them. Now we'll write here after fields dot file dot URL, and lastly we'll write here return title, price, ID, and image. Fine. Finally we'll write here after this return products. Cool. Now what we are doing here is we are getting the details of all the products and storing them inside separate objects. So we have all the objects present over here. All those images were actually stored inside the local storage, and now we can fetch them from that particular storage. Now we'll create another class for the user interface of the product. So if you save it now and go to the browser, you will see no difference over here because it's not working as of now. If you go to inspect elements and console, you can see it says length mismatch. It's because of the live server, so there's no error over here. Now we'll create another class for the user interface of the products. We'll add those products to the cart and we can delete them from the cart. We'll do everything inside one single class. So let's do it. What we are going to do is we are going to write here class. Let's say the class name is UI, and we'll write here display products, and we'll write here products. Then we'll write here inside this, let result be a variable, and we'll leave it empty over here. Next line we'll use the for each loop. So we'll write here products dot for each, and inside this we'll create an arrow function. So we'll write here const product div, let's say, is a variable, and then we'll write here document dot create element. Again we are going to create an element, so we'll write here div, and after this what we are going to do is we are going to write here product div dot inner HTML is equals to, now the main part starts. So inside these we'll write div class is equals to product card, and then we'll write img, we'll add the image. So here we'll write img src is equals to dollar product dot image. We are going to fetch it, and instead of alt, in place of alt, we'll write alt as product in the next line we'll use the span tag again. We'll write here span class is equals to add to cart, and we'll then write here data id is equals to product dot id. We'll close this tag, we'll close this span tag, we can say. In the next line we'll use the I tag. We'll write here I class is equals to far cart plus far1x. Now what we are doing is we are going to show the number of items present in a cart over the cart icon. That's why we are doing all this. So here what we'll do is we'll write style is equals to margin dash right. Margin right is going to be 0.1 em, and font size is going to be 1 em. Fine. Close this as well, close the I tag as well, and in the next line right here add to cart. So the span tag is finally, we are going to close it. Now this is a single tag. I have written it in such a way because I don't want it to create any sort of confusion for you guys. So the span tag starts from here and goes till here. Now we are remaining with some more part of it. So in the next line what we are going to do is we are going to write here div class is equals product name, and here we'll write dollar product dot title, and we are going to close this div tag. In the next line we are going to write div again, class is going to be product pricing, and inside here we'll write product dot price, and we are going to close this div tag here. Close the first div tag as well, and we are good to go. In the next line, what we are going to do is we are going to write here const p is equals to document dot query selector, and inside this we'll write dot product. We are going to access the element with product as class, or we are going to access the product query. Then we'll write here p dot append equal to product div. What we are doing is any item we are adding to cart is we are going to append that item inside the cart. So that's what we are doing till now. Now the next thing we are going to do is we are going to write here a function get buttons, basically a constructor we can say. We'll write here const buttons. We'll write here const buttons is equal to document dot query selector. We have to write here query selector all, and then we are going to write here inside this dot add to cart. Fine, we have been through all these query selector methods previously, so I don't think that this is going to create any sort of problem for you guys. So let's move ahead and we'll write here array dot from, we'll write here buttons. Then we'll write here buttons dom is equals to buttons. We are going to pass the value of buttons to buttons dom. Then we'll write here buttons dot for each, and inside here we'll write button, and we are going to create an arrow function over here. Here what we'll do is we'll write here let id is equals to button dot dataset dot id. In the next line we'll write let in cart is equals to cart dot find, and we are going to pass item to this function. So we are going to write inside here item, and again an arrow function. We'll write here item dot id triple is equals to id. Fine. We're going to check the condition here. If we'll write here if in cart then we'll write here btn dot inner html is equals to in cart. So what we are doing is if we have added the product to cart already, then the button will change, as we have seen earlier that on adding the product once to the cart, the button will change to in cart from add to cart. So this is what we are doing here. Next up we'll write here button dot disabled is equals to true. We are going to disable that button once the product is added to cart. Fine. Next up we'll write here button dot add event listener, and we are going to create an event. We'll write here click, and we'll write e here, then we'll use the arrow function, and we'll write it here e dot current target dot inner html is equals to in cart. Then we'll write here e dot current target dot inner HTML. Okay, we'll write here e dot current target dot style dot color is equals to white. E dot current target dot style dot pointer events equals to none, and we are done with it. Next up, we are going to store the products in the cart. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to write here let cart item is equals to, so we are going to use a little bit of JSON now. I'll write here dot storage dot get storage products. We'll write here ID comma amount, and the amount is going to be 1. We'll write here cart dot push. We are going to push the cart item to the cart. So we'll write here cart item. Then we'll write here storage. We are going to store it inside the cart. So we'll write here storage dot save cart, and we'll pass cart over here. Fine. Now we have to calculate the total and we have to set the total items as well. So for that, we'll write here this dot set cart values. We'll write here cart, and to display those cart item we have to write here this dot add cart item, and we have to add that cart item. So we'll write here this dot add cart items item, and we'll pass cart item over here. Fine. We are done with the working of cart as well. Next up, what we are going to do is we are going to change the total value of cart. We are going to change the value of cart on increasing or decreasing the cart products. So first of all, we have to write here set cart values, and we have to pass cart over here. We have to write here, let's say we have a variable temp total. So this is going to be a temporary variable. We'll write here temp total is equals to 0, and we'll take another variable. For that we'll write here item total. So item total is also going to be 0. Now we'll map this cart. So for that we'll write here cart dot map. We'll write here item, we'll use arrow function. So for that we'll write here temp total plus is equals to item dot price into item dot amount. So this is how we are going to get the total amount, and then we'll write here item. Basically we are swapping all of that. So we'll write here item total is equal to item dot amount. We have to add these two values. So we'll write here item total plus is equals to item dot amount. Fine. Now we'll write here parse float, and we are going to change these values. Just like parseInt, we have parse float as well. So inside parse float we'll write temp total dot to fixed, and we are going to fix it until 2 decimal units. Fine. Next up we'll write here cart items total dot inner HTML is equals to items total, and we'll write here cart price total dot inner HTML is equals to parse float. We'll write here temp total dot to fixed, and we'll fix it up to 2 decimal units. Fine. Next up, we'll write here add cart item. Now we'll write here cart item, and inside this we'll write let cart item UI is equals to document dot create element. We'll write here div. We'll write here cart item UI dot inner HTML is equals to, we are again going to do the same task. So we are going to use the backtick for that. So here we'll write div class is equals to cart product, and we'll write here div class is equals to product image. We'll write here img src is equals to, we are going to fetch the image again, so we'll write here dollar, and inside this we'll write cart item dot image, and alt will be product in this case as well. Next up, we are going to close this div tag, and we are going to start another div tag here. So we'll write here div class is equals to cart product item, sorry, cart product content we can say, and then we'll write here in the next line div class is equals to cart product name. We'll write here inside h3 tag. So inside h3 tag we'll write dollar cart item dot title, and we are going to close this h1 tag over here, h3 tag, sorry, h3 tag over here. Then we'll close this div tag as well. We are again going to create another div tag. This time we are going to write the class as cart product price. We are going to fetch the price now. We'll write here again h3. So our price is in dollars, so we'll use dollars for now. We can use rupees here as well, so we can write here cart item dot price. The price is going to be in dollars. Then we'll close this tag, and we are also going to close the div tag here. Fine. In the next line, we are going to create the product remove cart. So we are going to create a div tag for that, and the class is going to be cart product remove. Data ID is going to be cart ID. So we'll write here cart item dot ID, and then we'll write here href is equals to hash and style is going to be, color is going to be red. And then we'll write here remove. I'm going to close the anchor tag and then the div tag. Fine. So we are done with this till now. Then we are going to again close this particular div tag we used previously. Now what we are going to do is we are going to change the number of products. So we are going to use here class is equals to plus minus, and here we'll write inside the I tag class is equals to far angle left add amount. Fine. This is going to be the class, and the data ID is going to be cart item ID. So we are going to write here data ID is equals to $, and inside this we'll write cart item ID dot ID, and then we are going to close this tag and we are going to close the I tag here. Fine. Next up we are going to use the span tag again. We are going to write here span class is equals to number of items, and we'll close this tag here. We'll write $ cart item dot amount. We are going to close the span tag here, so we'll write here /span. In the next line we are again going to use data ID, and here what we'll do is we'll write here $, and we'll write here cart item dot ID. We are going to close the I tag again, and in the next line we are going to close the div tag and one more div tag. Fine. Now we are done with it. Let me close this first, and next up we'll append this cart content to the cart item UI. So we'll write here cart content dot append, and inside this we'll pass cart item UI. Fine. So here you can see we are going to close this. So this is the closed one, and inside here we'll write setup app, again a constructor. We are going to write here cart is equals to storage dot get cart. We'll write this dot set cart values cart here, and then we'll write cart dot map. Inside this we'll write item, and inside the body we'll write this dot add cart item. Fine. I hope you guys are getting this. Next up, we'll write the cart logic here. We'll write here cart logic. And we'll write here clear button dot add event listener. We are going to create an event again. We'll write here click, comma a function. Inside this we'll write this dot clear cart. We are going to call this function over here. Now we have to write the logic for remove button, so we'll do it here. We'll write here cart content dot add event listener, click, comma event, and we'll write here inside this if event dot target dot class list dot contains cart product remove. Then we'll again create a variable. Let's say the variable is let. Okay, we have made a mistake over here. We have to close this bracket here, and then we have to write here let id is equals to event dot target dot dataset dot id. In the next line we'll write this dot remove item, and we'll pass id here. Fine. In the next line we'll write here let div is equals to event dot target dot parent element, and we are going to use parent element for quite some time now, so we are going to write here dot parent element again for 4 times. So we'll write here parent element dot parent element. So we have written it 4 times here. In the next line we'll write here div dot remove child, and we'll write here event dot target dot, we'll copy it from here and we'll paste it here. Fine. Now in the next line we are going to close this bracket and we are going to start writing here else if event dot target dot class list dot contains add amount, then what we are going to do is we are going to use the id variable again. We are going to write here let id is equal to event dot target dot dataset dot id, let item is equals to cart dot find, we'll pass item here and we'll use the arrow function. So we'll write here item dot id triple equals to id. Fine. Then we'll write here item dot amount plus plus. So we are going to increase the amount of items. Then what we are going to do is we are going to write here storage dot save cart, and we are going to pass cart here. We'll write here this dot set cart values cart. We'll write here event dot target dot next element sibling dot inner HTML. Is equals to item dot amount. Fine. Now we are going to use another else if here. So we'll write here else if event dot target dot class list dot contains reduce amount. So we are going to change the number of products in our cart. So for that, what we'll do is we'll write here let id is equals to event dot dataset event dot target dot dataset dot id. Fine. And item will be let item is equals to cart dot find item item dot id triple equals to id. If we are again going to use an if statement, so we'll write here item dot amount is greater than 1. If the number of items is greater than 1, then item dot amount minus minus, and store it inside the cart. So we are going to write here storage dot save cart, and we'll pass cart here. Then we'll write here this dot set cart values, and we'll again pass cart here. In the next line we'll write here event dot target dot previous element sibling dot inner HTML is equals to item dot amount and finally we'll write here else, and inside the else what we'll do is we'll write here this dot remove item, and we'll pass the id here. We'll write here let div is equals to event dot target. We are basically targeting the events. We are creating conditions for certain different events, like when the user increases the number of products and the user decreases the number of products, and if the user removes the product from the cart. So we are writing the code for that. So we'll write here event dot target dot parent element, and we'll write here parent element again for 4 times. Fine. We'll write here div dot remove child, and inside this we'll write event dot target dot parent element for 4 times again. It will check each parent element. So here we are done with it. Next up, we have to create two functions for add amount and for reduce amount. So what we are going to do is we are going to write here add amount, and we'll write here const add button is equals to document dot query selector all. Inside this we'll pass dot add amount. Fine. We'll write here add button dot for each, and we'll write here inside this button dot add event listener, and we'll add an event over here. We'll write here click comma event, we'll pass event here, and then we'll write here like this, let id is equals to event dot current target dot dataset dot id. Fine. We'll write here cart dot map, and we'll pass item over here. We'll write here again arrow function, and inside this what we are going to do is we are going to write here item dot amount plus plus storage dot save cart. We are going to pass cart here. We'll write here this dot set cart values. We are again going to set the cart values, and we'll again use amount UI, a new variable, and we'll write here event dot current target dot parent element dot children. Fine. So we are targeting the parent element along with the children. So we'll write here amount UI dot inner HTML is equals to item dot amount. So we have forgot to mention here if item dot id is equals to id, then do it. Fine. Now we are going to do the same thing for reduce amount as well. So we'll write here reduce amount, and inside this we'll write const reduce button is equals to document dot query selector all, and we are going to pass here dot reduce amount. Fine. We'll write here reduce button dot for each, and then we'll pass button over here, and we'll use the arrow function again. Finally we'll write here button dot add event listener, click event, let id is equals to event dot current target dot dataset dot id. Fine. We'll write here cart dot map, we'll map it to cart, and we'll write here item. Then again we'll write here if item dot id triple equals to id. Then we'll write here item amount minus minus, so we'll write here item dot amount minus minus, and if item dot amount is greater than 0, then what it will do, it will store it inside the local storage. So we'll write here storage dot save cart, and we'll write here cart. Then we'll write this dot set cart values cart const amount UI is equals to event dot current target dot parent element dot children amount UI dot inner HTML is equals to item dot amount. Fine. Again we'll write here else what will happen, we'll write here event dot current target dot parent element. So here instead of parent element we'll write remove child, and we'll write here event dot current target dot parent element dot parent element. Fine. In the next line we'll write this dot remove item, and we'll pass id here. We are done with this part as well. Next up we have to clear the cart, so for that we'll write here clear cart. We'll again do something for that. We'll write here let cart item is equals cart dot map. Inside this we'll write item implies item dot id cart item dot, we'll again use the for each loop here. We'll write here this, then we'll provide id here, and we'll write here this dot remove item. We'll pass the id over here. Then we'll write here const cart product. We'll create a new variable here. We'll write here document dot query selector all, and we'll write here dot cart product. We'll write here cart product dot for each item. What we are going to do is we are going to create an arrow function here, and we are going to write here if item is true, if item is there, then item dot parent element dot remove child will remove the item. Now we have to remove the item, so for that we'll write here remove item, and we'll pass id to that item. We'll write here cart, we'll update the value of cart as cart dot filter. We'll write here item, and then we'll write here item dot id not equals to id this dot set cart values, and we'll update the cart then. Similarly, we'll again write here storage dot save cart, and we'll pass cart here. Then we'll write here let button is equals to this dot get single button. We'll write here ID, and we'll change the button style. We'll write here button dot style dot pointer events is equals to unset. Then we'll write here button dot inner HTML is equals to backtick. I class will be fa cart plus. We are going to close the I tag here, and we'll write here add to cart. Fine. Next up, we'll write here get single button. We'll pass ID over here, and we'll write the code for here. We'll write here let btn. Then we'll write here buttons dom dot for each button. What it will do is we'll check if button dot dataset dot id is equals to id, then btn equals to button. Fine. Here we'll return button. Now save it. Save this program. Go to browser, and this is our website. Go to browser, and you can see nothing is visible till now. We have to write a little more code to make everything visible here. Now we have to store the data in local storage so that on refreshing the web page we don't lose the data. So what we'll do is we'll go back to a JavaScript file, and we'll write here class storage equals to static save products. We'll pass products here. Then we'll open curly braces, and we'll write here local storage dot set item, and inside this we'll write products dot comma json dot stringify products. Fine, we are parsing the products from our JSON file now. Next up, we'll write here static get storage products. We'll pass the ID here, and we'll write here let products is equals to JSON dot parse local storage dot get item, and we'll pass products here. Fine. In the next line we'll write return products dot find. We'll write here item dot id is equals to id. Fine. Next up, we'll again write here static save cart. Now we are saving the products in our cart, so we'll write here local storage dot set item. Inside here we'll pass cart, and here we'll write JSON dot stringify, and we'll pass cart over here. Next up we'll write here static get cart. We are getting the items from the cart. We'll write here return local storage dot get item cart. Here we'll write question mark. We'll parse the JSON file here. We'll write here JSON dot parse local storage dot get item from the cart. Fine. Here we have to put a square bracket, a pair of square brackets. And lastly, we have to write a few lines of code. So we'll write here document dot add event listener, and we'll write here DOM content loaded. So we are adding one more event to our JavaScript file, which is the DOM content loaded. So we have to write here DOM content loaded, and here we have to write inside the function const products is equals to new product, and we'll write here const UI is equals to new UI. Now we have to show cart from local storage, so we'll write here UI dot setup app, and we'll write here products dot get product dot then, and inside this we'll write products equal implies this UI dot display products. We'll write here products storage dot save products, and we'll pass products here as well. Fine. We'll write here dot then. We are using promises, so here we'll write UI dot get buttons and UI dot cart logic. Fine. Now the JavaScript part is done. We have used JSON here to make our web page more responsive towards several aspects. Apart from that, we have used JSON for adding products to our website as well. Now we are left with one more task only. Let's do it, and then we'll see the final outcome of this extended code. So we'll move to the CSS file and we'll start starting the products part. Let's try if it's working or not. Let's save this piece of code and go to browser, click on shop now, and it's not working, we can see. Okay, it says it's failed to load the resource. Refresh it, and you can see now it's working totally fine. We have all our product images over here. We have all of our products. We can add them to cart, and we can use the cart as well. So the last thing we have to do is to use products now. Now we have to style those products. So for that, we'll move to our CSS file. So here's our CSS file, and inside this we have to write here So we have put a comment over there when we were not here. So we have to style the products over here. So for that we'll write here dot section 2 dot title and text align at the center. Then we'll write here section 2 dot title h1. The font size is going to be 1.8 em. The margin is going to be 1.3 em. Then we have to write the code for products here, so we'll write here dot product, and inside this we'll write margin as 0.5 em. We have to write here margin, we'll write here 0.5 em, and auto max width is going to be 1300 pixels. Display is going to be grid column is going to be, so here it is going to be grid column gap, and it is going to be 2 em. Then we'll write here grid row gap, and grid row gap is going to be 2 em as well. Then we'll write here grid template columns, and we'll write here repeat. We are going to create a grid for our products, right? So we'll write here auto fit comma min max. We'll write here 350 pixels and 1 fra. Fine. Next up we'll write here dot product card, and now we are going to write here text align as center, position as relative, max width of the grid is going to be 350 pixels, and the overflow is going to be hidden. Next up we'll write here product card image. We'll write here height as 300 pixels, width as 300 pixels, and transition as 0.3 seconds linear. Fine. Similarly, we'll do the same for product name and product pricing. So we'll write here product name comma product pricing. Margin for them is going to be 0.3 em. We'll write here dot product pricing, and the color of the product pricing is going to be the one we have been using till now. So we'll write here F09D51. Then we have to write the code for add to cart button. So we'll write here add to cart. We'll write here align items to the center, justify the content to the center, and color is going to be white. Padding is going to be 0.2 em and 1 em. Fine. Height is going to be 30 pixels. Background is going to be the same, F9 D5 position is going to be absolute, right is going to be 0, transform is going to be translate along the x-axis to 100%, bottom is going to be 80 pixels. You have to put a comma here. Bottom is going to be 80 pixels. Transition is going to be 0.3 seconds again, and linear. Cursor is going to be pointer. Fine. Then we have to write few more lines. So we'll write here product card. We'll write here hover. And we'll add to cart here. So we'll write here transform, translate x 0%. We'll write here product card. On hovering over the image, so we'll write here hover img. Opacity will change to 0.7. Let's try it, and finally we'll write here dot add to cart, hover, and here we'll write color as black. Fine, we are done with it. We have styled the products as well. We are now done with the website. Save it, move on to the browser, and let's face the truth now. So you can see it's not working as of now. Refresh the web page and the products looks really big now. What we have to do is we have to move over here and we have to see what's wrong over here. This was a mistake and it's done. Let me see what's wrong. Something is not right here. Everything seems fine, but we have to search for the error. So if we see here, max width is fine. The max width for product is fine. Let's try to do this thing. We'll write here this, save it now, and I know that this is the error we did. So such small errors sometimes cost us way more. Go to the browser and you can see our website is fine now. Try adding the products to the cart. You can see the products are in the cart. We can increase the number of products. The total is increasing with that. And it's working totally fine. Click on the clear cart button and it's not working. Click on the proceed button and it clears the cart. A simple solution for this, go to the HTML file, write clear cart over here and proceed over here. Save it, move to the browser, try adding products to the cart, go to the cart, increase the numbers, everything is fine, proceed, it's not working, clear cart, and the cart is clear. Now that we have done so many things on the website, here's a task for you guys. We have left the proceed button inside the cart with no functionality. We did it with purpose. I want you guys to do something creative with it. You can take the user further to the login or sign up page, and you can use regular expressions to validate the form. Upon successful validation, you can further take the user to the payment page. If this video helped you anyhow, do give it a thumbs up. If you have any doubts, do let us know in the comments below, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe Simply Learn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simply Learn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.